Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the picturesque Autodromo Nazionale Monza here in Italy for round 2 of the SimGrid Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster. As the dust settles from our opening round at Hungaroring, it's the number 122 Audi team of Odox Motorsport who will have all the smiles on their faces after a frantic 3-hour race. They narrowly beat out the Yas Heat 149 team and the Lada Sport Rosneft 41 Aston, who have had a complete resurgence in the past 3 months. It's David Christie and Dan Handover here with you for round 2 of the SimGrid Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster. Dan, welcome along. 6 hours ahead of us at one of the quintessential GP tracks here in Europe, the mighty Monza.
Indeed, thank you very much for having me. Hello everyone, welcome. Yes, Monza. It cannot be described other than being probably one of the most famous tracks on the planet, and it's going to be a very, very interesting 6 hours ahead of us. I am very excited, and I just can't wait to get started.
Yeah, we won't have long to wait. We have qualifying coming up in around about 5 minutes' time. A wonderful, wonderful atmosphere here in round 2 already. We've only got a couple more rounds to go to get things started, and we get an idea of how the championship is going along. It is going to be qualifying that happens, as I said, in about 5 minutes' time. Then we go into the race. Around about 12:15, we'll have a little bit of a longer than advertised pause to make sure that we avoid the issues that we had in round 1, get things started in the best way possible. Even more important, Dan, as well, with the 6 hours ahead, that everybody knows what to expect, all the drivers and all the teams as well. You can see here the championship standings that we took you through very briefly in the intro there. Odox Motorsport there up at the top step of that podium again. Very, very early days here in that 121 machine. Alberto Garcia, Gerard Martinez Amir and Nicolas Albadejo Camins taking the win out at Hungaroring, narrowly beating out Yas Heat team in second place with 42 points there. The Yas Heat Richard Mill team of that was Mikhail Statsenko, Yaroslav Honzik and Eamon Murphy. They really did hold Odox Motorsport to account, but Lada Sport Rosneft, we've seen them before, Dan, in many of the other championships. The 41 outfit that includes Igor Ogorodnikov, you've got Yaroslav Shevritlov and Ivan Shermatinsky in there as well. And they have just been a completely different outfit this season and for the past couple of months.
Indeed, it's been very, very close. Absolutely. I think the top 3, obviously, the more that I've been doing commentary with the SimGrid, I'm seeing these sort of teams really come up. And absolutely, the Rosneft team have been really, really making some moves, which is absolutely fantastic to see. And it's good to see the development of these teams as well as they go forward. And yeah, it'll be exciting to see how they take to Monza this time around compared to their competitors.
So just to give you a little bit of an update on today then, with it being the change to this season is that teams must now have 3 drivers compared to the 2 to 4 driver team sizes they were allowed last season, and given that it is a 6-hour race, obviously those driver stints are going to come very, very important indeed. There are 4 splits over this championship. We will, as always, focus on split number 1, and rounds 1, 3 and 5 are actually 3-hour rounds, with rounds 2 and 4 being 6 hours and 9 hours respectively. That's where we are today, 6 hours here at Monza, and as always we have to say a huge thank you to our partners for this season. You can see there we've got our affiliates at ExpressVPN. Get your 3 months free when you take out a 12-month service from them at expressvpn.com/the SimGrid. That is on a 12-month package as well. So if you value your safety and security online, head over there. And SimSock as well, one of the most underrated driver tools you can get in sim racing is socks. I don't know about you, but I really struggle when I am on the sim in my socks and the feet are slipping about all over the place, especially in an endurance race like this, Dan, with those patented grips on the feet. They really come into their own. So head over to SimSock, get yourself a pair of them, as well as our trusted partners over at Coach Dave Academy and Thrustmaster. So there we go. Dan, let's head to Hot Lap and let's have a look at Monza, shall we?
Absolutely.
Hello everybody, Frank Lucid here. Welcome along to a flying lap of Monza, one of the oldest tracks in the world, fondly known as the Temple of Speed. But as we all know, it can quickly descend into the Temple of Doom if you miss your braking point into turn 1. Using the 150 meter board as our marker, we're hard on the brakes, keeping the car balanced and aiming to rotate the car nice and early to get as much traction on exit as we can. Out of the first chicane, rapidly up through the gears now as we build up speed through the flat out right-hander. It leads us in towards the tricky second chicane. I'm looking for the marshal's post here on the right before the 100 meter board as we again lean heavily on the brakes, meeting the first apex so that we can accelerate nice and early through the second. Being careful not to drop a wheel there beyond the curb, and it's straight into Lesmo 1. It's a high-speed entry, fairly late apex. We're going to use as much of the track as possible to carry that speed straight into Lesmo 2, down into third, and we use the banking of the corner to keep the car planted. Once again, using as much exit curb as we dare. Important to get the exit speed here as it's a long uphill run towards the Ascari chicane under the historic oval circuit, looking for the marshal's post on our right. It's a short braking zone into the first apex nice and early, keeping it tidy on the second and attacking the third. Maybe a little too much there, almost unsettling the car, but we've got away with it and we're pointing in the right direction, and it's onwards to the Parabolica, the final corner of the lap. Important not to switch off here late as we can on the brakes. Little push of understeer on the way in, but we've managed it. Looking out for any oversteer as we transition to the throttle. Running nice and wide, as straight a line as we can make that corner. It's over the start finish line, lap done. Now it's time to hand over to the pros.
Frank Lucid there in the Ferrari Evo GT3 on our wonderful SimSock hot lap there, and a huge thank you to SimSock for coming on board for this season of the Endurance Cup. Head over to simsock.com and you can get a set of the ultimate grip feetwear for sim racing. Really, really important given how little we think about the amount of time that we keep our feet on the pedals as well. If you're like me, I've got a set of the old, the new Thrustmaster TLCMs, metal construction, and my little nylon socks just keep slipping off, so I'm going to be placing an order for them in the next week or so. Head over to simsock.com and get your set of them. They look mighty cosy as well. But Dan, enough of the plugging. Looks like we're live for qualifying here.
We are indeed. Optimum track. It's a pretty warm track as well that we can see. A little bit of wind there, but hopefully that shouldn't be affecting too much. I do love Monza. It's one of my first times commentating on it as well, and it's a very, very exciting experience. I'm looking through, David, and what I can see through here is look at the different cars. Look at the spread of different cars that we have. This is great to see. Again, shows the BOP is working very, very nicely, and we've got a good selection of cars on the grid.
It certainly does. And you mentioned the temperature there, 31 degrees Celsius and a track temperature of 40 degrees. That is cozy conditions here, and it might actually be a little bit too cozy. Most of these tyres prefer around about sort of 22 to 26 degrees Celsius, so you might start to see if they've maybe overinflated some of the tyres, some of the pressures a little bit. You start to see some of them sliding around a little bit. This is watching the Racing Line Motorsport 192, currently being driven by Niels van de Kekelt. Remember, 20 minutes for qualifying, and as always, what you want to do is you'll have a look for this first 10 minutes. This is when you want to get your banker lap in. This is your fail-safe. If everything else goes wrong, you've always got this lap that you set in the next 10 minutes. And then once you've got that lap in, Dan, you can start playing about with settings. You can start experimenting with some of the setups on the car and start really, really pushing things, knowing that you've got that lap to fall back for.
Yeah, I think this is a very important thing to say as well. I know it's only 20 minutes and it's an endurance race. Qualifying, though, is still important to a certain degree. Just have a quick look as well. I was looking through it a little bit into turn 1 and 2, into the first chicane. Just saw Niels that was taken a little bit easy on the entry. Look at the track position. Again, keeping it slightly inside, making sure that, getting that banker lap in. And then once that's in there, then they can start pushing, as you say, for the latter half. Matteo Bellotto in the sister Racing Line Motorsport car, the Mercedes this time around, currently on, everyone's on their outlap. One thing we haven't talked about, David, which is actually going to be a very, very key thing, is slipstream. It's open qualifying. All these cars are obviously out on track all at once. So it's a very, very fine line. You see a couple of cars go off in the distance. It's a fine line between being too close to the car in front and actually being held up, and then utilising the draft that they can give you. It's a fine balance to have, but if a team can really get that sorted, then that's really going to push them up the grid.
Fantastic point, because obviously there's so few corners here at Monza. There'll be a lot of strategy behind the scenes, not only making sure you can get a slipstream, but that it is a comparable or faster driver that you're going to be behind, so that you can take their slipstream and you know that they're not going to obstruct you by, say, taking on the brakes too early at Curva Parabolica, that final corner there, or through the Lesmo corners. Momentum is such a key part of this track, and the argument normally, Dan, is that they'll put their fastest drivers in for qualifying. And we try and downplay sometimes qualifying in sprint races, saying that, something could happen during the race, so it's not always lost. But I think with these 6-hour endurance races and these 3 and 9 hour endurance races, I think it really does massively put pressure on how well you qualify, because we see the consistency, we see the ability for 15, 20 drivers out of the top 40 to stay out of trouble, which means that if you're not in that position from qualifying, you're in a very, very difficult place.
You are indeed, yes. Again, there's so many different, you've always got to think about it, so many different variables, especially when it comes to a track like this. But again, we'll have to see. Only 15 minutes in. First laps are starting to come in and on the board now, with a 48.075 currently being, that's Alberto Garcia, currently the pace setter. But I'm sure, again, those times are going to come down. Tom Rea, he's going to be going through, again, takes it absolutely perfect, going through Parabolica for the XL Racing Ren Velton car. Where does he go? So he moves up into P. Actually, as I say that, moves straight back down into P12, so he dropped another position. But already, look at that, the top 12 only being separated by half a second, with Clean now right at the top. So that is Daniel Clean in the Honda of all cars. So again, a car that I've not actually seen all that much being driven in ACC, currently at the top of the standings. Great stuff.
That is, you can tell from that surprised tone in her voice. I mean, that's a fantastic lap, but we don't really see the NSX being represented possibly as much as it should. Most of the teams tend to go with the Ferrari or the Audi or the Mercedes or the McLaren, and it's almost fantastic to see such an underdog taking top spot. It was still very, very early. I've got no doubt that we're going to see a challenge, but also there, look at that, Maxime Batifu in the 333 Virtual Drivers by TX3 AAA Esports GTR up into third place as well. So this is really something else right now.
Indeed, yeah, absolutely. Well, we've just got Johan Ufella. That's the Virtual Drivers by TX3. The McLaren now P2 on the board. We're being told as well that there's lots of green happening on the track. So we're going to see these times ploughing through and absolutely flying down. So looking through as well, Michael Romanoli. So he is now into the top 10. Top 10, 0.3 of a second, David. And there's 13 minutes left. 13 minutes left. That's insane.
Dan, gap from P1 to P30 is less than 0.9 of a second. I don't think I've ever seen it that close before. 31 cars now within 0.9 of a second. 32 cars. I mean, you want absolute cutting edge, top of the tier, cream of the crop esports racing. This is it right here, right in front of you. I have never seen anything like that in my life.
No, listen, neither have I. This is a very, very. It's so close. Like I said, I can't get over. And as well, the spread of cars that we've got Bentleys, we've got Lexuses as well. We've got the Nissans, the Hondas. Almost every car, I think, pretty much within the GTs is what we got here. So fantastic stuff to see. P26 as well. We've just been told that Chassé, he is on a good lap. He's 4/10 up. That's going to put him into a good position. He goes through Parabolica, I believe, for this final time for his lap. How is he going to do? He's still 4/10 up, though. He's lost a little bit coming out of the exit. You just saw the line. It wasn't perfect there. So when he goes across, where's it going to be? Trying to take the shortest line possible. He goes 4/10, and he goes into P20. Again, a very, very close battle as well. This is such a close qualifying, and we're only halfway through, so it's only going to get quicker and closer.
Wow, Cotton Giannis there, the number 34 Greek Souvlaki squad. Lamborghini does 0.4 of a second improvement, jumps himself up into 12th position. This is Nicholas Naurov in the number 995. He is coming out the final corner just now. He's looking good. 2/10 behind Paul at the moment, and just goes 3/100ths of a second off of Paul. That moves the McLaren up into 3rd place. Oh wow, this is starting to get really, really tight. And the thing is that if my eyes are not mistaken, we still have 36 cars within a second of the pole lap. This is incredible action that we've got going on. Just give you a little bit of an update then on the balance of performance coming into this round. The Aston Martin has no extra ballast. The Audi takes 20 kilograms. The Bentley has 35 kilograms. The BMW has 35. The Ferrari has 40. The Honda has 20. The Lamborghini gets 30. The Lexus has 25. The McLaren has 25. The Mercedes has 40. The Nissan has 20. And the Porsche has 15. So I'll let you get a little bit of pen and paper. We'll talk a little bit more about them as the race comes through. But that is just a brief idea of what the ballast is looking like. The custom BOP, which is a huge talking point this season, Dan. Obviously the game has its own balance of performance system, but for this season and this championship, the SimGrid deciding to implement their own custom BOP here.
I think as well, you give greater flexibility to yourself, don't you, if you're able to really decide how the BOP goes, and you give that unique approach into how you would like to do the BOP, which I think again is fair enough. Absolutely, if you have the capacity, then obviously you want to be able to have as much flexibility for yourself as well. So really good stuff, and to see that SimGrid are putting the effort in to have their own balance and performance. Bastian Linder coming through Parabolica, the number 100, good time racing Audi. How is he going to do it? It's supposed to be a good lap. Currently in P31. Where is he going to put? It puts him into P24, so probably not where he would have wanted, but ultimately it is still places in a positive light to where he was before. Rasmus Christensen for the Pole Sim Sport number 52, again coming down into Parabolica, again currently 39th. Obviously this lap is going to have to be a quick one. He's currently 1.1 seconds off, so last lap was probably one would assume his last lap was a warm-up lap. So how is it going to be here? Christensen is half a second up, we're being told. That's going to put him maybe 25th, 26th, and that puts him into 29th. So again, lots of people. Interesting, I've noticed the track temp has gone up. So the track temp's gone up a little bit, but it seems that people aren't too phased by that, and they're still going faster.
Yeah, it's getting very, very cosy here with 8 minutes and 3/4 left to go in qualifying for round 2 of the SimGrid Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster. The other thing as well is that what makes this wonderful, having this close field, Dan, is the fact that any other championship, any other race, a 3/10 improvement would get you maybe 2-3 places. Here, it's enough to put you up 8 or 9 places right now, because given that we've got 37 cars, I think, still within that 1 second of the leader, make that 37 cars all the way down to Malik Mamad in the Lexus in that number 88 machine. I mean, just the 1/10, 2/10 improvement is enough to put you considerably further up.
Well, I think this is also the thing as well. You've got to look at this from a race perspective. Some of these drivers would actually possibly be more focusing on the race. They may have put more time into the race setup. So realistically, I mean, it's a very open thing that you can think probably anyone within the top 20 could have an opportunity for at least a top 5, if not a podium. 4/10 separates the top 20. It's not a lot of time at all. And obviously currently in P20 as well, Darren King, the AAA Aston Martin. Darren King is not a slow driver by any stretch of the imagination, and he has seen some good success in the past. So again, top 20, I think there's a possibility for any one of those guys to be in a podium position, which again just shows how close this field is. This is Nufriev. He's gone through Parabolica. He was possibly getting held up by the Aston Martin. I don't think he did, though, but he is half a second up, we're being told. He's going to lose probably a little bit of time because he's dropped a bit of aero, but he's going to gain that back because he's got the slipstream. Where is it going to put him? It is going to put him into P28. So again, only 0.6 off, and that's P28. I think qualifying is going to have to be a secondary for these guys because the race is going to be so close. The race pace is what's going to win the event for these people here today.
You mentioned the top 20 there, Dan. 0.4 of a second. I don't think I've ever seen that in any championship right now. It's just so close. The top 5, believe it or not, are split by less than 1/10 of a second. Again, you've got Daniel Klein up in the pole position there in that Honda. You've got the 934 of Johan Ofler in second place. It's Nicholas Nauroff in the 995 in third place. Danilo Santoro in the 27 Ferrari in fourth, and then Maxime Batifu in the number 333 was in fifth place, has now been unceremoniously booted out of that fifth place by Matteo Blotto in the 194 Racing Line Motorsport. But again, that now means we've got 6 cars within 1/10 of a second, and this is crazy stuff. And what's going to happen now is we're going to lose our voices in this final 5 minutes because this is going to be absolutely huge. But we have to have a look at this because Felix Diepers in Lutz Motorsport is on for an absolute monster of a lap. We're talking at least half a second, and Diepers has invalidated the lap. So it was up. Goodness me. So the Delta was lying to us. We got all excited. We were hearing all the chatter in our ears, Dan, and we were lied to. I feel cheated on that lap.
I mean, to be fair, if even if the Delta was telling a few pork pies, then I think as well it really goes to show that Diepers, he has some pace in that car still. He has some pace in that car. Kapanen has actually got 2/10 within his lap, and 2/10 that's going to put him within the top 3, if not a guaranteed top 5 if he can maintain this pace. But if he gets any more, that's going to put him up. Daniel Klein, he is currently leading the charge, and unfortunately, well, I say unfortunately, it's not going to worry him too much because he's still pole position. But no improvement for that particular lap. Here is Kapanen. How is he going to go? Grip Hacks Engineering car is currently P14. If he can stay these 2/10 up, this is going to be a very quick lap. If he can find just that little bit more, that's going to put him in a position, we're just being told as well, again, unless the Delta's telling a few fibs, it's going to be a 3/10 up as he comes across the line. What is it going to be? He comes across the line in P2. He's less than 100th of a second, 9,000ths of a second off pole position. And we've got 6 hours of this to go, and there's still 4 minutes left. Kapanen, while he's going to be happy with P2, he's also going to be incredibly frustrated with P2 at the same time.
Oh, the track is rising in temperature. You see the air temperature now 32 degrees, track temperature still 41. This is now optimum running for these cars. Tom Rare for the XL Racing by Renvelt in number 72. This is for pole position, ladies and gentlemen. He's currently 3/10 of a second up right now, and that would put him by the slimmest of margins into pole position. It's into the Parabolica then. He is on track, but he's losing a little bit. That's out wide on the exit there. Loses a tiny little bit. This is going to put Tom Rare into the top 5. Surely goes across the line. It doesn't. Oh, he's lost all that time on the exit of the Parabolica there. Moves up a couple of places. But oh my goodness me. So P9 and 10, Dan, identical lap times, Romagnoli and Garcia. And of course, the thing to remember is that the Odox Motorsport of Garcia, Alberto Garcia, is your round 1 winner, and they're down in 10th right now.
I know, it's just, again, it just puts so many different things on the board. We've got Gianluca Gans, XL Racing by Renvelt. He is currently a couple of tenths up. How is it going to be as he comes across the line? Did he lose time in any other Parabolica? No, he goes pole position by 200ths of a second. So pole position, Dan Klein, he's still in the pits. They might not be able to get out again. So Gianluca Gans, the number 71 Audi, he then, storms ahead. It's only 200 of a second, but that is something that's one of the biggest gaps that we've actually got within the top 5. So, Felix Diepers, he's just gone. That's a big moment through there. Unfortunately, that's going to be him. That's damage on the front of that car there. Not good at all. So, That's a very, very good lap. That's an incredible lap indeed, that is, by Gans. Fair play. Still 2 minutes and 10 left to go, though. Let's not count anything yet, because something happened. Oh my God, Montalba. He's just gone pole for the Omega Racing E Bentley, the number 106, by half a tenth. What?
The Bentley's got 35 kilos of ballast on it as well. That is outrageous right now.
I mean, that is fair enough. Chris Hartfeld, he's now going to go through the GTWR Racing Team number 32 Ferrari. He's currently in P15. If he can get a couple of tenths, he's within the top 5. He goes P7th. He's only just a tenth behind, and he's still in P7, so the top 7 within that 10th. He's now going back to the pits as well. We've got Renvel Civet, Unicorns of Love. Interesting car, interesting team name there for the BMW, the number 14, Parabolica for the last time. We've actually got the BMW. We haven't seen them up on the grid at the moment, but I don't know, Dave. This could be a very, very quick lap as well.
Good, he's about 4 tenths off of pole position. I'm just having a meltdown trying to keep up with this. Improves by 2 tenths of a second. It's only enough. Oh my goodness me, Tommy Villan deciding he's just going to take the scenic route round the chicane there. I'm not sure that's going to count for lap time, I'll be honest with you. But, I mean, you joking aside, Dan, what a qualifying session to see the Bentley on pole right now with just the final minute. This is going to be the final laps coming in. Maxime Chasset is absolutely on it right now in that Virtual Drivers by TX3 Mercedes right now, looking very, very clean as he comes along out of Variante Ascari on the run down to that final corner for Curva Parabolica. And do you know what, Dan? He's actually going to get another lap in this car in that number 7.
He is indeed. If he's got the fuel on board, then he will get another lap. But this could be the make or break lap if he hasn't got the fuel as he comes down. Currently in P24, only 3 tenths off. What is it going to be? It's going to put him in P15. So an improvement nevertheless, but something that he wouldn't have wanted, and I don't think he's going to get another lap in. That is him done and dusted. You saw him just pull over to the right, so that was his make or break lap. Fabian Pivet, the number 66 Lexus, what is he going to do? Currently in P22, joints with Ogner Odnikov in the 41st Aston Martin, number 41 Aston Martin. So we've seen this a couple of times, is people are on joint lap times as well, which again just shows how close this field actually is. So this is Team Forzilla. Lexus goes through the Ascari right on the absolute limit, going through the Ascari chicanes and then going through Parabolica for the final time. Qualifying is indeed over, and that was one of the most, well, I'd say it's not over yet, but the timer has come down. So this is the last laps for everyone here.
And do you want to know a jaw-dropping statistic here? Everyone that has put in a qualifying time, everyone that has put in a time is in 1 second of the leader. All the way down to 40th place. Sandro Petrozziello is in 40th place. Piffet jumps up to 22nd. Here we go, Niels van de Kekelt in the 192. Racing Line Motorsport is in a very, very good position. Goes across the line. What can he do? Up into P11. Great improvement there for Niels van de Kekelt. But we're now into the dying grasps of qualifying. Danilo Santoro for the 27 Jean Lacy Esports Academy. Just 0.08 of a second off of pole position. He's got a little bit of a toe coming round. The Parabolica goes across the line. Whoa. And Santoro jumps into second place. Whoa. 4/100ths of a second. We cut with Igor Ogorondikov in the number 41. But it is all kicking off. Matteo Blotto for the Racing Line Motorsport 194. We'll go back to Igor in just a second. 1/10 off. Oh, Blotto into second place. Just 3/100ths of a second off. Igor Ogorondikov for Ladasport Rosneft, 20 seconds on the clock, and Ogorondikov fires it into third place at the last gasp. Oh my God, Dan, what on earth just happened there?
That was the most intense thing I've ever done. That was just absolutely insane. It was lap time after lap time after lap time. Igor Ogorondikov is just, I mean, as last laps go, you couldn't really get much better than that. There is your top 80 at the moment, but look at the gaps. I mean, it's just so close. One of the biggest gaps is between the Bentley that is Montalbano and Blotto as well. The gaps. Alexis, that's Mercedes-Benz in seconds. We've got Bentley P1, Mercedes P2, Aston P3. The top 6 actually, all different car classes as well. Goes to show how close this BOP is. But But I've never seen that. I've never seen that at all. That's a first for me, and probably a first for you, I imagine, as well, David.
That was unbelievable. The top 20 split by 0.3 of a second, 2.285 of a second. The top 30 split by 0.6 of a second. The top 40 split by 0.9 of a second, just shy of a second for 40 cars. Right. Every single comment, every single complaint about the BOP from round one has now single-handedly been thrown out of the window. I do not care what you have to say about that. That is one of the most competitive fields, I think, in never mind rail racing, I think I've ever seen in esports racing. This is the whole point of what BOP is supposed to do. It's supposed to make it down to the teams, to the drivers, to the actual individuals behind the wheel. And then you don't have the comments about, oh, the BMW is OP, the Aston Martin is outrageous at the subkit. It doesn't matter, because that is now done. I like to say we've never seen anything like it, but what on earth is going to happen in this 6-hour race? I think we have to keep pinching ourselves and reminding ourselves we're going to have this battle going on for 6 hours.
Well, I tell you what, we're definitely not going to be short for things to talk about and discuss, are we? So, I mean, yeah, this is absolutely incredible, and I just can't wait. I cannot wait. So yeah, a little bit of a break now, but we have got, I believe, Dave, I'll let you have a chat with, I believe we have the representative for pole position in. I'm just trying to see who that is. But yeah, David, I mean, I will let you take it away.
So it is the 106 Amiga E racing team, Giuseppe Montalbano, who took pole position. But having a chat with us, David Braccini. David, that was one heck of a lap in the Bentley there.
Yeah, Giuseppe did a really amazing job. He got a very nice lap. He didn't do any mistakes, so we are very, very, very happy to be there in pole position, and we hope to do a nice race too. It's long, and start in front, it's a good advantage.
Now, in that last lap there, in the last minute of qualifying, we saw seconds and third place change immediately. David, how much of your hair do you have left after that qualifying session?
many. But Giuseppe, it's some years that it's doing this, but we did a lot of job in these few weeks with the setup of the car. We spent really a lot of hours to improve the car and to improve the driving style, adapting to the car. That it's really not easy, but we are very happy of the result we got. Now we have to focus to the race. That Monza, it's tricky, it's long, easy to do mistakes, and the other cars are fast too. The qualify, it's something unbelievable here, because we are maybe 20 drivers in one set, so we are happy, very happy.
And talking about the race itself, let's talk a little bit about the tactics here, because tyre management is going to be such an important issue with the track being so hot at qualifying. How important is it for you and the team, and how much practice have you done in terms of running the strategy over the 6-hour race?
The last week we got many hours driving with a full tank, because here the requirement to do 1 hour is full tank, and manage the tires it's difficult because also all the other drivers are very fast, so we have to push since the beginning, but not too much, to try to do as less mistakes as possible, to save the tires and let them do the hour of stint that we have to do.
And on that note, I mean, you've got almost 10 drivers within 1/10 of a second behind you. What is firstly, who's going to be in the car first, and secondly, what's the first thoughts going into that turn one? Is it keep it clean at all costs, or do you need to keep on to that lead?
As Michael said during the briefing, I hope we are in split one. I hope that all the other drivers are, let's say, are skilled to do the first, more than the first turn, the first lap, trying to do not kill nobody, because the race is long, and as Michael said, you do not win the race at the first corner, or even not in the first 3 laps. So it's an endurance race. The winners is who do as less mistakes as possible during the race, and the pace of driving is the key to win this kind of races.
Well, David, thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck to Giuseppe and to Francesco as well. We'll be looking for you in the Bentley on pole position. Good luck in the race.
Thank you all. So let's hope to have a nice race. Thank you.
Absolutely. There we go. David Brancini there from the Omega E Racing team. And, well, Dan, I mean, I've almost started to sort of calm down a little bit after that qualifying session, but, oh my goodness me.
I haven't yet. I've definitely not. I've not actually had a chance to relax. The thing is, now we've got to look at it. You've got to focus now your attention naturally to the race. It's a much more interesting concept than when you first look at it. You naturally think, okay, race pace. You've got to try and back it off a little bit. You've got to be a bit more cautious. You can't do that here. This is a 6-hour sprint race. You have to be on the absolute maximum attack. Otherwise, you will be in a position where you will drop off the pace. You have to be on it of the time. At the same time, though, you've got to manage tyres. You've got to manage your fuel. There's so many different variables here. And this is going to be we're possibly going to see some drivers find some extra pace in the race where they're a bit more comfortable, maybe push on the limit for a longer period of time with heavy fuel and stuff like that. So it could be, while it's close now, we could see some drivers sort of swap about, and I'm sure we will do. But this is going to be a completely different experience.
It certainly is, and that actually brings up a very interesting point for us to briefly touch on, Dan, is the fact that often we talk about the similarities between sim racing and real life racing. Well, obviously there are certain differences, certain things that you get in sim racing that you don't get in real life racing, and vice versa. Now, one of the things that you get in real life endurance racing is that physical exertion, that physical toll from the G-forces constantly pulling you about, and that fatigue setting in. Now, what I find very unusual and very strange is the fact, Daniel, that the sim drivers have almost compensated for that, and that instead of judging for the stint ahead, they basically have to be absolutely on it at the 100% mental focus for the entirety of that stint. And if anything, it means that you get faster stints, faster sessions than perhaps their real life counterparts, because they don't have that physical fatigue on the levels of their real life counterparts.
Exactly. I think it's a very good point to bring up, is no matter how much sim racing will become, and it will become closer and closer to real life, it will continue to do so. At the same time, it won't be a replacement in terms of the physical exertion, as you say. But yeah, in terms of, I was reading an interview, this was quite a while, this was a good sort of year, maybe a couple of years ago, and talking about the Le Mans 24, and this is where it's sort of, where it came from, the 6-hour sprint, what I just said earlier, is the Le Mans 24, a lot of people are saying it's a 24-hour sprint race. There is no option now for being conservative. You have to be on the limit so much. So again, real world drivers, they have to deal with the mental strain of being able to focus to be at 100% for so much longer. So yeah, sim racing in that sort of respect is a little bit easier, although there are still some challenges as well that do differ. So they both do present some very unique challenges. But yeah, I mean, these guys are going to be working so hard. This is probably going to be one of the toughest races I think a lot of these drivers would have ever done, and this is going to put them in a really good stead for any future events, because I don't think it can really get much closer than this in terms of the grid and how much pace people have.
For sure, this has certainly been one of the closest field that I think I've ever had the privilege of looking at here at the sim grid. Another interesting point from David Brancini there about the amount of effort that goes into that to setting up for this race, Daniel, and I think that's something we really need to get across to the viewers at home, is the fact that for some of these drivers, this is almost like a second job. The amount of practice, certainly before I started doing esports commentary on this sort of level, I had the assumption that these drivers just sort of rocked up. They were fast drivers anyway. They would just do maybe 20-30 minutes of practice and things like that. But it's literally hours, it's literally days that these drivers and teams will put into setups, into strategies, and into perfecting these races. And I think that's probably why we've got such a close field right now.
You can't deny that, especially within the last 2 or 3 years, the sim racing competition level has gone up. It's gone up an incredible amount, naturally, with obviously what's happened globally. And that has put, possibly, it's not necessarily put a strain on drivers, but it has put drivers in a position where, to make sure that they're up on that pace, they have to do the testing, and that is naturally increased. Yeah, you get people, obviously, teams that I'm with as well. Again, you're doing days of testing, you're doing hours and hours of testing to try and gain that little bit. It doesn't necessarily have to be outright pace. It could be race pace. It could be fuel saving, tire management as well, sort of thing. Like, it's being quick doesn't necessarily mean being quick in terms of just out and outright laps. There's a lot more to it now, and again, especially to be able to put yourself at the real top of standings and the top level, you've got to be a well-rounded driver to be able to put yourself in a position where you can manage your tires, you can manage your fuel in an efficient and effective way. There's so many different things now that has to play into a factor that, as you say, 5 or 6 years ago, where you were getting to the top level, you could rock up maybe a couple of hours of testing and that would be you done and dusted and off you went. Yeah, you can't do that now. It's almost impossible unless you are some form of alien that even the sim racing world hasn't seen yet. It was almost impossible to do that nowadays.
Absolutely. So if you've just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, you've absolutely missed the most amazing qualifying session. It's the Endurance Cup here at the Sim Grid by Thrustmaster, Season 3, Round 2, the 6 hours of Monza. We're going to take a very short commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have live build-up for the race. So a very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the virtual recreation of Monza for round 2 of the Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster. It's David Christie along with Dan Handover. We've got the coffee. We didn't need to get the coffee because goodness knows we don't need any more caffeine after that qualifying session, Dan. But wow, that is... I mean, our job is obviously to make things sound as exciting as they possibly can. And we were kind of left redundant with that qualifying session, weren't we?
Yeah, we didn't. I don't think we actually needed to be there. We could have just let it play out, and it would have spoken for itself. That was so cool. I've never been in a qualifying. I know my commentary career has been quite short, but I think that's something that is not going to be beaten ever in terms of how it's going to go and how close it was. That was absolutely insane.
It certainly was, and it gives us a quick couple of minutes to say a huge thank you to our sponsors for this season, SimSock over at simsock.com. Just come on board on the start of the season if you're looking to get the ultimate upper edge on your fellow sim racing drivers. Then it is all about those marginal gains, and SimSock's certainly going to help you get one of those marginal gains, giving you the best possible grip on your feet, and something that we all overlook because we're all sitting in our little supermarket socks made of nylon and who knows what else. But if you want to keep your feet cozy and get all of the grip all of the time, head over to simsock.com, get a lovely pair of those cozy little things and get them there as well. Also a huge thank you to Thrustmaster as always, not just for Sport being the title sponsor of the Endurance Cup, but for all of their support they've had over the years here at the Sim Grid and being one of our founding supporting partners as well. And you know I'm a Thrustmaster fanboy. Alex says all the time about my brand new acquisition of the T300 RS from the old days of my little T150. It is an amazing wheel. I've got the TLCM pedals as well, the load cell pedals. You couldn't want any more. It is just absolutely amazing. So a huge thank you to them. Right, it's grid time. Let's get down to business here at the Sim Grid, because it is all about Giuseppe Montalbano on pole position alongside Giacomo Prioletti. It's then Igor Ogorodnikov in the 41 alongside on row 2 with Danilo Santoro in 4th place. Row 3 is going to be Gianluca Gant alongside the Honda, the unbelievable sight of a Honda in row 3. Sebastian Dreyer in 6th place. 7th place is Jesse Kalpinen in the Mercedes in the 11. It's then the McLaren, the 934 of Johan Aufela in 8th place. 9th place is Andrea Benedetti in the Ferrari. You've then got the McLaren of Eunice van Druyten in the 996 in 10th place on row 5. Row 6 is going to be Maxime Batifoui in the 333 GTR, the big bad Godzilla, up in 11th place. 12th place is going to be Marco Macri in the Porsche, the 192. The 28 Ferrari of Andrea Miato starts off in 13th place, and then it's Alberto Garcia in the Audi, who we thought was actually going to take pole position for a little while there in the 121. It's the BMW number 14 of René Sever in the Unicorns of Love in 15th, and then 16th place is Jaroslav Honza, good old Jardier community in the 149 in 16th place. In 17th is the number 7 of Maxime Chassé. Again, had a decent lap through qualifying, but the Delta was lying to us all along, alongside the Lexus in 18th place of Michael Perella, and then in 19th place it is the 99 Porsche of Felix Diepers, who we saw hitting around the wall at the exit of Ascari there. And then in 20th place is Maximilian Wolmuth in the 72 Porsche.
Absolutely. Going down further down the grid, P21, the 888, Jan Willem van Olmen. He is in the Aston Martin. 22nd is Fabian Pivet in the Lexus number 66. Bastien Linder in P23 with Janis. That is Schumdorketsis in P24, the number 34 Lamborghini that we can see there. Luke Whitehead in P25 with Jono Kausch in P26. Ramus Christensen in P27, number 52 Aston Martin with Alexis Ferrari in at the 349 at Lexus P28. P29 is Laurent Jean in the 991 Mercedes with Malik Mamad in the number 88 Lexus. Again, a fair few Lexus in here. Great to see. Alex Kopstoff, he is P31 in the Bentley with Bastian Offerman in P32, the number 166 Mercedes-Benz. Martin Schumacher in the 411 BMW M6 GT3 with Vasily Anufriev in the 68 Ferrari P34. P35 is Tamas Lanyi in the number 80 Aston Martin with Daniel de Oliveira in P36, number 35 Ferrari. Joey Thissons in the 111 McLaren in P37 with Roman Utiel in the 367 Bentley in P38. And the final few cars, Marcus Eichhorn in the 53 Aston Martin P39. P40 is Lewis Pret in the number 17 Mercedes-Benz. And finally, Igor Zanella, last but not least, the 193 Mercedes-Benz P41. Although P41 still within or near enough, a second. That is a close grid by any stretch of the imagination, and I don't think anyone on this grid has the opportunity for a top 20 easily. Absolutely easily. And this is going to be a very, very interesting 6 hours ahead of us.
Yep, the cars lining up then 10 seconds until we get going for the formation lap. Championship implications at this early stage of the season are still absolutely huge. Have an eye at all times on the number 41 in third place in that Aston, Igor Ogrodnikov, currently third in a championship and currently third on the grid at the moment, because your championship leader for Odox Motorsport, the 121, is Alberto Garcia down in 14th position. And then it is the 149 of Yaz Heat, who are even further down in 16th place there. But with Igor Ogrodnikov in third, that is a huge boost to some championship points at this very, very early stage. But it's all about how they get through the start. And again, Dan, one of the things that we've seen is that Igor Ogrodnikov in that 41 last season, I mean, all we saw was them getting caught up in other people's incidents and affairs. And this season, for the past 3 months, it is a completely different team. They've got all the pace and they've been keeping themselves out of trouble. And my goodness me, did they look devastatingly quick.
Oh, they did indeed. Yes, they did indeed. Like you said, it's an interesting point. Well, I say an interesting point. You've got to make sure that, you keep out of trouble. It's such a key thing. You've got to be fast, but you've also got to be... Again, look how long that is. 40 cars. The last one just going through turns 1 and 2. So this is a very, very long train of cars currently going. And a man is staring very intently to the first apex there. I think keeping out of trouble, obviously, is a key thing. It's such a key item. So going through turns 1 and 2... I think actually, in saying that, for the first, normally we say, keep out of trouble of turn 1 on lap 1. But these guys, with how close it is, these guys have to be keeping out of trouble and making sure they're taking it that little bit more cautiously for the start, for probably the first 3 or 4 laps until everyone finds their feet. You think cold tyres, cold brakes. With the grid being so close, people are going to possibly try and make that extra gain, because any position gain is going to be crucial. But at the same time, though, you've got to be conservative and you've got to rationalise the decision as well. You can't be going in and trying to make moves too soon unless you've got the confidence underneath you within the car.
Well, they have the wrath of Michael Hamlet in race control.
This is true.
Because, I mean, he was on the driver's briefing this morning, and we obviously got a little taster of what he was going to be saying to the drivers. And yeah, heaven forbid anybody actually tries to make a move at turn 1, because they will go absolutely bananas at them. But we're just coming round towards the Variante Ascari then, and then it's going to be on the run down to Curva Parabolica. As we said, it is Giuseppe Montalbano for the 107 team, the Omega E Racing team, in pole position alongside Giacomo Proietti in the 194 Racing Line Motorsport, teammates with Matteo Blotto, Alessandro Porta on the car as well. So turn 1 obviously going to be massively important to keep things clean down into that. And again, what you'll see is how quickly things can go wrong in the blink of an eye. But hopefully we're all touching our desks here in the virtual commentary box. Oh, look at that. That's a nice little camera view there, shifting over the bridge as they come down towards Variante Ascari. But the lead car's in already down into Curva Parabolica, or at least the entry here. You can see the brakes going on as they try frantically to warm both the tyres and the brakes and everything else. The mind needs to be warmed up as well, as Giuseppe Montalbano leads the cars through. round this final corner to get the 6-hour race here at Monza underway. David Christie and Dan Handover taking you through the entire race. Get yourselves ready, get yourselves strapped in, folks. Get the popcorn and the fizzy juice at the ready, because this is going to be an absolute barnstormer here. Montalbano is in control of the field here. Is Montalbano going into pit lanes? What on earth is that about? We've already had drama and we've not even started the race, but the green flag is about to drop. I'll tell you what, I know exactly what's happened. They've not got the race set up on that car. That's why he's had to dive into the pits. He'll have probably had quality fuel on for the car. He's just noticed it on the way round. But we go green flag racing for 6 hours of Monza. And we got Porsche into the barrier already. And chaos and carnage reigns supreme. And we've not even headed into turn 1 here at Monza. How can you crash in a straight line, Dan?
Well, I don't. Again, two cars going for one gap. Unfortunately, 2 cars did not fit into one space. Looking back there, I didn't almost look like there was definitely a few cars caught up, but not as many as I initially thought. So I thought going down into Tilman, that was going to be half the grid gone, but I don't think it was as bad as we initially thought. Not ideal as well. A bit more contact there between Igor Nordkov and that is Santoro as they go through into the session chicane. All managed to sort themselves out though. So that is, as they go through, everyone seeming now it's a bit of door-to-door banging going further down the grid. Look at that gaggle of cars in the bottom right corner of your screen. There's about 7 different cars trying to occupy. They're going 2x2 Noah's Ark style through the first of the 2 Lesmos, and again they could possibly even go 3 wide. But look at that again, it's almost elegant the way that they're going through, but they just managed to, everyone giving themselves enough room. That is Yardir Yaroslav Honzik in the number 149 P14 that's in the bottom right corner of your screen, the main focus point there, and they all now go back into single file. Yes, not ideal, David, at the start of the race, but I'm sure there's a fair bit of time to go. And actually, big slide there as well. That was the 934. That was Ufella that had a big moment. Manages to keep it all in check. He's probably lost about 12 or 13 places, but manages to keep it going. A very, very well recovered car there.
Oh, that was a scary moment, and the question is there any damage to that car? We saw him over into the barrier on the right-hand side there, and manages to keep it going as well. But the 996 under all sorts of pressure from that GTR of Maxime Beatrice coming as they cross the line to keep going for lap number 2 then. And I've got to be honest, I mean, the question for me is what has happened to that Bentley that was in pole position, is got going again. But I mean, that is almost an absolute disaster of a start for that team.
I know, it's a big shame. There isn't a big shame as we go. It's unfortunately, it's something that every team does, but unfortunately it is something that is a bit of a rookie error, but we learn from it. They head down and then they go again. What's going to happen here? This is Batalufa. He's going to go with Bischoff. How are they going to go through into turn 2? I think that was Bischoff. He has just cut across the nose of Batifulia and just going through. To be fair, again, within his right to do so, tries to go through again, and that is Batifulia. He is trying to make a move whichever way he can. I've noticed as well that Nissan GTR is a monster on the straight. It was pulling absolute lengths on the McLaren, the number 996. So that Nissan GTR is very, very quick in a straight line. So obviously the setup these guys have got is very, very fast, and try to set big contact down. What happened there? That was Vasily Anufriev down at the bottom, or near the bottom half of the field. Just looks like he lost it a little bit. Whether there was contact initially that caused the rotation to happen, not too sure. I'm sure we'll see a replay of that in a few minutes time. But look at this train of cars here. This is what, a 20-25 car train. Bit of a gap though, actually, when you look at it. 2.1 seconds between P6 and P5. So the gap is really the gap is extended there quite heavily. But looking back on here, I mean, this is anyone's game at this start of the race.
And just a couple of updates. I'm absolutely devastated because the 107 of Omega E Racing Team, after putting it on pole position, is actually retired from the race. So I've got absolutely no idea what on earth has just happened there with your pole position sitter there. As we see, that is Batifu trying to get that position done. We see the Unicorns of Love, BMW of René Sever, trying to take that position from Chassis in that 7 Mercedes. Not going to happen. That leaves Sever vulnerable to Yaroslav Honzik in that 149 just behind him there. But I mean, I just don't understand what's happened to your pole sitter. That's it, done and dusted. They're out the race. Also, it was Marco Macri that was that Porsche that looks to be involved in that first lap incident. We'll come back to that in a second. But your race leader, the 194. That was out in front, Matteo Blotto, that was a 1.6 second gap that he's got us now down to 6/10 of a second. Yiga Rogorodnikov on the charge. And what a race it is from them so far, keeping themselves out of trouble. We've got a yellow flag as the 68 of Vasily Onufriev gets going again, but has now escaped to the pits. And that has been a disastrous start for the Like and Subscribe racing team. They have had a dismal start to this race.
Not good at all. Currently running on board with Maxime Batifulia. He is still number 333 Nissan, still seeing the back of the 996 McLaren of Bischoff at the moment. Again, this Nissan, a monster on the straight. If we can just sit on board for this as they go through Parabolica, it does go a little bit wider. That's going to cost him a little bit of time. I don't really think it's actually going to make all too much difference because, again, look at the pace. And what we saw last time is how quick this Nissan GTR is going through.
We've got a huge accident. Sorry, Dan, we've got a huge accident on the exit of Ascari. That was the 193 that was involved in that. That was the 17 and the 80. So that's the 17 of Team Fordzilla APM, the 80 of GTR Masters, and the 193 of Racing Line Motorsport that were all involved in that accident. They've all got going again, but this is barely 5 minutes in. This is an absolute war of attrition. We've got yellow flags at the first corner as the 28 involved in that. That's GTWR racing team of Andrea Miato. Oh my goodness me. I mean, this is just barely 10 minutes into the race, and we've got another 5.5 hours to go.
Yeah, indeed. Someone's just gone off. They've had a bit of an excursion. Who was that? Couldn't quite see it though. It was an Audi of someone, but I couldn't see who that. Possibly the number 121 of Garcia. It's the only Audi that I can see roughly around there. So I'm guessing that was Garcia that's had dropped a few positions. Just went a little bit too deep going into the second chicane, and that has pushed him down. He's only lost a couple of positions, but ultimately positions lost is never good, and it's something that you never really want. We've just been told as well. We just had the P1 Bentley. David, this will be obviously confirmation for yourself that they actually had a driver offline issue. Now, the way that ACC works, you have to join, you have to do everything in a very, very specific order. And if you don't, it will cause, as we have seen here, a driver offline issue. And the driver offline issue means they can't actually join and can't actually race. I believe that is the correct thing there. But we've got as well, this is Maxime Batifulia. This is going through 2x2, going into the Parabolica. Just about manages to hold off Kapanen in the number 11 Mercedes, but that's now put him onto the outside. That's going to give him possibly two cars that are going to make a move on him, and that's going to be Hartveld and Chassis, the Ferrari and Mercedes. They're going to go side by side. Who is actually going to get the tow? It's going to be the Ferrari of Hartveld. And then, as you can see there, again, just pulls along. The Mercedes has to sit back in the inside. Now we've got Hartveld. He's covering off the inside. The Mercedes very, very late on the brakes. Too late on the brakes, unfortunately, and that's just cascaded through. And unfortunately, the innocent party there was Batifulia, the number 333, the Nissan, the lost out. Is that, I believe they're two, was that sister teams then that have had a collision, ultimately?
Oh, that's going to be very, very awkward if that is the case. That was the virtual drivers. I think you might actually be spot on with that. We'll get an eye on that in just a second, because that was Chassis in the 7. That's virtual drivers by TX3. Oh my goodness me, that is going to be a very awkward conversation. Of course, they're not going to know that because the 333 was caught up in that afterwards, so they only saw the car hit them behind. But yeah, look, David Arduini brings up a great point, Dan. 6-hour race, is that a little bit, overkill for barely 10 minutes in?
I think this is, again, the problem with actually being too close. We've got some, I'm going to interrupt myself here. Jesse, that's Kapanen, and he is going to be, again, Hartfeld's on the inside, going through Sky. This is a brave move indeed. They're going to go side by side all the way through. The Ferrari of Hartveld, he does back out indeed, but now he's being pressured by Garcia, the number 121, who had that earlier excursion a couple of laps ago. So he's now going to try, they're going to go side by side down into Parabolica. Who is going to be the person that comes out? Again, great camera angles here, really showcasing how quick these cars are and how much pace they're carrying through. And again, Hartveld does manage to fend off Garcia for the moment. And instead, the BMW decides to slip up the inside. So that's Sever. He's now gone, thank you very much. He is not wasting any time in making some moves. And number 14, BMW, goes up into 9th place, just inside the top 10. Very good stuff indeed. David, I think as well, it's a little bit too aggressive. I think we can all agree on there. It's just too aggressive. I think as well, when you actually really look into how and why people are being that little bit too aggressive, I think because qualifying is so close, they have to try and make any moves up they can. Unfortunately, you've always got to be that cautious. Again, is it worth making the move? Is it worth the risk? What is the risk to reward ratio? And I think at the start, I don't think calculations have been all that correct.
Yeah, that is possibly the most polite answer I think I've ever heard, but absolutely spot on that one. I think a lot of misjudgments all over the place from very, very many drivers. We see the Porsche 911 of Florian Becker having a little bit of a moment going through into the chicane as they come into the Lesmos here. This is on board with Coach Dave Academy's James Parker in the 888 Aston Martin. Doing a pretty decent job actually of holding on to that train right now, but I've got to be honest, up in the lead we've got a change for the lead as Igor Ogorodnikov a couple of laps ago took over the lead from Matteo Blotto now down into 3rd place, and Ogorodnikov absolutely away with it just now. Was 1.4 seconds ahead. Now that gap down to just 0.4 of a second, so he's being caught back up as well. We're still on with this train though, this what looks to be a 15-16 car train from 10th place all the way down into 20th place as well, so cracking little battles all the way through here, and I wonder if that message has got through to the number 333 there, the GTR of Maxime Batifu, that it was indeed his teammate that was a little bit at fault, costing him those positions there. But Chassis has got Luke Whitehead in the 404 H3 Racing outfit, trying to go side by side down the start-finish straight, and yeah, this is getting a little bit touchy-feely. You kind of saw that one coming, and if it doesn't come to anything more, great position there from Luke Whitehead. Chassis valiantly trying to defend on that position, Dan, but it just wasn't to be.
No, and you've got to understand as well, like, look at this here, Maxime Chassis, if he can make this move here, he's going to be putting himself in a perfect position. He's on the outside though, so we've got White, he's making him go the long way round. There's some more, again, door banging, take it easy guys, some more banging. Unfortunately that was Maxime Chassis, I think, just taking a little bit too much. Trying to be a little too optimistic going through flashes lights. Don't necessarily think it was worth flashing the lights there. Maxime, you've got to race fairly, but at the same time you've got to, this is the also thing as well, what you've got to understand is allowing a move to happen. There's no point in some scenarios in fighting the position. It's actually quicker to let the move happen and to then continue racing. We saw there actually that Maxime Chassis did play it perfectly. He defended as much as he could into turn 1, allowed the move to then happen, and then tried to get that move back going into the second chicane. Didn't quite work that time, not to where it's not the end of the world. Again, you've got 5 hours and 47 minutes left. There's a long way to go, and we've got to have that. Again, you've got to play that you've got to play your cards right, and you've got to make sure that you're in a position where you have the confidence, but you know when to let the move happen. Also as well, let's think about it. Again, lots of different variables. You've got fuel limits these guys could actually be doing on different pit strategies. The Ferrari may be faster at this moment in time. It may be role reversal as they go through. But Luke Whitehead, again, he is really trying to make some move, trying to get through the sister car to the Mercedes of the Nissan. So we'll potentially see a move going through into turn 1. Battle for the lead, though, again, is still 0.4 of a second. It's not over yet. While Igor Ogorodnikov has actually made a move, he's not being dropped. So Danilo Santoro, the John Lacey Esports Academy Ferrari, is not letting him out of his sights that easily.
Yeah, fantastic action right at the front of the field here as Igor Ogorodnikov, I think he's managing the pace a little bit here, or possibly managing tyres. He did manage to get about a second of a gap over Danilo Santoro, but the two of them just decided they want to try and drop the field. This is back with Luke Whitehead. He got the move done on the Mercedes. Surely the Mercedes is going to try and outbrake him into the chicane. Gets the move done.
Good.
And yeah, that's how it's done from the Mercedes of the number 7 of Chassis there for Virtual Drivers by TX3. Great move there by Maxime Chassis, and gets it done. Luke Whitehead has to take that position back, and if he's not careful, he's got Felix Diepers in that 99 Porsche just behind him. If that train behind him starts swallowing him up, he's going to be very, very vulnerable and could find himself down in P19 or 20 before he even knows what's happened to him.
Well, this is the scary thing. You make one small mistake and you're going to see team drivers just pulling out there, trying to show their nose, trying to upset the balance of the other guys ahead. So you've got to be careful, because one small little mistake and that will put you down a fair few position. I think one of the things that they've got to do here as well, and what I would probably suggest doing is at this point, if it were me, if I was Luke Whitehead and Chassis, I would try and work together at this point. They've got a small gap now between Deepers and the 99 Porsche. I would be using that to our advantage, and instead I would be trying to push through and trying to catch up to the sister car. We've been told as well, we've got lots of cars under investigation. We've got Harteveld with a 15-second penalty. That's not a good sign, especially with how close this field is. So we've only quarter of an hour into this event. We've already got some penalties coming through. But again, side by side, Luke Whitehead goes through, potentially going to go through. So role reversal, what's going to happen here? They're going to go side by side into turn one. Again, Luke Whitehead, unfortunately, turning into a gap where a car was there. So unfortunately, that was going to be a position that was never going to be had. Unfortunately, I don't think. Yeah,
that's a frustrating one, because like the car's there, you can't make the move, and he's going to try and move that. He's going to try and make that Porsche move all the way to the outside here. I've got to be honest, this is going to escalate quite quickly, because you can see the frustration there. We've got yellow flags for the number 28 of Romagnoli at the first chicane there, and it looks like his car's just straight lined it into the wall there. He's got a little bit of damage on the front there. You can see that car crabbing to the right hand side there, and there is big damage on that, Dan. You can see that car want to pull to the right hand side there. He's almost certainly going to have to go into to pit lane there. Chris Harteveld, though, getting that 15-second time penalty. That's almost certainly for that start line incident with the 192. We did see that it was Marco Macri that was caught in that, and Romagnoli, that car is severely damaged. I wonder if there is either a hardware failure or there's some severe damage to that car.
I think as well, correct me, I don't know 100%, but it looked like the rear left wheel had actually looked like it had been pushed in, or something had broken. Whether that was just the camera angle. But yeah, unfortunately, it could very well be a hardware issue. But he's been told he's steering the car actually quite heavily as well. So it's probably one of those ones where maybe his actual tire, maybe his actual physical wheel has now had a bit of a software issue. So like 1 degree of movement is 10 degrees worth of travel, which obviously isn't good when going into turn one or a high-speed corner. Again, they're going to go Posse. I thought they were going to go 3 wide again. This is Deepers versus, this is Ferrari versus Lamborghini versus Porsche. And that is Lamborghini. That is Jadakis that's actually made a move. So he's just gone through a Whitehead and Deepers as well. But Whitehead again getting forced out wide on the exit at turn 2, and Deepers just sails up the inside, doesn't even try and have to really make that move. And he's also losing another position potentially. So Whitehead may lose another position to Becker in the number. That is Becker, the 911 Porsche. Is he going to go through? Yes, he is. So I wonder if Whitehead's got a problem. He's not racing and he's not trying to defend as aggressively as he normally did before. And he's dropping down the order very quickly. So I wonder if a potential issue is currently hampering Whitehead's moves going up the field. We'll have to see if he loses any more positions in the next couple of laps.
I do wonder about that, because obviously it's not the best, but this is the change for the lead. This was a couple of laps ago. This is how Igor Ogorodnikov took that lead from Blotto in that 194 Mercedes. Matteo Blotto there, currently down in 4th position after this move. So this is on the run down to turn 1 here, and Ogorodnikov's going to try and go around the outside. Are you kidding me? Wow!
Good move.
I mean, Dan, that was so easy, so controlled from Igor Ogorodnikov, and makes that move stick. And not only that, Blotto then vulnerable to the Ferrari behind him. Ogorodnikov gets that move done, and the fact that that replay is still going on kind of makes me think that there's something else going to happen down here. And Danilo Santoro just absolutely fires it up the inside of that chicane, and that is how you get mugged, ladies and gentlemen. That is how you leave yourself vulnerable. But this is back to Luke Whitehead trying to fight that place back for Florian Becker. I wonder if he'd maybe overcooked the tyres a little bit and just gave them a little lap to cool down possibly the brakes as well, get himself calmed down as well, and keep things going as well. We can see on the outside there, that's Offerman in the 166 for Beto Sim Racing DE. Bastian Offerman around the outside trying to make that move stick, gets it done, and that means that I think that's Payfit that's out there as well. But this is still with Luke Whitehead, as we see Florian Becker trying to get a little taste of that slipstream into the toe, into the chicane there. It's not going to happen. That 404 manages to get going again. But yeah, this is awesome stuff. Barely even 20 minutes into the race, and it's still Yiga Rogorodnikov from Danilo Santoro and Sebastian Dreyer. We haven't spoken about this, but we've got Honda in third place. Here we go with the replay then. This is the number 28 GTWR racing team of Romagnoli. This is the issue that he had going into the first corner. He's going to get a tag on the back, you've got to think here. Oh, now that is strange.
Interesting. To be fair, I mean, looking at he's just gone for a couple of pirouettes. Yeah, lost the rear. Obviously on exit of turn 2, obviously running a little bit low in terms of.
I know exactly what's happened there. Look at how slowly he's going after that spin there, Dan. I would imagine. He's the back wheel. You see, it's trying to turn there, and it gets going. I wonder if, in his frustration, he's punched his wheel, and it's temporarily disconnected from the computer. That would explain why there's no steering input, and the throttle is all over the place. Certainly, it's strange that the car wouldn't move, but yeah, it's not the best, is it?
No, exactly. Like I said, interesting. Then we've got another penalty coming up at the moment for you now. Cars between 35 and 68, lap 2. So it was a warning to car number 68 for aggressive driving, and car number 17 a drive-through for avoidable contact. Again, a couple more race control messages coming up on your screen now. The number of cars come 100 and 404, lap 1. Warning to car 404 for aggressive driving. Again, stewards nipping it in the bud as quickly as they possibly can. Because again, you want to make sure that you survive the remaining 5 hours and 38 minutes. You've got to survive a 6-hour race. You cannot win it in turn 1. We all know we can't win it in turn 1. We all tried to win it in turn 1 sometimes, but we can't. And that's something that that was Gianluca Gans getting a little bit squirrely there on the exit. On the entry going into the Ascari chicanes, but manages to keep it all in check. Didn't lose any time at all, and he's still 2/10 off the Lotto in the 194 Mercedes as well. Looking at it, the Honda, as you were saying, David, the Honda in P3, I mean, fantastic job. But Driet, he's just running his own race at the moment. He's in a bit of a no man's land. He's got 0.3 seconds back to Blotto, and he's got, looking at it, around about, he's got 5 seconds now to the guys ahead. So really at the moment, that is Driet is just running his own race, doesn't really need to do much. So he just needs to keep plugging his laps away, keep doing what he's doing, as well as Gianluca Gans and Blotto. If these guys keep battling, that's going to push forward, and that's going to allow Driet to actually pull further forward even more. So again, something he's not going to be complaining about in the slightest.
Yeah, certainly. Just also very interesting to see that 404 hit with a warning for aggressive driving. That's actually Luke Whitehead in the H3 Racing Machine, and we've seen him in some questionable incidents since then. This is the Lexus that we're watching on the replay here just now in 23rd. That's the 446, and of course that is the SFR Italia of I believe that's is that Patrick Girometti that is in the car just now? Oh my goodness me, that is a little bit rude, isn't it? From a fellow Lexus as well. Tries to keep it going. Yeah, that car was never ever stopping. Ow, that's a little bit naughty there.
It's a bit of a shame. Yep. Again, one of those things are very, very innocent, I'm sure. But taking that overspeed going through, you can actually pick up a fair amount of overspeed going through into the Ascari chicanes. You see Gianluca Gans again going through the Ascari chicanes, going a little bit sideways. That car is very, very unstable on the entry. It's quick, but it is unstable. Yeah, bit of overspeed carried through, going through into that left-hander. You know, even if you're carrying an extra 5 or 6 kilometers an hour, that does make the difference. It's amazing. That was probably a little bit more than that. And yeah, the braking zone was probably just that little bit too far forward, but unfortunately does cascade through. Luckily though, everyone keeps going. They continue to go. So a little bit of damage would have been picked up, but it's not the end of the world. We've got another replay here going through. This is the McLaren going through Ufella. What's going to happen here? The 934. Is this on the exit as they go through? Yeah, see, just jumps over the curb. This is on lap 1. Just jumps over the curb, and then as the car compresses again, cold tyres everything, just rotates the car. Not ideal. There's something you'll actually do regardless of how warm your tyres are, actually. If you hit that curb in the wrong way, you will go and you will have that spin. But good recovery, though, I think, from the 934. A very, very good recovery indeed. And something that I probably think that could have been a lot worse when you actually look at it.
Talking of recoveries there, we just caught to Jean-Luc Gantz. It looked like had a huge issue at the start of the lap there, but there's a change for the leads. Ogorodnikov has lost the lead from Danilo Santoro then. We saw Santoro gently catching up, and we've seen that it was at the chicane just before the Lesmo there, but Santoro takes the lead from Ogorodnikov, and Ogorodnikov, the pace has been slipping a little bit over the past couple of laps, but we didn't really see any moves happening. But Ogorodnikov, this is going to be like red rag to a bull for the driver of that 41 car, because he's now behind Santoro, and Santoro, I've got to be honest, that Ferrari looking a little bit skittish around this track here, and Ogorodnikov now in the tow, going to try and make a move into the final corner here. Thinks better of it, but that Ferrari really having to work to keep that lead right now as we hit into lap number 14. And this is going to be disappointing for the fans of the number 41, Igor Ogorodnikov. But, I mean, given that we're only 25 minutes into the race, still a fantastic position to be in, given the championship.
100%. 100%. I mean, going through Ogorodnikov, he's going to go through Patesi at the inside. That's a late braking move if I ever saw one. Oh, my goodness. Oh, no, again. Contact made, and both drivers. We got a replay here of actually going through. This is... going back to we're going to go back to live here, because I mean, that was a very, very late move on from Ogorodnikov, but the move was made. It didn't look like he was actually going to push wide, so possibly Santoro just wasn't expecting the car, just wasn't expecting Ogorodnikov to actually be there. So Santoro turned in thinking the car wasn't there, actually was, but it didn't look like he was going to be sailing through. When he braked, that was a late braking maneuver, and I thought initially he was actually going to be sailing through the corner. But it didn't look like he was going to pull up within plenty of time. So unfortunate bit of contact there. I'm sure the stewards will be looking at that as we speak. But that has... I was actually going to say, to be fair, as we've got a replay here. So this is the move going through. So this is Santoro. Again, as they go through... so we're going to play this through to see how this pans out. So again, darts out on the outside, trying to go through, again, a standard overtaking maneuver here. The 41, Rodnikov, puts his car absolutely perfectly in terms of position. Both left each other exactly the amount of room that they needed to, no more, no less. And then we see the 41 Aston Martin straight away on the defensive, going to be trying to force the car and trying to force Santoro round to the outside. There we go. Yeah, drifts over to the left again. You're allowed to do that. And then as they go through, what is going to happen here? I mean, Santoro, he just sends it round the outside. And look at that. Such a good... That was, I mean... As moves go, that was so good from Santoro. Fair play indeed. That was amazing.
Yeah, and the thing is as well is that you've also got to give massive props to both drivers for having the awareness of where the cars were around them and having the racing respect. We've seen it in other championships where, you know, it's almost dodging cars to try and hold on to the position. But Ogorodnikov knew that he was going to lose the position, tried to position the car as best as he could defensively, but ultimately there was no contact between either of the drivers apart from what we just saw there, which might have just been a little bit of a misunderstanding between the two of them. So the two of them will survive, bring that back on, but the gap now 2.0 seconds between Danilo Santoro in that Ferrari and Igor Ogorodnikov in that number 41 Aston Martin. So again, it could be done and dusted for this part of the stint. And again, we'll have to wait and see how this develops through the remaining 5.5 hours here at Monza for round 2 of the Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster. Brilliant stuff. So let's have a look here as we see Jean-Luc Gantz for XL Racing by Renvelt just behind Blotto. It's a bit of a fall from grace with Blotto in that 194 Mercedes. He's really struggling to hold on to that top 5 right now.
Yeah, I think again he could be just controlling himself. I think Jean-Luc Gantz, he's got a good amount of pace in the he's got a amount of pace in the car. So I'm sure again he's just playing it safe. Also as well, it's something that we will probably discuss as they go through. is the amount of fuel saving that these guys can actually do. It's one of the things I was going to be mentioning regarding Ogrodnikov and Santoro, is once that move was made by the number 41, or actually, sorry, once the move was made by Santoro, it may have actually been worth Ogrodnikov to just sit there and actually save some fuel, conserve some tyres, rather than try and make the move back straight away. It's actually, it's something that's I think all drivers really should consider, especially when you've got, at the time it was about 5 seconds. The gap is obviously less now because of the contact that they had. Yeah, I think possibly worth saving fuel, and that could very well be what Jean-Luc Gans is doing here. If you think the amount of fuel that he's actually being able to save, and he's not driving the car as hard. So this is obviously one of the things to actually really consider. And as I said, that he's actually going to try and prove me wrong. He's going to try and have a move up the inside, going through into the session chicane. Doesn't quite make the move stick there, but he does have a bit of a look. So actually that's going to disprove my theory, and instead he wants that position. So he's obviously got some pace there. He just needs to try and extract it, get past, and off they go. Although, if a move is made, realistically, unless you know you're going to catch up to Dre in the Honda that's just up ahead, I don't really see the point at this moment in making the move. You may as well work together at this point and then try and push both cars up to Dre. Because if these guys work together, ultimately, they should be faster than Dre in third place. So this is, again, where tactics has to come into it, and you have to be considerate of all options here.
A very, very good point, well made. I want to actually draw your attention to something that slipped under my radar, and probably everyone else's radar as well. We're big fans of the sort of late resurgence of the BMW in the various championships here at the SimGrid, but the 14 team, the Unicorns of Love, very popular team here on the SimGrid, René Sever up into 8th place. Now, if I remember rightly, they qualified, I think it was about P12 to P14. What a job they've done getting that car up into the top 10 and looking one of the fastest cars on track. Currently the pace that them and Chris Hartfield's in the 32 doing is faster than about the 8 cars in front of them. So great stuff there. We've got more penalties coming in thick and fast as we see Jean-Luc Gans making a move around the outside of Blotto there, making it look so easy. Instance between cars 66 and 28. So 66 is the Team Fordzilla Lexus and the 28 of GTWR Racing team number 2. It's a drive-through penalty for the number 28 team. And instance between the cars 411 and the 88, that is the 411 of GC Racing and Friends. I think that was Martin Schumacher that's in that car, and the 88, that's All In Racing's Malik Mamad in the number 88. It's a 5-second penalty for the 411 car for aggressive driving. So yeah, let's have a look here. Just seeing in chat unhappiness about the penalty given to the 32 after that start line incident on the 192 of Marco Macri. Again, given how quickly that all went wrong, I think time-wise they've got it spot on with the penalty that was given, but it's not really going to change things here as we see yellow flags with the 88. But Dan, it just shows again how difficult a job that race control have got when handing out these penalties.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many different variables to consider. Alberto Garcia, though, he's currently racing with Savet in the number 14 BMW, Unicorns of Love BMW there. He is going to get a good run. He's got the slipstream already, and he will catch the slipstream nice and early as they go through down into turn 1. So let's see if a move is made here. The BMW, though, looking very, very quick in the straight line. Look at that. The Audi can't really catch up. It's only really started to now pull in as they get halfway down the straight. Is it going to be so Savet going in the middle of the road? Which way is Garcia going to go? At the moment, neither, because the BM is very, very good on the brakes, as it turns out. So Alberto Garcia stays in P9, and then Jaroslav Honzik as well, GRDA just behind, only by about a second as well. Alexander Janov, how is he going to do? Has a bit of a look onto the outside, trying to get the inside of John in the 991 Mercedes-Benz. Doesn't quite make the move and doesn't quite make it stick there. I think there's so many different variables to consider. You have to, realistically, you have to get to a stage as well where a decision needs to be made, and you've got to make that sort of, in some circumstances, while you have all of the options to be able to review it, at the same time, though, you've got to make sure, to a certain degree, you have to be making that decision within good time. there's always different things you can look at. There's always different ways you can approach something. And I think if you can, if the stewards can come to a decision unanimously, then that's the one you run with. Otherwise, you can always look at it more and more. Shinov just had a bit of a moment there going through out on the exit of the first Lesmo. Otherwise, you'll never come to an agreement. So you have to make that clear-cut decision at some point. And unfortunately, for one party, that can work out very well. For another party, that may not. But it's all swings and roundabouts. It all comes round, especially when a race like this, it all naturally stabilizes in most scenarios. Similar thing when you're looking at like multi-class events with traffic, GT3s, GT4s, for example. You seem to always find, if you're in a GT4, you always seem to find that potentially you're always getting held up by GT3s, or they're always making moves at just the incorrect time, and you're not in the best position. That happens to everyone. It's just one of those things. It all settles down, and ultimately, at the end of the race, there's not really too much difference, from my experience anyway. So. But that's my 2 cents there.
So I was just letting you dive under that bus, my friends. I never ever get tired of hearing all the I was trying to find a polite word for it, but there really isn't. For all of the fun and games that happens in the comments about a win decision. And the thing is, let's be honest here, whenever a decision goes against a driver that you like or a driver that you're following, you don't ever tend to hear it when it's a driver that you dislike getting a penalty in the same way. So it's, Race Control, they're doing the grandest job up there, and I'm very, very thankful that it's not me, because everybody will be getting drive-throughs at this rate. But look, back to the race here. 5 hours 24 left to go here at Monza for round 2 of the Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster. We're already into season 3. We're watching Florian Becker trying to catch on to the back of the Aston Martin that is the Triple Eight car of James Parker, and a very, very fast car that is as well. Another penalty, I don't think I've mentioned this one. Incident between cars 111 and 193 on lap 5 is a drive-through penalty to car 193 for avoidable contact, and we have got a car off. That is the 32 of Chris Hartveld. Oh my goodness me, he's going to have to wait, because there's a lot of cars making their way through. He tries to reverse, tries to get it turned through. It is a bad day going worse. He's got a 15-second penalty, and now he is absolutely almost stone dead last. He's going to get overtaken by the 53 that is down in 30th position. Oh my goodness me, that is Marcus Eichhorn, who goes sailing by. Romain Utel is going to go through for 27th place, and well, that is a bad day at the office gone to worse. Alberto Garcia for Odox Motorsport. This is your championship leader, away to be eaten for breakfast by the BMW right now. I think he's just tried to get that position, but have a look at Jaroslav Honzig behind there as well, and there is confirmation. Utel going round the outside in that Bentley. But my goodness me, this is a proper battle we've got going on. The Audi is going to try and take the inside line. The BMW, well, that's a questionable line over the chicane there, and how these four have not battered into each other, I've got no idea.
Well, I was going to say Jaroslav Honzig being very the man of opportunities there, and just making the move. Oh, potentially the Nissan GTR's going to go up the inside. No, decides against it. That was Batifulia was going to go through. Going to go potentially side by side. The BMW, unfortunately, from Unicorns of Love, got left standing a little bit there. Couldn't really do much. He just got forced out wide, and that was that. So he's dropped about 3 positions in the space of 2 corners. Not ideal. Here we go. Garcia's going to try and go up the inside. That's a brave move indeed, going into this car chicanes. Decides against it though. Again, always got to pick your positions. What's the risk versus the reward ratio? I don't think that was. I don't think that would have been worth it. But Jaroslav Honzig, 3 positions in half a lap. Very good indeed. I was actually looking on the exit of turn 2. On the exit of the second chicane, and again saw a gap. Absolutely went for it, and I mean it paid off dividends, because he's now made up about 3 positions in the space of a lap, and he's pulled a gap as well though. Race Control said instant between cars 100 and 111. Lap 3 drive-through penalty for car 111 for avoidable contact as well. But meanwhile, again, side by side going through. So Garcia, while he's got a bit of gap here, he's got to try and capitalise on this as much as he can, because the guys behind, the BMW and the Nissan, are going to be both battling. That is going to be so severe. Batifulia, who is going to come out on top. Again, great helicopter camera shot. Going to go again, still side by side, tries to get the cutback, does severe, but can't quite do it. And that is the Virtual Drivers TX3 333 Nissan still stays ahead of the number 14 BMW. That was an intense lap, and look at that, it's all just extended now again. But Jaroslav Honzik was the person that gained the most, and Sever was the person that lost out the most.
Well, that was just another quiet day at the office, really, wasn't it? Goodness me. Right, Chris Hartfeld is absolutely struggling right now. He has got, who's that? That's the 35 behind him, Kings of Asphalt, Max on Oil's Vinny Oliveira, who's got all over the back of him right now. But in fact, sorry, Oliveira's passed him. That is actually the number 100 of Bastien Lindner. So Hardworld is going backwards at a rate of knots, and I wonder if there's severe damage on that car right now, Dan.
Well, like, to be fair, the onboard shot that we saw, you could see the bonnet was just moving about. So it's obviously just lifted off its hinges ever so slightly as well. So damage is definitely there. Damage is definitely there. But it's just how much and how manageable it actually is. But yeah, race has gone from bad to worse, unfortunately, for Harteveld. Again, looking through, Alberto Garcia has just turned it up to 11 and is already on the back of Jaroslav Honzik. If I was Honzik at this point, with the pace that Garcia has, if the move was going to be made, I wouldn't fight it too much. Instead, I would try and tag on the back and let the move happen. If you think as well, you've got Batafulia, the 333 Nissan just behind, but the gap is big enough that really there's no position. Again, look at that. Jaroslav not defending all that much, as he doesn't really need to. He's confident on the brakes as they go through. So Garcia, it's one thing I've noticed with the Audi, doesn't seem to be as confident on the brake. I've just been told as well that Debel has just been hit going through turn 1, so possibly going to see a replay of that. But he does manage to hold the position in D, but he has dropped some time. Not ideal for Sever, but obviously great for Batafulia, because he's now got no one behind him. 1.1 seconds now is the gap, so 3 is going to be sailing off into the distance as René Sever has to go through. Here is a replay here. This is Hartfeld as they go through. What happened? Is it going to be too much over the curb? Yep, too much over the curb. And then look at that, unfortunately. That's going to be a hefty hit. That's a hefty hit into the barrier. That's where the damage came from there, David. Your stomach just completely bottoms out when you see a moment like that, because it's not immediately after the too much curb on that left hand side going through the corner at Ascari. It's going out wide on that right hand side. The car just clips the bottom of the bit between the gravel trap and the back to the tarmac, and it just spins the car around, over rotates, and that's it. Job done, good night, and you're into the wall. And that is a huge disaster for the race. I mean, given the quality of the field that we've got right now, let's bring this into perspective with you. 45 minutes into the race, and we have 30 cars still within 53 seconds of each other. That is a pit stop going wrong. Given that we've only got probably about 2-3 cars that have been lapped actually that are still running. That is of course Marco Macri after that disastrous opening lap, and Andrea Miato, who was caught up in that as well. But back to the action. Felix Diepers for Lutz Motorsport on the back of Maxime Chassé for the Virtual Drivers by TX3 on the run down to turn 1. Is this going to be a move from Diepers in the Porsche? It's not, because the Mercedes outbrakes him there. We go further back to Bastien Offerman for Team Beto Sim Racing, side by side with Martin Schumacher, and the BMW tries to make that move stick and gets it done up the inside. Great move from Martin Schumacher there, and the BMW looks very, very handy through those slower corners, and gets that move done on the Mercedes as Felix Diepers fires it up the inside. The Mercedes has absolutely nothing to answer for, and that Porsche jumps up into P11 as well. More penalties coming in thick and fast. Let's keep an eye on them. Instance between car 446 and 91, the 991, that's the 446 of SFR Italia, and the 991 is that's Robin Pagadel and Jarno Kausch. So it's the 991 is a warning for aggressive driving. For that one, so that is a warning to car 991 for aggressive driving. And then you have also got
an incident between cars 446 and 349 on lap 3 is a 5-second penalty for the 349 of VRM Racing for aggressive driving. So the 991 is Laureate Jean in that Virtual Drivers by TX3 Mercedes. So Virtual Drivers really not having a great day out the races here today, Dan.
No, not at all. Yeah, it's not ideal indeed. This is we're seeing penalties come through, seeing warnings, penalties, and you name it, coming through thick and fast. I mean, we're not even an hour through the race yet. So, again, there's we've got a lot more to come through now. And I'm sure we're going to be seeing, unfortunately, a lot more penalties come through. Hopefully, we don't. And as the field starts to spread out, but then it will concertina up again, and we may see some more come through. Bastian Offerman tries to have a look through Schumacher. And the 411 BMW can't quite make the move. The BMW is quick in a straight line. I noticed that as well. The BMW and the Nissan are very, very fast in a straight line. So, again, I mean, a good opportunity and a good thing to have, especially at a track like this. So Offerman does. He has dropped a little bit more time, though, as well. So, unfortunately, he's not able to make any more. Giannis Chodakis, the number 34 Lamborghini, currently in P14 as well, just ahead of Luke Whitehead, the number 404, not had a brilliant race for himself, and he's actually just behind for a couple of tenths. Kapanen in the Mercedes. He's got two Mercedes in front of him. One of them actually goes very wide. That was indeed Kapanen, so that's going to drop a little bit of time for him. Going to allow Chodakis to catch up a little bit. We're going to see, but he's almost in a state of, again, a bit of a no man's land. He's got a couple of tenths in front and a couple of tenths behind, so he's just sort of running his own race at the moment.
He certainly is, and we know that the number 11 Grip Hacks engineering machine of Jesse Kalpinen is a fast car. So we see more problems for Sever in that Unicorns of Love BMW, and what was looking like a great start for that BMW is now turned into a bit of disaster management right now, because he is really struggling. And I've got to be honest, he's now got deeper Chassis Kalpinen all behind him. This could be very interesting. This one is a penalty coming through for the 911 on lap 9, and sits between cars 888 and the 911. The 888, that's a Coach Dave Academy car, and the 911, I believe that is Jarno Couch and Robin Garrel and Florian Becker that are caught up in that one. So that is going to be a penalty, a 5-second penalty for the 911 car for aggressive driving. So, I mean, race control really slapping on these penalties now, and they're just not taking any sort of nonsense from these drivers. Dan, this is a cracking battle we've got with Jesse Kalpinen trying to take that place from Maxime Chassis. Chassis is going to try and defend the position. It's never going to work, and that causes an absolute chaos behind. And look at that, what a move from Luke Whitehead. What an opportunistic move. Tries to take that position back. I've got a feeling this is not going to be over by any stretch of the imagination.
No, it's not indeed. He didn't need a second invitation, did he? Because he just went up the inside. Look at that, another position there through. Cars going off everywhere. Oh, that was a big moment for Piffet. Doesn't manages to keep it all in check. But yeah, Luke Whitehead, he is really just took that by storm. Decided to make up position and didn't delay, and that's allowed him to get up at least a couple of positions. So really good stuff indeed from Luke Whitehead. He's found a bit more composure. He's found his pace again, which is good. So now the next one he's got to catch up to is, as I said, that he goes wide. That wasn't commentator's curse. It couldn't have been. So yeah, Luke Whitehead, he's now the next person in his sight is Kapanen in the number 11. Again, further down we've got, this is Offerman as well. He's going to try and make a move going through on Pirelli, who has got a 5-second penalty, bear in mind. But then going through, this is Yaroslav versus Garcia. So Garcia still can't quite get by. We saw him a few laps ago having a bit of a move. But now Yaroslav, he's going on the defensive. He's going to make Garcia go the long way round. But if he can make it through turn 1, just squeezes him out. Just gives about enough room that he can give. Is Garcia going to try and get a cutback? He's going to try and do it. Can't quite manage it, I don't think. No, he doesn't. Because that was Hontic to have a very Ferrari's got very good traction on the exit of turn 2. Again, more side-by-side from Bastian Offerman versus Seville in the 52 Aston Martin. And go side-by-side through turn 1. Side-by-side through turn 2. Offerman can't actually, he does manage to stay ahead. And he manages to get that position done. But that's now allowed. Look at that, the 99, that's the number. I'm getting confused. I can't quite see the timings. There's a Porsche that I couldn't quite see whom that was. Yeah, there's moves happening all over the place, David.
Yeah, certainly. That's the 192 that's actually, I think they're actually a lap down. So that's why you were confused because they're not actually on the timing board there. That's Marco Macri that is getting involved in a battle that he is not anywhere near right now. But again, it just shows the pace that the Porsche could have had if they were still in this race. I mean, they're a lap down. Anything could happen, but given that means that unfortunate things have to happen to all 39 cars ahead, it's just not going to happen. So it's going to be disaster recovery for that 192 machine. This is Matteo Blotto in the 194, still trying to hunt down Bischoff in that 996 machine ahead. That is Marco Bischoff that is up there for ambassadors for Renvelten. We saw them avoiding the lap 1 carnage masterfully and doing a great job. But Matteo Blotto just going backwards, it would look. Right, penalty coming in for the 411 and 349. It's a 10-second penalty for the 349. That is the VRM Racing of Alexis Pirali, James Havilande and Felipe Moreira for an unsafe rejoin, and that is a silly penalty to be taking at this early stage of the race. Maxime Chassis under all sorts of pressure from James Parker in the 888 machine. They're side by side on the run down to turn 1. Chassis is going to try and turn in but can't get that done. Parker round the outside of turn 1. It's a greater exit from Maxime Chassis. Great defensive driving for the virtual drivers by TX3 machine there, and keeps a hold of that position. What a move into turn 1, and again another highlight of the respect between these drivers.
Absolutely, yeah, we're seeing some really, I think everyone's now starting to find their feet a little bit here. It's always that little bit of initially when you're just trying to, at the start of a race. I mean, we have been going a fair old while, so you would have think that people would have found their feet by now. But again, sometimes, you know, weight starts coming off the car as well for the first time in their respective stints. We got Chassis goes a little bit wide. Parker had a bit of a move, bit of a nosy at the inside there, possibly going through the second Lesmo, but decides against it and instead tries to make the move going through. This is Lanier. He's going to try and make a move up the inside of Harteveld. Unfortunately, his race has gone from bad to worse. Was running in P6 at one point, is now in P28. So again, damage limitation there. Possibly a top 20 still in the cards. We'll have to see how it goes. Chassis, though, still maintains his P14 for the moment. But all the time, he's dropping a little bit more time to Jadakis, and that's also allowing Parker to really catch. He's got no one ahead of him as well. When you look at it, Parker's got a draft, whereas Chassis hasn't. So let's see what happens here. Conscious of the Lexus as well of Piffet. We've got to see the number 66 Lexus. Let's see how this goes. Parker taking a very, very wide line, and Chassis already on the, not on the defensive, but trying to get almost out of the, trying to get out of the slipstream as quick as he can. But you can see Parker already has caught up a little bit in the Aston Martin. Is he going to get the run down? I don't think that there is an opportunity where he wouldn't. He's going to try the inside. He's going to try the outside. No, Chassis is going to force him around the outside. But if he can make it late on the brakes going, just drifts over to the right-hand side. Again, wasn't expecting Chassis to actually still be there, I don't think. Just misjudged the length of his car. You just saw him there. Just drifted over to the right to try and cut off the inside and to not give Chassis enough room, or to try and cut off Chassis a little bit to make sure he couldn't quite get the run, and just didn't interpret that didn't interpret that ideally, and that's unfortunately lost him another position. Look at that Piffet. Just didn't really have to do anything. Just slots at the inside, another position gained for him.
Yeah, that's unfortunate to see, because that was a great move there from Chassis, and there is a bombshell of a penalty. Brace yourselves in chat, because incident between cars 27 and 41 on lap 15. It's a 5-second penalty to Igor Ogorodnikov in that car 41. And he won't even lose a place, because the Honda is 8 seconds back on that one. But that is a slap in the face of the 41 Lada team Rosneft. But there you go, 5-second penalty. There we go, the Lexus up the inside of Piffet, trying to make the move on Chassis. Doesn't make it happen. This is going to bring James Parker back into the fight as well on the exit of Ascari. It looks like James Parker getting a great run, a great tow from that 66. But look at that Lexus, how it just tears away from the Aston Martin. That is incredible stuff right now. The Merc as well in the mix, in the lead there, and I think got a little bit wide. But look at how much that the speed that the Aston can take in. Chassis gets a 5-second penalty right now, and I feel like you need to get that little gif of Oprah right now, Dan. You get a penalty. You get a penalty. Everyone gets a penalty right now.
Well, I think to be fair, again, look at that. Yeah, cars 14 and 7 lap 22, 5-second penalty to car number 7 for aggressive driving again. So the Lexus has got away. Pivot makes good move up the inside of Chassé there. So he's now up to P14. And then James Parker, as they go through, he's going to be the next person to try and get back to a position of being able to make a move through Chassé. We've just been told as well that Garcia, and you can see top left of your screen on the timing tower, that Garcia has got ahead of Honzik. So that position, while it took a long time in the making, the position has now been completed. Maxime Batifulier, he is still in P9, doing a very, very respectable job indeed. And he's only now got a couple of tenths between himself and Honzik. We know the Nissan is so quick in a straight line. You can see it just there. Oh, starting to pull up as well. Good on-board shot there of Yaroslav for the Yassit RM149 Ferrari. So again, going through, if there's going to be a move made, one would assume it'll be into turn 1. A bit wide there for Batifulier, so he's lost a little bit of time there. Probably lost about a tenth and a half.
Watching as we come up to the first hour underway here at round 2 of the Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster here at the Sim Grid. 6 hours of Monza. We almost have an hour under our belt, and a huge thank you to our partners as well, ExpressVPN. If you value your privacy and security online, then take them up on their 12-month deal over at expressvpn.com/thegrid and say thank you. We'll give you 3 months free when you take out that 12-month package. So head over to expressvpn.com/thesimgrid. Also, a huge thank you to our brand new partners for this season, SimSock over at simsock.com. Passionate sim racers, sim racing gear. A much neglected part of sim racing that you constantly overlook is the connection between your foot and the big loud pedal that makes the car go fast. So they have custom developed revolutionary sim socks with patented wicking technology to make sure your feet stay cool and stay on the pedals where they need to be. Head over to simsock.com for more information. Back on board with the rear end of Yaroslav Honzik, who is currently trying to hold on to that position from the 333 GTR of Maxime Batifulier. Really pushing these cars to the absolute ragged edge right now. And I'm very impressed with how that GTR is handling. More impressed, actually, though, with Sebastian Dreyer in that Honda. Just hearing that Gianluca Gans has lost it at Ascari. And I kind of saw that one coming because there's the Audi just recovering onto the track there. But Sebastian Dreyer was losing time to him, hand over fist. And I've got a feeling that that's going to be a failed, botched, overtaken move there.
Well, it was either that or possibly as well, looking at it, actually, as they go through, I'd probably even say it may be, that sort of unfortunate overtaking, but it didn't quite work, possibly over the curb on the inside. So over the curb on the inside of that last left-hander, and again, the car just pivots around. It's a very, very last-minute thing, and it happens so quickly, it's very hard to try and make that move. But look at this, this is Alberto Garcia versus Blotto, the Mercedes versus Audi. Who is going to be the person coming out on top? Oh, Garcia had to think twice before turning in then. Again, just taking it nice and cautiously. Fair play indeed. But he did that bit. Well, to be actually looking at backing out of it, Yaroslav Honzik, he's now just punt a bit of the board away off of track. Saves the marshals doing a job. And they go through. So Alberto Garcia stays in P6, but he's dropped a bit of time to Blotto. And Honzik and also Batifulier is right on the back of this train as well. So this is going to be very, very close moving forward. This is number 71. So let's see what happens here between Gans. Is it going to be over the curb on the inside? Yeah, actually. Oh, no, on the exit, interestingly enough. So what you'll probably have as well at this point here is you'll have a bit of aero loss. You've got the car in front, you've got a bit of aero loss. So potentially that little bit of push wide. Couple that with a bit of extra speed carry through because he was behind and carried the slipstream through. Could have just caused that. It's probably a number of things around there. That's my first guess. But ultimately manages to keep it out of the barrier. And I mean, to be fair, you see him just rotate, hit the brakes as hard as he could, allow the car to stop, and then came back around. So again, best of a bad situation. I think we can agree, David.
Absolutely. I think you'll not hear any comments to the contrary on that, Igor Ogorodnikov into pit lane from second place. We've got more penalties coming in. Incident between cars 27 and 41. That's Jasa and Delara Sport Rosnev. That is the reason for the penalty for Igor Ogorodnikov. 14 and 7 on lap 22. That's the Unicorns of Love and the Virtual Drivers by TX3 machine. That is, of course, we saw that incident on the run down to turn 1, which ended up catching out the other Virtual Drivers machine as well. That's a 5-second penalty for car 7 on that one. This is the number 194 of Matteo Blotto trying to hold on to that position, but Honzig and Garcia just way too much for that Mercedes. And Dan, where's it all gone wrong for Matteo Blotto in that Racing Line Motorsport? He's just really not had the pace to hold on to that top 5.
To be fair as well, again, you're looking at it a bit different. I just got a glimpse on the outside. Look at the boards as they go through into turn 1. Boards just scattered everywhere. I think as well, you've got to look at it from a perspective of, at the moment, this stage of the race might not necessarily work. The car might not be as balanced when the fuel starts to really be taken off. And then as they go through, I mean, not ideal in terms of a setup. If the car is more stable with the fuel on board, it doesn't necessarily help the situation, especially when racing, because obviously fuel burns off. They have to see, at this stage of the race, they're just not that quick. There could be several things that go around. They might have picked up some damage as well. These curbs are pretty aggressive. So they've got a bit of underfloor damage, bit of suspension damage. If it is, it's very minor, but that could also be having an effect on there as well. So lots of things could be happening at this point. The main thing they need to do is just try and keep on that train as much as they can. I mean, the gap is 0.8 of a second between Blotto and Honzik. So realistically, he needs to make that, he needs to maintain that gap there. And if he does catch back up to Honzik, again, at this point, I wouldn't be racing them. It's too early in the race there. You've got a 5-second gap, or 4.5-second gap between, half-second gap between Garcia and Honzik. And then after that, there's a 5-second gap between between Garcia and Bischoff. So I wouldn't really be racing at this point. If you can just get onto the back of this train, save the fuel, conserve the fuel. Actually, as I say that, everyone's starting to, pit stops are happening now as well. So on the hour, these pits are now going to be having an effect naturally as well. I've just noticed a couple of people that pitted beforehand, they pitted before the hour. Now that's actually a very, very key thing. Let's keep an eye out for that, because if that is the case and drivers pit before the hour, they're not allowing their car, and they're not able to keep their car going the full hour of the stint, which means, unless they save a lot of fuel, they're going to have to do a splash and dash at the end. That's going to be a concern.
Yep, we'll have a look at that and keep our eye through the rest of the race. So if you are just joining us at the top of the hour, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome, good afternoon, and hello from Virtual Recreation of Monza here for round 2 of the SimGrid's Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster. The key stories is that it was Danilo Santoro and Igor Ogorodnikov who were duking it out at the top of the field after our pole sitter from Amiga e-Racing team retired on the very first lap after a connection issue forced them from the race. We were denied what could have been an amazing start to that race with the Bentley. All hell kicked off throughout the first hour. We've had penalties galore. We've had little bits of contact and little bits of frustration creeping in all throughout the first hour here. But it is still all to play for as we head into the final 5 hours here at Monza. It's still Danilo Santoro that was in the lead as we head round the first round of pit stops, and we wait to see how the dice are going to land through the first set of changes. It's David Christie alongside Daniel Handover in the virtual commentary box, taking you through all of the race. And after that incredible qualifying session, we really weren't disappointed with the start and that opening hour to the race there, Dan.
No, I think there was definitely some action. Or we've just been told as well, a problem as well. This is for Jasse. He's got a stop and go for speeding in the pit lane, something that we've not had this round. We've gone, I thought we were going to go the entire race, or at least a fair chunk of it. We've only managed to go an hour and 4 minutes, and we've had the first stop and go for speeding in the pit lane. Again, such a small little thing can cost you so much time. So yeah, Jasse, he has got that stop and go. So that's going to put him even further down the grid after his first pit. So we're currently in P27, so he's going to drop down even further, possibly to the P30, P35. But look at this, Batifulier versus, this is Carsten, the number 71 Audi versus Nissan. Who is it going to be? And look at that. Battaglia has the grip on the exit. Grip on the entry, sorry, and just powers through the exit. Well, that is a good stuff indeed. Done and dusted for Battaglia. So he goes up into a position. Is it going to be Carson that's going to try and make a move back? We know that the Nissan is very quick in a straight line. But look at that. The slipstream that the car's got. All cars coming out of the pit lane. This is going to be a bit cautious. This is going to be a bit difficult here. You got Rhea, and I can't quite see what the Mercedes of that was, but this is going to be just about managed. Battaglia just about manages to get through. Unfortunately, Carson didn't have the same luck. Got held up by the car that was exiting the pit lane there. So, and that's dropped him any position that was going to be potentially made back is unfortunately now not the case. Now, is Battaglia going to try and make a move on Rhea straight away? The number 72 Porsche. He dives out. That's not the 72. That's instead. That's the number 99. That's Urissen. And again, I mean, what on earth is Battaglia doing? He has just made 2 positions up. I know they've just come out of the pits, cold tyres and whatnot, but he is not hanging about in the slightest.
Yeah, great move there, Till Urissen moving out the way in that car. It's 4 position, so he doesn't have to technically move out the way. It's a clever thing to do, though, given you're on colder tyres. You want to jump straight back in, if possible, behind a faster driver. We've got yellow flags on the circuit just now. That is in pit lane, and we'll have to keep an eye on who that is just now. That is the is that the 111 or is that the 411 that's brought out the yellow flags on the start-finish straight there. Very, very unusual thing to see there, but I mean, 5 hours left to go in the race. We've already had a couple of retirements in the race just now. I mean, it's a difficult one to see because obviously at the moment that's James Parker who moves up into the lead, who hasn't done the pit stop just yet, but it's still far too early to get any sort of idea what is actually going to happen in this race.
Well, I think, yeah, exactly. You've got to look at it. You're an hour and 5 minutes into a very, very long race. Again, people may find some moves, people may not find some pace, people may, so many things have happened as well. Look at the amount of penalties we've seen. See some drivers that have been incredibly competitive have got some quite significant drive-throughs. Again, it's way too early to call, especially for something like this. It's too early to call, possibly even to the last 10 minutes. Once you go through the last round of pit stops, at least you have a general idea. But even then, so many things can happen. Still very, very hard to tell. So that is currently on the screen now is Shinov versus Kapanen. This is the Bentley versus the Mercedes, but Shinov manages to stay ahead for the moment in the 217 versus the number 11 of Kapanen. Yeah, so unless we get to the stage of the last round of pit stops, then we'll have a bit more of an idea. Who was that? Just had a bit of a moment there. That was Martinez. And the number 1, actually, that wasn't the 1-to-1, that was Holter, I think. The number 73 Holter. So Marco Bischoff has actually gone up into is in P3 now. And Holter, yeah, look at that. So the move has been made somewhere. We just caught the tail end of it almost. It couldn't have happened more than a few corners ago. And the gap is already 0.4 of a second. So look at that. Holter lost a position there, and he got very, very squirrely. Maybe his tyres are starting to... his tyres are starting to go already. I'm just trying to think, actually, everyone would have pitted. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dave, but I believe everyone now has pitted. So, I think cold tyres, possibly. Again, just can't quite get them up to temperature as quick as Bischoff can. And he is now, look at that, he's already pulled about 0.6 of a second on Holter.
That's what it looks like anyway. Certainly the majority of cars already having pitted. Remember, it's a 65-minute driver stint that is going in the rules, so they have to pit before that point anyway, just to reset the timer on the old driver stint clock. Just looking at the gap between Danilo Santoro and the lead over Igor Ogorodnikov. Now that was he was 2.5 seconds ahead of Igor Ogorodnikov in that lead. And remember, Ogorodnikov had a 5-second penalty, so Ogorodnikov was actually taking about a second to a second and a half over that pit stop, and is bringing that gap down. So it's a cracking effort from Igor Ogorodnikov to bring that pace down. But what has happened to the 411? That's what I want to know. They were the ones that brought out the yellow flag there in the pit lane. They're still in pit lane, and it was Martin Schumacher that was in that car. but I wonder if they've got some real problems in that 411 right now, because they're dropping all the way down the order here. Indeed, the car's still into to pit lane, but I've never really seen that where yellow flags are brought out for a car that's in pit lane there, Dan.
No, I know. Again, it's I'm not so sure what happened there, really. We'll have to again, like we were talking about, anything can happen. We really don't know what's actually going to be. We really don't know what's going to have to be. What's going to be going on for the remainder of this race. I mean, 4 hours and 51 minutes left. The amount of action that we've seen at the start of this race, and in this first hour and 10 minutes, with another 4 hours and 50 minutes, so many things can happen, and I'm sure they will. Again, this is actually looking at, you look at the gaps here as well. The gaps have started to open up where people are racing, people are battling. These gaps could potentially also come down. Now that we're going through the second round of pit stops, the round of pit stops with driver swaps as well, we might see some other cars that now have some additional pace if they've got a slightly faster person in them, a slightly faster teammate. Again, we'll have to see how this develops. But at the moment, Martin and Matteo currently on your screen, battling with the 911 of Kausch in the Porsche. 0.3 of a second is the gap at the moment. So Kausch won't have a slipstream, but yet Kausch will. Look at that, Matteo. That is Blotti versus Jurison. So as they go through down into the second chicane, Blotto's going to have the run. Which way is Jurison going to force him through? Potentially. Doesn't actually try and make too much of defensive moves. Blotto comes out of the exit at the very final time. Has a bit of a look. Decides against it. Again, just showing his nose. Trying to push Jurison to make a mistake. But at the moment, the 99 Porsche not breaking a sweat. I'm sure he's under pressure, but maintaining it very, very well at this point and sitting just inside the top 10.
Certainly is, with 4 hours 50 minutes left to go. The 99 of Jurison did a cracking job of holding on to that Mercedes, and maybe he's not actually holding on to the Mercedes. Maybe the Mercedes is actually struggling to hold on to that 10th place right now, because the pace just really has not been there for Matteo Blotto. P4 is the Honda that is starting to slip back after a fantastic opening stint there in the 73 XL Racing by Renvelten Blue Machine of Sebastian Dreyer, Daniel Klein and Jan Holter, just starting to slip away. And you've got a feeling that 149 Jardier community car, the Ferrari behind him of Eamon Murphy, the 149 Yaz Heat car of Mikhail Statsenko, Yaroslav Honzig and Eamon Murphy. I'm so used to them being in the 149 and it's been the Jardier community car, but it is of course the Yaz Heat car. I think they're going to make short work of that 5th place. But here we go, battle for 9th place then. Matteo Blotto making me eat my words in that Mercedes, trying to take that position from Jurison. Jurison going to hold on in that Porsche, but the Mercedes trying to take the place round. And watch out for Hamada Erkizi in that H3 Racing 404. Just keeping an eye around there. Hats off to that Porsche. That was an excellent example on how to defend your position.
Indeed, very, very good stuff as well. So Blotto can't quite find a way past. Look at the burst behind him though. That is number 404. That is a driver swap. That is Equizi. Again, apologies for any name pronunciation, but Equizi going through, trying to go through actually, of Blotto. Looking very, very aggressive at the moment. He's going to try and make a sort of opportunist move. Again, has a bit of a look. We're seeing a lot of this as well. And you'll see this as well. As much as you can, drivers will be going, as you say that, he actually goes a little bit wide. You'll see drivers, they just into a break and they try and push themselves. They just try and go offline ever so slightly to try and instigate a mistake being made from the car in front as well. Here he is, Jan Holter, P5. He's getting pressured by, look at that is Eamon Murphy, a very, very quick driver. We know how quick he is. He's going to try and get past as soon as he possibly can to then catch up with the 121 Audi. So the Nissan as well of Batafulier, the 333, he is going to be just loving life at the moment because he's got all of this draft, and all he needs to do is just sit behind, and you're going to see the Nissan is a quick car in a straight line at the Nissan's a quick car by any stretch of the imagination already, even in a straight line. Now he's got a double draft. He is going to be absolutely flying. You can just see him there as well. He might even try and make a move going through onto Eamon Murphy, the number 149. Murphy goes defensive, going to try and force Batafulier around the outside. Meanwhile, this is allowing Jan Holter to go through. Brakes very, very late indeed. Wow, how late did Eamon Murphy brake then? They both braked so late, but look at that. Batafulier, this could be a drag race down into turn 2. down to the second chicane. But look at that, Batifulier, as late on the brakes as you possibly can be, and then makes the move stick. What a good move from the 333 Nissan there, Batifulier. That was absolutely textbook. That could not get any better than that. Credit as well to Eamon Murphy, giving him just about enough room that he needs to. And then look at that, more racing between Blotto and Christie down here, Dave.
Awesome stuff, and the battle still rages on, and there's contact, and round goes Hamada Erkizi and Matteo Blotto. Oh my goodness me, that is absolute heartbreak down there for the 404 after that early run up the field. You hate to see it.
Well, unfortunately, you hate to see it. Again, car was there. Unfortunately, that was a Christie. Blotto couldn't really disappear. So it's just, unfortunately, it's just, you saw a Christie just there coming into the exit. They weren't necessarily, it wasn't even turning into the corner. It was more just, and you'll see this also a couple of times. Imagine breaking this down is like 2 stages. Sometimes you see a car drift into the corner before they turn in. It's just what we saw there with the Christie, trying to cut off Blotto, which again is a move that they try and do. Again, just couldn't quite judge it. And unfortunately, the car was already going to be there. So yes, Christie making that move, unfortunately, and losing the position under his own accord there. Big shame, because that was a great battle. But again, recover, compose yourself, and off you go again. It's a small little mishap. There's 4 hours and 45 minutes left. So again, just need to put that incident behind you and then push on as much as you can. Meanwhile, though, one person that is trying to push on as hard as he can, but it's not working out for him at the moment, is Jan Holter. Again, look at that, Batifulier. Is he going to make it 2 out of 2 this time? He goes late on the brakes again. Could he do exactly the same thing? He might very well do. Oh my goodness, look at Batifulier. It's not going to be as easy this time, though, because Holter is still just about ahead. We know how quick the GTR is. He's being forced around the outside of Curva Grande, though, so you can see, look at that, Jan Holter. He's got the tighter line. He's travelling less of a distance, so he's naturally going to be going a little bit faster. Goes on the defensive, forces Batifulier to go around the outside. What is it going to be? Is it going to be again? Look how confident Batifulier is on the brakes, and just about manages to keep it through. Just about enough room gained. Look at that, Eamon Murphy tries to go up the inside, but Batifulier cutting off Murphy there. And Jan Holter, while he defended as much as he could, unfortunately had to concede the position eventually. Batifulier, what a man on a mission at the moment.
Brilliant stuff, and it's still not anywhere near done, and that is a replay of exactly what happened there. But Erkizi just key to get caught up in that with the Mercedes. I think Race Control will almost certainly be having a look at that one through the next 10-15 minutes, so keep your eyes peeled. We'll certainly update you if anything happens. But Batifulier trying to keep Eamon Murphy away from the slipstream of that GTR, because it is a big chunky boy as they run down to the final corner there. That is, of course, the Parabolica curve, that wonderful sweeping right-hander, and the Ferrari seems to get a better exit out of that, both Murphy and you can see Alexander Karsten for the XL Racing by Renvelten on the back of Jan Holter, the number 73 ahead. This is the battle for 7th and 8th position. It's going to be the run down to T1. Does the Audi have the nerve? He fires it up the inside, and I've got to be honest, I think the Honda was not fighting that too much there.
No, it didn't look like it did it. I think as well, Jan Holter recognised that the car might not be as quick as he probably wanted it, as he wants it to be at this stage of the race. So yeah, at this moment in time, needs to just accept that these moves are going to be coming thick and fast. He's got a bit of a gap now, though, so he's got about a 3-second gap to Jessen in the 99 Porsche. So what he needs to do at the moment, a big moment there for, again, Alexander Karsten. Very big moment indeed. We saw that as well from teammate Gans as well. Having that just bit of rotation on Etchi, it's almost as soon as they come off of the brakes, the car just rotates. Look at it again there. Just whether it is actually a design of the setup, and this is actually how these guys prefer driving it. That's a very, very insane way of driving a car from my perspective. But at the end of the day, if it works, it works. I don't think they're going to be complaining too much, and they're not going to be taking any notice of what I'm saying at all. So yeah, going through, I think Holter just sort of succumbed to the fate at the moment. We're actually seeing that Jessen is catching him up as well. That was 3 seconds, now 2.8. And Karsten is just pulling lengths on him at the moment as well. But at this stage of the race, yes, Holter might not be as quick as he wants, but we're only an hour and 20 minutes into the race. It could very well change once we start getting through the second round of pit stops as well. I'm looking at the track temperature, though. It's not actually adjusting too much. It stayed the same as it was in quali. So whether it's going to be Actually, this is one thing I haven't talked about, David, that I've just remembered off the top of my head is tyre pressures. Maybe that was actually probably the thing that made me realise the most is maybe the tyre pressures aren't in their optimum.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. Tyre pressures are such a key part of the setups here in Assetto Corsa Competizione. And again, it's exactly why the drivers put so much effort in. As you see, Eamon Murphy taking a whole load of closing speed into that first turn. And I think he overcooked it into that corner there because Latifi absolutely able to stretch out that gap even more. It was half a second. It now looks like that's going to be, 7/10 to 8/10 of a second now ahead of the Ferrari the Audi that's behind him, and with Eamon Murphy in that 149. Again, you've mentioned it a couple of times, Dad. He's caught in that no man's land, isn't he? He's just stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's got the GTR away ahead of him. He's got to keep it going for Alexander Karsten behind him in that Audi.
Yep, I know, absolutely. They've got to be. Eamon Murphy at the moment. He's running his own race. Actually, it's spread out quite considerably and really quickly. I've just noticed. You think 5 or 6 laps ago, this battle here was. They're almost door to door, and now how quickly it's actually spread out. So it's amazing how these races can change, and it also can change the other way as well. You've got to think about that. Gaps do increase, then gaps obviously shrink as well. Just look to the track map though. If you look at the track map on the right hand side of your screen, you can just see. Look at majority of the cars are between Parabolica and the second Lesmo. So again, a small mistake, even if you have a bit of a half spin going through something like the exit of the Ascari chicanes, that's going to cost you a fair few positions. And there's definitely some battles to be had here, and I'm sure there'll be more battles to go through. And I said, lots of different variables. A lot of things are going to change. But Eamon Murphy just maintaining the position. We'll have to keep an eye on it to see if he can catch up to Battifulia at the moment. The gap is 1.2. He's dropped to a couple of tenths on him. So he is catching up, is Eamon Murphy in the Yasheet RM car. He's catching up to the 333 Battifulia. But I wonder if he is going to be trying to, again, you look, still a second, 2.3 between himself, between the 121 and the 333. So if Eamon Murphy can really start to switch it on, maybe P4 if he can really get the times down.
Certainly possible. Just looking there to see that the number 7 has returned as well. It's the Virtual Drivers by TX3 team of Julien Hinault, Ludovic Lehenaf and Maxime Chassé that have retired from the race. So again, that was a top 10 position that they had in the first hour, and it's all went drastically wrong. This is the battle for 26th and 27th place. Then you can see side by sides Aston Martin and Porsche of Dominic Schneider alongside Lagny, the 72 and the 80 respectively. It's an absolute drag race down into turn 1. The Porsche is the inside line. The Aston Martin does a little bit of contact there. You've got to say that was on the Porsche though, because the Porsche drifted out to that left hand side, keeps the position. Not a fan of that. Not a fan of trying to squeeze cars under braking.
I think as well there's a fine line between it. While you are allowed to obviously make sure that you're not giving any room more so than needed, you have to make sure that you are giving enough room that racing can still occur. Absolutely. As you said, David, you can't just pull over and gradually just push the car wider and wider and push the car tighter and tighter off of the track. That's a very, very big no-no, and that is frowned upon in almost all motorsports types of racing. So again, stuff like that doesn't necessarily is intentional. That's the one thing as well, is trying to decipher if it is an intentional sort of like trying to push the car out, or again if it's just an innocent, well, hang on a minute, didn't quite realise they were there. And it's amazing how you can just get into the rhythm of naturally trying to take a normal race in line and just giving that a little bit too less room. Jessen goes a little bit wide going through turns 1, and subsequently is going to lose some time in turn 2. Ultimately though, he's catching up to Holter, so I don't think he's going to be too fussed at the moment. So a P8. Looking at the pace that they're catching up, unfortunately, it might not necessarily a question of if, but a question of when at this stage of the race. It's an hour and 23 minutes have gone. And this race is going very, very quickly. I don't know about yourself, David, but it is flying for me.
Yeah, certainly is. And again, we're coming up to that first third of the race in the pocket, and already done and dusted. Till Jørgensen for Lutz Motorsport we're watching just now, trying to catch on the back of that Honda of Jan Holter. And the Honda, I'll be honest, I think that is now past its best a little bit in terms of the tyres here. We're starting to see the track temperature falling very, very slightly. The air temperature is 32 degrees, but the track temperature down to 41 degrees, so just 1 degree of change there. And interesting to see how that one develops, but Porsche certainly looks like it's got the pace and the momentum right now to take that position from the number 73 of Jan Holter. The gap up at the front as well, it's still Danilo Santoro for the number 27 outfit of Jacer Racing, who is teammates with Matteo Caruso and Martin Derland up in the lead of the race from the 41 Lada Sport Rosneft team of Yiger Ogorondikov. 6.3 seconds, that gap stable and has been there since the pit stops there after that 5-second penalty for the Lada Sport Rosneft team for I believe it was for aggressive driving or for unneeded contact on that 41 there. But this is the battle for 8th and 9th place there. You can see the Honda that was up in 3rd place. This is back to the H3 Racing battle of that's Hamada Erkizi, and you've got is that a Porsche on the left hand side? I don't think then this is for position. That is 192. That's not for position. That is Niels van de Kekkel. And again, if that 192 car was still in the running, I mean they're about a lap down. But Niels van de Kekkel, very, very fast driver, and it could have been so different.
It could have been indeed, and as you say, it's not over until the checker flag drops. But I think some people may sort of be looking at it going, how come they're battling? At the same time, you've got to look at it is if Kekkel has got the pace, which by the looks of it he has, he is well within his right to try and make some positions up and to try and unlap himself. Absolutely a thing. A lot of people, they do. It can be done. And you've got to make sure as well that if you are slower, though, you do have to let the position go. But if you are faster, yes, you have every right to try and unlap yourself. That's definitely definitely ruling, and you are able to do that, which is what we can see there. So, see how that goes. I mean, 4 hours and 34 minutes, if you've got that pace, you can probably catch up. Whether it's a lap, that's a bit of a stretch, but you can catch up a fair amount. So any sort of stragglers that have some small little penalties or some small issues, I'm going to pick up a few places. So it's not over until the checker flag drops. We'll have to see how that goes into the closing stages of the race. Sandro Pedroziello in the number 53 Aston Martin, currently being hunted down by Van Oben in the 888 Aston Martin. So the best two Aston Martin versus each other. Again, at the moment, that's going to be Van Omen, the 888 that's going to have the toe coming down. I mean, P18 at this point, a 5.2 second gap ahead. Depending on the pace, again, possibly save fuel. It's always a thing that you can, especially somewhere like Monza, it's actually quite a big thing that you can save. You can save a quite considerable amount of fuel. This is Christie's just got past the number 192 again so this is where it becomes a little bit tricky, is the fact that while the 192 car and the 192, they can actually pull away, they can make moves. At the same time, though, they're not far enough, or they're not fast enough necessarily to be able to maintain that position. So you've got to look at that. Yeah, Hamada Christie, he's going to obviously try and naturally get past and try and pull away as much as he can. But obviously Niels van de Kekkel, he's going to be wanting to try and make up any positions that he can. This is a bit of a tricky situation, especially now that he's got Shinov only a few tenths behind him. So he's going to have to let this position go. Blue flags are going to come into play. He's going to have to let them go. Might even try and just let the move happen and then try and sit behind. Again, saving fuel, not the end of the world.
It certainly isn't, and the thing is I actually wonder if there's been an issue for Niels van de Kekkel there to allow Erkizi to take that place back so quickly rather than just being on raw pace on the track. We'll certainly see, because Shinov is going to want to get past Niels van de Kekkel quite quickly, but it's not really going to be a massive detriment to Shinov, because we see the pace that the 192 car has got, and that Bentley will quite happily take a couple of little sips of the aero and that boost that the Porsche has given there, although that Porsche looking very, very wobbly on the entry to the final corner there. But keeps it going round the outside there. Hamada Erkizi doing his best there. Now, you mentioned Jan Willem van Omen in that 888 Aston taking over from it was James Parker behind the wheel of that 888 machine. They're doing a cracking job keeping themselves in contention. First to 20th place is actually 73 seconds. So that, all within one lap. And again, I mean, it really is. With 4.5 hours to go, it's trying to think about how far down is still in contention. I mean, given that we've got 20 cars there, it's all spread out. I mean, the gap from first to second is only 6.5 seconds. Then from third down to 20th place there, you're looking probably about 40 seconds.
I think now this is now that we've gone through the first pit stop, first round of pit stops for different stages. I think realistically, probably the top 20 is out of the question for. I think you'll find that I think the top 20. I think I definitely have the ability to still be within the top 10, I reckon. So 20th position has the opportunity to be in the top 10. I definitely think that's still a possibility. I think going forward in terms of the top 5, that's a little bit more, that's a bit more trickier a podium. I would probably even say maybe the top 10. Actually, no. I might even take that back. I might say that the top 20 possibly have a position to be in the top 5. I think that's got to be. You've got to have a very, very quick car. You've got to have a good amount of pace. You've got to have probably a bit of luck as well involved, I'm sure. But I think that the top 15, I reckon, has an opportunity within the top 5, and top 20 has an opportunity to get in the top 10. I could be completely wrong, and I'm sure that I will be disproven towards the end of this race. But that's my hunch at the moment. So we'll have to see again how that develops. But at the moment, we'll see where Willem van Oomen does come. And himself alongside James Parker in the 888 Aston Martin. Still can't quite catch up to Petrosiello in the 53 Aston Martin. So at the moment, he's just holding his own ground and running his own race. Probably isn't close enough to actually try and save some fuel, to be fair.
Just having a look here, because what we've also got to think about here is that we're going to have a driver change very, very shortly. Igor Ogorondikov, very, very fast driver, obviously, for the 41 Lada Sport Rosneft team. So is Danilo Santoro. So arguably, both the 27 and the 41 have got their fastest driver in the car just now. But looking at the other 27 drivers, Matteo Caruso still to get in, and Martin Deland still get in as well. I'm a little bit more comfortable knowing Yaroslav Chevroletov and Ivan Shermatinsky. The pace difference from them isn't massive. I mean, you're talking maybe a second for those other drivers. But again, you look at Eamon Murphy in the 149, they've not used their fastest driver yet, which is by far Mikhail Statsenko. I mean, he is an absolute rocket ship. So with them in 6th place, 4.5 hours to go, it's going to be very, very interesting to see how this one pans out.
Yep, again, that's the joys of team racing, actually, to be not necessarily good for the commentators, because we have almost no idea of how it's going to pan out, especially when you go into, when you're in sim racing, when you're in sprint racing, you've got a little bit more of an idea if you've just got one driver, because you know that the pace that they've got, and you have an understanding of how quick that car is going to be. Again, as soon as you put different drivers in, that all gets thrown out the window, and you've got to actually determine what pace and estimate what the pace is going to be of these different drivers. So, yeah, as you say, can all change completely, and I'm sure it will. But yes, Eamon Murphy in that Yasheet 149 car is going to be, I'm sure, in a very, very good position when the next round of driver swaps happen. One thing I'm actually keeping an eye on, and continuing to keep an eye on through here, is the gap between Santoro and Igor Ogrodnikov, because last lap they were almost identical. This is to give you an idea going through. So it was 0.02 of a second difference on their last laps. Now that is about as close as you can actually be. The gap is holding its own at 6.3 seconds. So it goes to show that 5 seconds had actually quite a sizable impact. Still in P2 though, and a good chunk ahead of Bischoff in the McLaren for 996 P3, who's done a very, very stellar job to get his car back up into that P3 spot, because he had a few problems at the start of the race. So back up into P3, a very, very good performance at the moment for him. Looking at it now though, 0.4 of a second was that last lap, so possibly some traffic through there for Santoro. So yeah, just over 0.4 of a second did Ogrodnikov take away from Santoro. So the gap is slowly coming. I say slowly coming down. It was almost half a second. That's not a slow margin at all. That's a very, very large margin. if Eagle can do that a few more times, he's going to be on that back bumper within the next, probably I'd say, before the next pit stop, if he can maintain that pace. That would be a little bit tricky, though. If he can, then after the next round of pit stops, that's going to be slow. That's going to be that's going to be very, very close.
It is. Just to update you, you're absolutely spot on what you thought it was. The leader, Danilo Santoro, getting past the number 52 of Rasmus Christiansen. He's also now got the 4:11 in front of him as well. That's going to go another lap down. That's the 4:11 of Martin Schumacher after they got out of the pit stop issue that they had. We've got yellow flags out as the number 72, that is Dominic Schneider in the Porsche that has recovered at Ascari. Doesn't look like any damage to that number 72, but again it's going to be that age-old issue of taking too much curb or going across that right-hand side, and the back end just sweeps out. Meanwhile, we're back on board with Hamada Arkizi for the H3 Racing 404 machine, trying to catch down Sever in that number 14 Unicorns of Love outfit. Again, Sever seemed to go backwards just from before the pit stop, was up into that top 10, had a brilliant effort charging that BMW down into the top 10, has kind of went backwards ever since. Arkizi taken over from Luke Whitehead again, was another car that was up into that top 10 as well, but issues and incidents have kind of caught that car out. Look at how much that BMW is being hassled and hounded by the Ferrari, the 404 Ferrari. But again, this is where it just comes into its own. On the exit of Ascari, that BMW just has the legs to tear away from the Ferrari. Incredible stuff. They come round the Parabolica then to start another lap. Late on into the bikes is Hamada Arkizi going to try and get that toe, but again, watch the BMW just lights up the rear tyres and just goes for it right now. But Hamada Arkizi might be close enough to get the toe down towards turn 1. I still think, Dan, that he's too far back to make a move here.
Well, we're going to have to see. Arkizi goes to the inside. It's going to have to be late on the brakes. But again, the BMW has just got so much pace. It seems that the BMW doesn't really have a weak point around Monza. It's really good on the brakes. It's got the only way that it possibly struggles is on that initial traction. The Ferrari has very, very good traction indeed. We can see that as well. So the H3 Racing 404 Ferrari gets a very good run on the exit of turn 2. But then again, look at it. The BMW just pulls away. Sever just gaps about. It's not too much. It's about half a car length, maybe a little bit less, but it's enough. Especially the fact that Arkizi is also in the slipstream and can't quite make a move. Look at going through it. Now this is a bit tricky. Now I personally wouldn't be battling at this point. If I was the 192 of Kekel, I would let these guys battle. There's no point trying to get involved. Otherwise you're going to be causing some problems for yourself, and you're not going to be making too many friends out on track. So it's a bit of a tricky position, an unfortunate position for the 192. But at this point, has to stay behind. You realistically can't battle at this point. Otherwise, he's just going to be sewn up and causing some issues. As I said, that he's going to try and prove me wrong. Possibly go up the inside. Nope, sides against it.
Oh, Niels van de Kekel. It wouldn't be a race without him being the centre of attention, really. But it's frustrating because Niels is just like devastatingly quick. He's such a fast racer, and he doesn't deserve to be a lap down. But that's racing. That's what happens. You kind of have to take the rough with the smooth, and it's about how they recover from that early incident. And one lap down isn't a massive deal in the grand scheme of things with 4.5 hours left to go, but Arkizi has a much better run out the Parabolica, closer than he's ever been before. It's almost bump drafting NASCAR style. Pulls out. I think that's a little bit too early, because look at the 192. He's surely not going to make it 3 wide, too far back, but Hamada Arkizi gets the move done, takes that position from Sever, and is Niels van de Kekel going to try and look up the inside of the BMW? Oh, there's a little bit of side-by-side contact here. And Niels van de Kekel tries to make the move done, and I guarantee he's going to try and make a move on Arkizi around this corner here.
Well, to be fair, let's see how it goes. He pulls out on the right. He's flashing his lights. Not entirely sure why, because he hasn't got technically the right of way. And nearly sends it up the inside. So, yeah, Kekel, he's now he is getting involved. So he's either got to make the move stick and then pull away, or again, he's going to have to at some point let the position come back from Sever. It's a very tricky position. As you say, does not deserve to be on the outside. He doesn't deserve to be a lap down, not at all, because he has got the pace. And again, realistically, as well, you've actually got to look at as well, looking further back. So you've got Sever and Shinov as well, the 217. So the Bentley, this is also a problem that Sever is actually, whether he was being held up or not, he did lose a bit of time when the Porsche of Kekel pulled back into the racing line going through the second chicane. So the Bentley's actually going to get a good run, possibly as well. Sever's going to lose out another position. Not ideal when the car in front of him is a lap down.
Yeah, it's a difficult one though, because the gap between Sever and Niels van Kekel, though, I honestly think that BMW is really, really struggling, whether it's tyres, whether it's pressures or something. There is something that is just not clicking with this current configuration of the track. It was about an hour ago, but Sever going backwards, and I think going to be very easy prey for Shinov in that Bentley. This is back to Dominic Alvarez for the Team Fordzilla Lexus machine, trying to catch up onto the back of Blotto in that 194 Mercedes. Again, Blotto, another car that is struggling with this current track conditions right now. It seems to be going backwards, but managing just to hold on to that 11th place just now. Here's Alexander Shinov trying to catch up to Sever in that number 14 Unicorns of Love. René Sever really, really having a lot of pressure right now. Just having a look at the gap between first and second place. It's stabilised again, 5.9 seconds, and I do wonder if Igor Ogorodnikov is not pushing as hard as he can. He's just trying to manage the tyres. But Danilo Santoro is matching by about a tenth is the difference between Igor and Danilo. But, I mean, the two of them just absolutely hammering out these lap times.
Yeah, and we just actually saw the last lap from Igor Ogorodnikov was 7. It's actually 1.1 seconds slower. So the gap has dropped down. Again, traffic, one would imagine that traffic would be the issue there. And we've just been confirmed that as well. So yes, traffic was the reason that Igor was a little bit slower on that lap. So again, swings and roundabouts. It happens to both parties. Sometimes you feel like you get all the luck in the world and you sail through all the traffic, you don't lose any time, it's amazing. But then the next race, you feel like you just get tagged every single position and every single time that you can. Looking though, current battle on your screen, I say a battle, it's actually now increased. So Sever has actually pulled away about 4 tenths from Shinov. So again, the BMW really utilising the straight line speed that it's got. He hasn't got a toe ahead, trying to break the toe actually from Shinov, obviously to no real effect, because Shinov just follows the line that he takes. But look, absolutely no chance for the 217 Bentley to catch up that BMW. That BMW is so fast in a straight line. Oh, that was a bit of contact there. Oh no, what I thought was going to happen, that was a tag there. That has got to have been the fact that Kekel waited as well. That was 100% a tag there, I reckon, going into the braking zone out of turn 1. And I'm sure we're going to get a replay of that. But again, this is the problem, unfortunately. If that is what I think it is, then Kekel has spoilt the race a little bit for Christie, which is not what you want, especially when you're a lap down.
Oofed. I think it's the sound effect that we're looking for just now. That is unfortunate to say the least. Again, we're speculating just now. We'll get confirmation on the replay, but that's exactly what it looks like. It looks like that Porsche. And again, he's straight back into fighting Christie just now. And I mean, if that's me and that is what's happened, then I'm wanting to keep a low profile and just kind of get that 404 as far away from me as possible. But if that's not what's happened, and the 404's made a mistake and caught the 192 out there, then yeah, he's within his rights to push as hard as he can again. But we'll wait to see what race control has to say. A very good afternoon to Alaric Ensline, one of the regulars here at the SimGrid, saying that the BOP is making him smile, and it's making us smile as well. I think that's 8 different manufacturers in the top 10. Cracking day at the races here, and a big thank you to everyone joining us. Right, here is the 192, and I've just got a horrible feeling in my stomach here from that 404. Look at how late he is on the brakes, and that's going to be a boop, isn't it? Yep, it's a boop, and race control are going to absolutely maul him. That doesn't need to be broken down any more than what it was there. Again, again,
just goes through. That was a Christie going very. I think he had a bit of a rotation moment. The car wanted to swap ends on him, going through turn 1. So, unfortunately, that was another bit of time loss as well. I mean, whether I think too strongly of this, that could very well be me. But from my side, that's a big no-no, and I would unfortunately I'd be looking at that very, very heavily, because at the end of the day, as much as you are quick and you've got the pace, again, doesn't deserve to be a lap down, not by any stretch of the imagination. At the same time, though, you've got to be playing to your race at the current time, and I'm spoiling someone else's race, not ideal. But at the end of the day, again, both drivers move on, race control will be looking at it, and then we'll get confirmation what they decide going forward. Meanwhile, though, look at this. This is the battle between Eamon Murphy and Martinez. This is the 121 Audi of going through. That is Martinez Amir. So what's going to happen? We know that Eamon Murphy's got the pace, the 149. He's actually got the slipstream as well. These cars are relatively neck and neck in straight line if they're side by side. But Eamon Murphy has got the toe coming down. Is there going to be a move into turn 1? Possibly. Which way is Amir going to have to make him go? He forces Eamon Murphy around the outside, but is he going to be, if he can make the move stick, he might even do it before turn 2. Look at that from Eamon Murphy. Is there going to be a cutback from Amir? No, there is not. So Eamon Murphy around the outside of turn 1 onto the inside of turn 2. That was done and dusted. No mess, no qualms. Off he goes. Great stuff indeed from Eamon Murphy.
That was awesome from Murphy. Just absolutely done him. That's what you call that one there. He's been absolutely done. That is a brilliant move there from Eamon Murphy to get that move done on Martinez Amir and Odox Motorsport Thrustmaster. I mean, that's huge implications, because these two are first and second in the championship, Yazzie, against Odox Motorwork. So, I mean, that is a pretty big move on the track, and we'll see that there. And to be honest, off my very low IQ, level 3 maths that's going on right now in my head, that puts things pretty even at the top of the championship. With the fact that you've got the 41 Ladder Sport Rosnev team so far up in front as well. So yeah, it's going to be very close at the top of the championship if this is how it goes. But I mean, it's way too early to think that. We're barely 2 hours into a 6-hour race, barely hitting 1/3 race distance, but we're coming up to the point, Dan, where we have to think now about strategy and about pit stops.
Well, yeah, exactly. So the second round of pit stops are coming through now, and drivers now have an opportunity to decide where they sort of apply and where they go through. Oh, Lewis Pret goes ever so slightly wide, just jumps the curb over into the second chicane and loses probably a couple of tenths there. Not ideal, not what he wanted to do. So he's lost a bit of time to Schneider in the 72 Porsche. This is where we've got teams have got to make decisions here and how they play these next 4 hours to go. You've got to make sure that you're pitting under the hour to make sure that you don't have to do a splash and dash. At the same time, there's probably a couple of options that people want to do, whether they pit earlier, whether they pit later. Again, a lot of it's going to be dependent on how much they can fuel save, and that's going to be a key thing. And not a lot of people have been doing it that we can see, or not that I can really have a look at. People have just been battling as hard as they can for as long as they can. No one's been really trying to save the fuel. So if someone has that we haven't noticed, we may see them jump up the grid occasionally. We might see him jump up the grid to the latter half of the race. We'll have to see again how that develops going forward. Indeed, but instead it's close. There's battles all over the place. Look at that. This is Christensen versus Christie, who had the unfortunate incident a couple of laps ago. So he's now trying to work back through the field. Again, didn't lose too many positions, still respectable in a P15 at the moment, but he's got the pace. We know he's got the pace to catch up, and the guys ahead possibly will be battling as well.
Would you believe that already up into 16th, as it were, but I'm pretty sure that he was close to going a lap down, was the number 52. But again, he's done a heck of a recovery drive, if that is the case, in the Pulse SimSport number 52 machine. I couldn't tell if that was the paint job, the livery on the car, but it did look from a distance there that it had been through a couple of issues. But it is just the paint scheme that is on that car. So the 52 did a decent job with less than a third of the race gone, keeping himself within that top 20. Is what's that? The 52 is 65 seconds off the leader. So top 10 could be very, very possible for this team.
Yeah, indeed. Like I said, we've got 6/10 off of Christie at the moment, but Christie is pulling a gap a little bit. So, again, they just need to keep running what they're doing. Possibly, again, they might want to try a different strategy. If you're a little bit further down the grid in this sort of position, you've got some options then. The further up the grid you go, you've got to always be that little bit more tentative on your different strategy calls and trying to make a slightly adverse strategy. The further down the grid you go, the less you have to lose in a certain degree. So, at the same time, we might see some interest, we might see some different changes to some strategies that teams may use, and either two things are going to happen. That's going to pay off, or it's not. So we're going to have to see again how that progresses through with these next couple of pit stops. At the moment, Christie, actually looking at the gap is 2 seconds. I want to keep an eye on that, because we know, like I said, Christie has got the pace. I just want to see where he can move up to. Again, continuing to sit on I'm just looking, always keep an eye on that gap between first and second. At the moment, it's going up, and it's going up quite a considerable amount. The gap is now 7.4 seconds. So obviously traffic playing a part, traffic not being ideal for both of these drivers, but at the moment, Igor Ogorodnikov is the person that's losing out the most at the moment.
Yeah, that's actually happened. I think it was about 2 laps ago that gap opened up by about 2 seconds as Santoro able to deal with some clear space right now. He's behind the number 17 at the moment on the track, and that is, of course, the number 17. I was trying to casually look that up. Yeah, that's Luis Prete in the Mercedes that he's behind just now. But meanwhile, Ogorodnikov has got a couple of different cars. He's got the 411 in front of him, as well as the 154. So the 411 is Martin Schumacher, and the 154. I think that's who's in front of him. Sorry, no, that is the 254 that's in front of him. So again, just more cars that are in the way of Ogorodnikov. I don't think he's going to be too fussed. I think he's quite happy just playing his own game and racing his own race. We see blue flags coming out there, but it's going to be very interesting, I'll be honest, to see what happens to that 192 car of Niels van de Kekelt, because I do get the feeling there's going to be a penalty coming his way.
Well, yeah, we're going to have to see, again, once race control confirms that for us, obviously we'll be able to let everyone know. So Dominic Alvarez in P12 currently. He's got an 0.8 of a second gap, just under a second between Blotto. We see Blotto, he's stabilised a little bit now, currently in P11. He's got 1.4 off of between himself and Jurison. So, like I said, yeah, he's stabilised a little bit at this moment in time. Actually, the gap has come down. I'll tell a lie. The gap is now about 0.3 of a second. It's really come down. And that is Contagianis in the 34 Lamborghini that's leading this 4-car train at the moment. I think he's going to be losing some more time. So we're going to see this battle really kick off in a moment, especially if Contagianis, he hasn't got anyone in front of him really to gain a tow, whereas everyone behind him has. So this battle is really going to close up now. Let's have a look at the gap between himself and Jurison in the 99 Porsche. Is it going to be closer? I'm sure it will be. The question is, how much closer is it going to be? We know the Lexus is also quick in a straight line. Look at the run that he's got on Blotto. It looked from that camera like he was really catching him up quick, and I think he is. Look at the gap coming down. Again, we just saw it there. Great helicopter cam shot that just visualized that for the last few moments of that straight line speed. You can see the pace difference. So really, Lexus does lose out on traction, though, I think. It's one of the cars that we've seen that between the Lexus and the Nissan and the BMW, they're very quick in a straight line. They do lose out a little bit on the traction on the exit of these corners. So it does even itself out. But the Lexus, a monster in a straight line. Yeah, we're just having to see how this battle... It's not quite there yet. It's simmering at the moment. We just any small little mistake, that's really going to bunch everything up again, and especially if Contagianis and Jurison, if these two start battling, that's going to obviously naturally bring both Blotto and Alvarez right up to the battle of the pack, and that two-way battle will become a four-way battle almost instantly.
Certainly will. So if you're just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, we're coming up to the first third of the race done and dusted. It's the Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster, round 2 here, the 6 hours of Monza, live on the SimGrid YouTube channel. As always, if you enjoy what you're seeing here, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. It really does help us out. And if you want to share it with your friends and the community as well, hit that share button, share it onto whatever social platform you like. Use the hashtag the SimGrid, and we would love to hear from you as well. Get in the YouTube chat as well. A very good afternoon to Jay Raby, to Miles Dixon, Boosie and Shooter Dash, as well as we were speaking about Alara Kinsland, who is one of the regular drivers here at the SimGrid. If you do fancy getting involved, then head over to thesimgrid.com. We have got tons and tons of competitions. I'll tell you more about that in a second, as we see Dominic Alvarez for Team Fordzilla. Lexus trying to go around the outside of Blotto. It's a carbon copy move. Beautiful, beautiful stuff there from the Lexus. Gets that move done very, very easy indeed. And again, great awareness from Blotto to allow that move to happen. But if you do fancy taking part in some of the pinnacle of esports entertainment and some of the competitions here at SimGrid, head over to thesimgrid.com. If you're like me and you're very, very, very slow, they've got a wide range of splits for all abilities as well, so everybody can enjoy some of the action as well, and you don't need to worry about that, because I've tried myself, Dan, getting involved in split one races, and it's really not gone down too well. But you know, let's say, joking aside, if you do fancy, get over to thesimgrid.com. They've also got the daily racing as well, so you can enjoy every single day of the week. You can enjoy some great fun racing across GT3s and GT4s and a wide variety of tracks. Huge thank you to our partners for the season as well, ExpressVPN. You can get yourself 3 months free of their brilliant privacy package on a 12-month package. Get 3 months free. Head over to expressvpn.com/thesimgrid. That's expressvpn.com/thesimgrid. 3 months free on a 12-month package as a thank you from us here at the SimGrid. And also to SimSock at simsock.com. You can get one of the most underrated, underappreciated parts of sim racing equipment. We spend hundreds and hundreds and thousands of pounds on wheels and pedals and VR headsets and everything like that, and we still use a pair of £3 socks that we've got at our local supermarket. Let's change that. Head over to simsock.com, get yourself their patented wicking technology that keeps your feet cool under situations like this where you're doing a 6-hour race as well, and keep your feet where they need to be, gripped on the pedals. simsock.com. And also a huge thank you to Coach Dave Academy. As always, they have been our partners from the very, very start, offering you professionally developed esports ready setups. And also one of their new things now is this one-to-one driver coaching that I would say is probably one of the most important things that you can do investing in yourself. If you're going to be taking esports seriously and as a career, get yourself some of those incredible one-to-one coaching driver sessions from some of the biggest names in real life GT3 racing. These guys and girls know what they're talking about and can show you exactly where to get those 2/3 of a second per corner per lap. Coach Dave Academy. And also Thrustmaster, who are the title sponsor of the race itself. I'm a big Thrustmaster fanboy. I don't really need to say anything more about that. But yeah, Dan, that's me earned my pennies for another hour. Back to the racing. 3 minutes left to go towards the hour. Pit stops are going to come in thick and fast. What do we think we're going to see over the next 10-15 minutes?
Well, I think, to be fair, whoever pits first is going to be naturally a response, I think, as well. Anyone that pits, especially anyone that pits under this 5-minute bar, track conditions again haven't changed. So this is the other thing to watch out for, is the pit stops this time around might be a little bit easier now that teams have a bit more data on their tyre strategy and where the tyres are. We could see some people who've actually seen one person coming out the pits, so they couldn't quite see who that was. It looked like a Mercedes. If you get the tyres right, we have seen a couple of people, and we have seen a couple of teams that have dropped off a little bit. And my guess would be the tyres aren't at their optimum. This is valuable data that once they jump back into the pits, as long as they get it right, they are going to be absolutely flying if they can get those points. I think Holter was the one that I have a feeling is going to be the person that's, if they can get tyres switched on, if it is that issue, they're going to be up on pace again as they were in qualifying.
I'm keeping an eye on Maxime Batifu in that GTR, because currently the fastest man on the track right now, 149.3, faster than Danilo Santoro and Igor Ogorondikov by at least a 10. So the gap coming down between first and second place, but Maxime Batifu 4/10 faster than the car in front of him, which is just 2.3 seconds down the road, now 2 seconds down the road. So this could be a late charge for the GTR. Sebastian Zitola in there in YouTube chat saying who is teamed up with Santoro for this event. So he's in the number 27 JSA car, and that is Matteo Caruso and Martin Dearland that are in the car along with him. Igor Ogorondikov is currently doing 149.7s, and your race leader doing 149.6s.
Close indeed, isn't it? To be fair, I think, look at that. Team standing, this is a live team standings update. So, joint between first and second is Lada Sport Rosneft and Odox Motorsport, with Yas Heat only 6 points behind. Now, that is so close. That is so close as well. Jason as well, they're not actually scoring any points at the moment in time, and they're still going to be 5th in the standings. So, it's close. It's still all to play for after the second round. And bear in mind, these are points as they stand now. If anything changes, obviously, naturally, we'll see some updates there. But the top 2 joint on points, that is, again, so close. And it's going to be like it all throughout the season. Meanwhile, we've got a battle on track. This is Yersin. Goes one way, goes the other, then goes the other way again, trying to find a way past the big boat of the Lexus. But he almost takes up the entire width of the track, and he can't quite find a way round. It's actually, he might be using it just to actually see where to go. It's so close to that Lexus. It's such a big car. Same problem you have with the Nissan GTR. If you're too close to the back of either of these cars, BMW, same sort of thing, you can't see anything. You're completely blind. So you've got to try and make things a little bit easier for yourself. But at the moment, till Yersin doesn't find a way by. We just looked at, well, look at the top. Look, David, this is one for yourself as well. Look at the top gap. It was 7.5 seconds when we last probably looked at it. It's now 6.8 seconds. It's close as Yersin goes a little bit wide. But again, it's just they're switching lap times. They're switching times all the way backwards and forwards between these two, between the top 2.
Yeah, they certainly are. And that gap also between 3rd and 4th place now just 1.2 seconds. So Maxime Batifu is on an absolute charge right now in that 333 Nissan GTR, and the 996 of Bischoff. Marco Bischoff is going to have to start watching his mirrors very soon, because the ambassadors for Renvelten team is going to get absolutely devoured by that big bad Godzilla 333 of Virtual Drivers by TX3 AAA esports machine in the next lap or so. We've already had drivers into pit lane. I believe I saw the 404 of H3 Racing's Hamada Erkizi into the pit lane. Interested to see if that is going to be Redoin Misao that takes over the controls of 404 just now. But we've got another penalty coming in just now. It's the incident between 404 and 192. And Dan, you called this one. This is the incident with Niels van der Kekelt in that 192 that was a lapped car. 15-second penalty for the 192 for avoidable contact.
Yeah, I think justified, fair in the day. It's a shame while it doesn't affect Kekelt so much, it affects again, for the life of me, I've had a complete mind back on the car that we were talking about. But one car doesn't get affected more than the other. It's a shame. That's the way it is. Unfortunately, Race Control, I think, have made the right call. And I think we can probably all agree on that. Yep, it's a bit of a shame. Next race will obviously be different. They'll all be able to go again. Yeah, just need to put the incident behind them and continue going forward. A couple of pit stops as well. We can see a few people in the pits. You've got we've actually just got top left-hand corner of your screen. You can see Igor Ogrodikov in the pits now. So he's going to be stopping. What's he going to be doing as well? Is there going to be a driver swap possibly this time out? And as well, same thing for Dan for Santoro. 66 laps completed for himself. And are we going to be seeing a driver swap happening for Santoro?
So here we go then, as we enter our second hour here at the SimGrid Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster, round 2, 6 hours of Monza. Your race leader Danilo Santoro from Igor Ogorodnikov and Marco Bischoff. That is your top 3 as we head into pit stops. We're going to take a very short commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have the final 2/3 of the race. So a very warm welcome back. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You join us here as we head into the third hour of action here at Monza for the 6-hour race here, the Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster Season 3. It's David Christie alongside Dan Handover for an amazing race. Dan Santoro into the pits there in the number 27, as is Eamon Murphy in the 149 Yaz Heat machine, the Ferrari as well as Conto Giannis into the car for the number 34 Lamborghini. We've not really said much about Shodakis in that Greek Souvlaki squad Lamborghini, but out of position. We've got a turn 1 incident involving the number 100, and the race leader was in that as well. Santoro caught up in that, and there is second place. There is Shemertinsky on the Tanitsa. Oh my goodness me, Dan, this is a bit of a revelation and we're barely halfway into the race.
I know, it's all kicked off at the moment, hasn't it? It's really started to kick off now. Something that we talked about it earlier on, didn't we? Anything can happen, absolutely anything, and we've definitely seen that here. What is going to happen between these two here? This is Tanitsa versus Shemertinsky. They're so close. They're still side by side going through the first Lesmo. Second Lesmo, exactly the same. We see Shemertinsky has to back out of it though. Both keep it as clean as they possibly can, just giving each other enough room. But all in all, that was a great bit of racing from these two. Yeah, this has thrown a big spanner in the works. Not what Tanitsa wanted, to come out and then straight into a battle. He's got to settle into it first as well. Round the outside does go Shemertinsky. Is he going to make it stick? Oh my goodness, what a move on the entry into the Ascari chicane. That was absolutely perfect. What a move from even Shemertinsky for the Lada Sport Rosneft car, and something that Tanitsa, while he defended it well, couldn't make any moves against it. That was great stuff.
Awesome stuff, but I'm kind of worried. I'm looking ahead and I'm seeing the battle that's going on from that car again. It's a lap down. It's a 192 Racing Line Motorsport, and that was Niels van de Kekelt that was in the car there, but manages to hold on. Meanwhile, Michael Tanitsa for the Journalista Esports Academy, number 27, trying to hold on to Shemertinsky, but Shemertinsky is absolutely away with it right now. He's got a car in between him. That is the 192 Racing Line Motorsport, and that is going to be a bit of an advantage there as we see Tanitsa running wide in that Journalista Esports Academy machine, and this is looking very good for that Lada Sport Rosneft car.
Well, it is indeed at the moment. 70 laps. I think that's, like I said, definitely not what Tanitsa wanted. He's just come out of the pits and he's gone straight into a battle. Obviously, the incident that happened did not help the situation. But yeah, that has really put a spanner into the works. So he's got to settle in. I know Shemertinsky also has as well. This is the first drive for both of these drivers, and they've both got to settle in to what they're doing. But at the moment, Shemertinsky is the man that is at the front and the man that is putting the pace in. We have to see how far he can extend that gap. Back into P17, this is a bit of a battle here between, this is Krush and Sami Katula for the number 11 Mercedes-Benz versus the number 217 Bentley. So they're battling for P16 at the moment. The Mercedes gets the run down, possibly into turn 1. Last minute dart out of the slipstream, late on the brakes there. Is he going to make it stick? He does just about. Turned it to pretty much perfection. The Bentley tries to get the undercut, can't quite do it. The Sami Gatula from Grip Hacks Engineering, good stuff indeed. That was a cracking move going through. Very well placed, gave enough room. Good stuff.
Yeah, really enjoyed that just now. I'm looking for Michael Tanitsa just on the exit of the final corner there just now. So again, the gap that they've opened up on that front group is absolutely absurd right now. Just watching the cars making their way through. Tanitsa, I've got to be honest, I think that is looking very comfortable for him, and Shemertinsky now just has to ease things out and keep things going right now, because that Ferrari is in a bit no man's land right now. 3 seconds almost behind, and how things have turned on their head in the past 15 minutes.
I know, I get this, and this is not to say that it's not going to happen, and the exact same thing isn't going to happen again. That's the other main thing that you've got to watch out for, is this can quite easily change, and this can quite easily go around completely and be turned on its head again. at the moment, we've got another bit of a battle here. So Eunice Van Druten battling with Determi. I actually wouldn't say it's a bit of a battle. We did see the Nissan jump the McLaren in the pit. So then now up into P3, and at the moment pulling away. So that 333 Nissan, I don't know what it's running on, but it's definitely making the car very, very fast indeed. And has pulled another 3/10. Look at that. Almost a second now is the gap between P3 and P4. So a very, very quick Nissan GTR at the moment.
I'd keep an eye on the 149 Yas of Mikhail Statsenko as well. Probably one of the faster drivers that you're going to see this afternoon. Currently down in P5. 10 seconds is the gap between him and Eunice van Druyten in the 996 McLaren just now. But as you pointed out, Simon Duterme in that 333 Nissan GTR. He is actually starting to gap a little bit because the gap was under a second. Now Simon starting to pull that gap over a second. Now we'll keep an eye on that and see whether or not that actually lasts out. But yeah, this is awesome stuff. As we see, Statsenko is just coming off of that back straight. Now he's trying to catch up, but again, it's a heck of an effort to try and catch up to this battle going on away up the road in front of him. And in fact, you can see there Eunice van Druyten there going a little bit wide out of that final corner there. A very good good afternoon to Chris Hartfeld, who is basically unhappy because we saw him in that moment on that curb on the exit of the Ascari chicane there, and he's basically saying that he goes that line every single time, and for whatever reason it just decided to catch him out on that one. And I'll be honest, Dan, I've heard that quite a few times from real life racing drivers as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's one of the big similarities between sim racing and real racing, is you feel like you do, and you can do the exact same thing for laps after lap after lap, and then the one time that you, again, seemingly you do exactly the same thing, car decides that it doesn't want to play ball, especially something like there, Romagnoli, again, the 29, the Ferrari, it didn't look like really he made any difference. The braking point looked good. It's just sometimes the car does not respond well. Could be some small little variables. I've looked, the track has actually come down a little bit in temperature. The air temperature has gone up. The track temperature, we're actually going to be told as well, the temperature will come down naturally, because if you look at the time as well, the time is coming down into the evenings. The times will start to drop. Drivers will have to watch out for that. But yeah, it's just one of those things. And yeah, I think we can all feel, both from real world and sim world, the frustrations that have, especially when going through the exit of the Shigari chicane, because I think we've all been caught out there at some point. I know I have, more times than I care to mention.
I'm glad you said that, because I get caught in every single lap, so we'll just sort of casually fly by that one. But 3 3/4 hours left to go in the race, and it's still Ivan Shermatinsky in that number 41 who is out in front. Now that gap looks to have doubled over Mikhail Taritza. It's now, about 4 seconds. Taritza, I think he's struggling in that car, because obviously we were mentioning that Shermatinsky has got a little bit of a deficit to the likes of Igor Ogorodnikov and his other teammate, but it's really not been shown up that much because Taritza just not able to capitalise on that just now.
No, indeed. I think it's been a shame. This is where we've seen as well any adjustments that people have made on tyres. Again, they could have worked, they might not have done. So you might see some people actually drop off a little bit in terms of pace, where they may have made some setup changes to adjustments, and it's not worked out in their favour. Ultimately, again, similarly, opposite, we could see some people that weren't necessarily on pace that have now picked up. Again, it's only realistic as well. For anyone that's done driver swaps, 20 minutes in, takes a little bit of time to settle. We've had 2 hours of the previous cars. A lot of people have been doing the first 2 hours on their own. So they've really got into that route. They've got into a rhythm. They know what they're doing. And it's going to take a little bit of time for their teammates to get to that stage as well. So we're going to see again how these drivers progress and how they start to develop, especially with the cooling track temperature. That's also one thing to watch out for. If you're on the cusp of your tyres just getting to the point where they're slightly out of optimum and they're on the warmer side, as the track starts to drop, naturally going to put the car in a position of they're going to be in a better... There's just so many different variables, again, that we're not going to have that available data, and also we're not going to be able to have that knowledge of who's where and who's got pace really until the last stint and once everyone has made their last pit stops, which is the excitement of it as well, I think, David.
Interesting point made in YouTube chat by Thomas Beha, saying that Tanita was a last-minute replacement for this race, which we can confirm, and that the fact that he's not in our entry list, so he probably didn't have that much practice. And again, the fact that he's only dropping about 0.6 of a second, and we've got a crash off in the background. That was around and around and around the corner for the 991 of Jean that has kind of faced into the barrier there. Larry Jean teamed up with Marchand Mathieu and Paul Giffray in that Virtual Drivers by TX3911 car. Dan, I've got to be honest, the Virtual Drivers by TX3 teams, all of them, they've had a bit of an awful race so far.
Yeah, there's going to be some interesting talks post race, I'm sure, and there's going to be a few slap on the wrists. I think I mean, there's not really much you can say. If I'm perfectly honest, it's just, of all the people you don't want to hit, you definitely don't want to hit your teammates. I think one of the most prominent ones to me was Formula One. Was it 2014? Rosberg versus Hamilton, and I think it was Catalunya going into turn 4, and that was a bit of a moment. You could tell as soon as it happened, you could almost imagine Toto Wolff's current composure at that particular moment. And I'm sure that's also one of the things that are similarly between sim racing and real racing, is if something like that happens, if teammate collisions happen, the way that people feel, the way that team managers feel, tends to be the same also. That's another similarity between the sim and real world. Not ideal, but again, 3 hours and 40 minutes left, some salvageable moments, I'm sure.
I don't know. I prefer to think of having their sim boss as Günther Steiner. I think that would be thoroughly entertaining. And just even if it's not, let's just imagine that was the case as well, and the amount of bleeps that would have to be done by Mike Yao, our broadcast director, on that one. But Fenech Christoph, side by side here with Girometti. What a move that was around the outside. In fact, no, was that Ruoff actually he was involved in? Who was trying to catch up with that one as well. So if you are just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back with you very, very shortly. This picture's with us again, and it's okay. Our broadcaster, that's because we mentioned our broadcast director, Mike Yao, and instantly the game decides to just go, nope. I'm out of here. But 3 hours 40 minutes left to go on the race, and you can see the gap now. Fenech Christoph for GTR Masters has got on Ruoff right now. That was a cracking moved on, and you've got to say that car looks absolutely resplendent coming down the start-finish straight here, Dan.
Oh, it does. It's whether it's British Racing Green, I'm not entirely sure. It looks to be the similar shade of British Racing Green in the Aston Martin, perfect colour for it in my eyes. But looking back further down, look at this is Ruoff and Desperate as well. They're going to go side by side down into turn 1, subsequently turn 2 as well. Who is going to be the person that's going to come out on top? Not too sure. Quite see, but I believe they're both still going. Might just see it coming out, just that shot again, side by side. They were side by side all the way through turns 1 and 2. Are they going to be exactly the same going through turns 3 and 4? Let's just have a look as they come out of shot. No, they aren't. So Ruoff jumps back into the slipstream of the McLaren. Can't quite make any moves on the braking, unfortunately. So again, a good opportunistic move. Ruoff tried to make it stick, but ultimately couldn't get that position. We told us, well, there's a bit of a battle with P7, so hopefully we're going to have a chance to have a quick gander at that as well. And we've been told that Dryers is actually back in the Honda as well, Sebastian Dreyer, and he's now putting some additional pace. Look at that, Sebastian Dreyer. P3, they were at the end of the first stint, having dropped down, unfortunately, to P8. Now, starting to make some moves again. Rupert, the number 71 Audi, only just up ahead. We know that the Audi has got a very, very unstable platform in terms of entry. Again, it seems to be working for these guys. They're doing a splendid job in P7. are we going to see Sebastian Dreyer move forward and up the field? He's the second quickest driver out on track, so the Honda has got some pace. Sebastian Dreyer is making that pace known, being the second quickest car out on track, and that's definitely going to be giving that confirmation to everyone. It's also going to be putting Rupert under a lot of pressure. He's got to try and keep that Honda that is very quick at the moment.
Certainly is. Dreyer back behind your wheel, as you said, in that Honda, trying to catch on the back of Felix Rupert in that Audi, the number 71, just ahead of him. Again, they want to be so careful coming out of the exit of the Ascari chicane there. This is XL Racing by Renville and behind each other here, so they're going to have to be very, very careful indeed on the entry to that Parabolica, that final curve, and Dreyer getting a poorer exit than Rupert in that Audi in front. So Rupert just manages to get the legs on that thing. Just looking as well further up the field, Tanita now starting to get his thing going. Dreyer though, my goodness me, Dreyer's made that move before he even got into the braking zone for turn one. That's absurd.
Do you know what? I genuinely, he must have had a stellar run coming of exit at Parabolica. It didn't look like there was much difference, and all of a sudden it just took over. Like the power of that Honda just making itself known, seemingly all of a sudden like a light switch. So I don't know what sort of nitrous at the moment that Dreyer is using, but either way, it's being used very much there. Timo Berkel, he goes up the inside of. That is Crucia, the Bentley, the 217. So he's made some moves there. Look at this, though. Alberto Garcia on the back of Stastenko, the number 149. Obviously, this car is a the Ferrari is a very, very quick car. The Ferrari is a quick car, make no mistake about that. But at the moment, though, Alberto Garcia is the man who is currently the fastest out on track, and Stastenko doesn't have anything that you can really say at this moment in time. So looking at the pace that we caught up, almost 4/10 in a lap, something's happened with the Ferrari, and looking at it, I think it's a matter of when this move is going to be made. Possibly, I thought, well, actually looking at that gap there, the way it was closing up, looked like it was going to be in the last corner. Probably wouldn't be too wise through there. Instead, make the move going down into turn one. That seems to be a fan favourite. Normally is a fan favourite for everyone. It's an easy move to make, provided you can keep the car stable on the exit of turn two. You can get that good traction. We know the Ferrari's got a very, very good traction on the exit of the corners. So are we going to see something like this happen here? Look at the speed difference again. Alberto Garcia pulls out onto the inside. That's going to mean, the braking is done and dusted. Even before the corner actually came up, just stops on the apex just a little bit. Just pulls that pace back a little bit on the apex so that Satensko can't get the cut back. Again, you can't say more. That was stellar. That was a fantastic move by Alberto Garcia.
Yeah, that was awesome stuff, and it might not be over yet because they're on the run down through some lap traffic just now. I'll give you a laugh. Our race leader, Ivan Shermatinsky, I'll give you one guess who is in front of him, none other than the 192. This time it's Marco Macri behind the wheel, so I wonder if Marco will be a little bit more aware of the leader coming through behind him. Or if that's going to be something that we need to keep our eye on. Talking about keeping our eye on just now, this is the desperate measures Bentley of Nazar Kirsch in the 217 machine, trying to fight off, I believe that's Darren King behind him. In fact, no, it's not. That is the 34th place car that's actually going another lap down, and that is Tommy Villan that is trying to get the move done, unlapping himself. That is... it's a bit difficult watching these lapped cars because you just get the horrible feeling that something's going to go wrong.
Unfortunately, it's again, it's one of those things where, you are in a position that if you can try and make the move and you've got the pace, absolutely, we can see that as well, that the pace has already extended a little bit. Somewhere like Monza, though, it's even trickier because if you've got no one ahead of you, you lose all of that time in the draft. And the person that you've just overtaken trying to lap yourself, they'll just come straight back on you. So, while that can be used to your advantage to a certain degree, at the same time, you've also got to be just that little bit careful. But look at the gap that's happening here. So the 888 car of the Aston Martin pulls out for potentially a move. No, darts back in, decides against it. Again, it's going to be a move coming down into turn 1, possibly. We know the Bentley is pretty quick on the straight line, so is the Aston Martin. Look at this here. This is Yanis Chodakis versus Rupert, the number 71 Audi. Look at the tracks, the pace the Lamborghini's got going through. Manages to pick up the draft. Is it going to be a move around the outside, going through into turns 3 and then turns 4? No, it's not, because Rupert cuts that off nicely. Good, nice and late on the brakes. Essentially, roughly, to a certain degree, same car that you're seeing in 2 different bodyworks, but they do have a different balance and they do have a different feel to drive. And the Audi, from what we've seen here, I don't know about yourself, David, or what you're thinking, but the Audi is the best on the brakes out of the bunch by far in this race.
It certainly is. The Audi's looking, I don't know, decidedly average right now pace-wise, but the Lamborghini on it just so fast in terms of the pace right now. Janis Chodakis for Greek Souvlaki squad. We did have a couple of requests actually from Mr. V wanting to find out in YouTube chat what had happened with this Greek Souvlaki squad, and for the most part doing very, very well to hold on to the back of that Audi, but I do think that Audi might, once it gets a little bit clear air, get things going again. There you go, confirmation of a penalty incident between the cars 192 and 991. That is a drive-through penalty to car 991 for avoidable contact. Now, well, that is, 192 and 991, that's obviously the 192 Raceline Motorsport car that was caught up in that one, and the 991 is of course the ambassadors, the virtual drivers machine. Here we go then. This is Lamborghini around the outside of the Audi. Will never get that stopped. They're leaning on the Audi. The Audi manages to get a little bit of moving. So Dan, what a move.
Oh, that was textbook. I mean, those guys were door rubbing all the way in that braking zone, but just about gave enough room to each other. I mean, Chodakis was a fantastic move there. Cannot complain with that at all. He will be absolutely loving that. As well, looking through it, Nazar Krush versus, this is Darren King. What is King going to do? He's late on the brakes. Is it going to be late enough? Is it going to be too late? No, it's not. Bruce can't do anything, has to concede the position. So again, another good move by Darren King up the inside for P17. Good stuff indeed. That's the pace that we normally see from Darren King. He's starting to make some moves. Again, that was such a good, I cannot get over how clean. As much as they were leaning on the doors of one another, so clean at the same time. There's a very, very fine balance between being clean, also maybe possibly a little bit of contact, which does happen every now and again. And I mean, both those drivers there, credit to not only to Chodakis for making the move, but also for Rupert for giving that space as well. Just enough, no more, no less. Very, very clean racing from both of them, and very good stuff to watch indeed. This is Sami Katula versus, going through, this is Klinkmüller, the part in the Unicorn Love Racing BMW M6 GT3. It's a car that you can't miss, definitely, is it, to be fair, David? It's it's not only is it the size of the QE2, but it's also bright pink. So it's definitely a car that you're never going to miss, is it?
Are you trying to imply that the BMW is some sort of chonky boy? He is thick with 2 C's coming into the Parabolica. Nils Klinkmüller for the Unicorns of Love BMW. Very popular with our fans here on YouTube. A lot of support for that BMW. But Sami Katula for the Grip Hacks Engineering number 11 team seems to have the run just now. This is the run down towards turn 1. The start finish straight here with 3.5 hours left to go. Do you know what I've loved actually, Dan, is the fact that every single lap, guaranteed, we have got some sort of drama, some sort of overtaking opportunity, and some sort of fight going on, with the fact that we have still got 3.5 hours to go, and we've got 23 cars on the lead lap.
I know, again, it's so close. You say, when you look at it, the gap, yes, the gaps are quite heavy, and the gaps are quite far between, obviously, leader and P23. Again, 3.5 hours left. Doesn't necessarily mean a lot. We see these different paces. We've seen now these drivers team swaps, and we've had driver swaps. We've now got different pace of different cars. So positions are always going to be moving up. It's the great thing about endurance racing. While it can be a little bit confusing in some degree, because you're not necessarily 100% sure what pace that is going to have, what pace a driver is going to have, and what battles are going to be happening. That also adds so much of an element of battling here. This is going to be Klinkmüller versus Katula. Is he going to be up the inside going into the Ascari gate? I think, to be fair, move is already done and dusted, so not too sure what's happened with Klinkmüller there, but the BMW didn't get a very good run on the exit of the second Lesmo, and that was Coutinho. Didn't even need to battle or defend that going through into the first of the Scar chicane. So good stuff indeed there for Coutinho. So he makes a position. I've just actually noticed as well on the stream, we've got, again, thank you to everyone for continuing to watch. Make sure you let us know who you're supporting in the comments. And also as well, we're 4 likes away from 200. So if you haven't already, please make sure you hit that like button. We're so close away from that 200 likes. So please make sure you hit that like button if you have not done so already. Niels Klickmuller, Unicorns of Love, it's actually dropped half a second already off of Coutinho. So the BMW not showing the pace that we have seen at the early stage of this race.
Yeah, he's going to have to be careful because he's going to have the H3 Racing of Luke Whitehead on the back of him. Meanwhile, talking about on the back, this is exactly what I wanted to cut to, because Simon G-Term on the 333 GTR is just... I mean, he has got his mirrors full right now of Jonas van Druyten in that 996 McLaren, like an absolute rash all over the back of that GTR. Amazing battle going on right now, and you've got to think that Van Druyten really is going to have the run over this back straight here. Gets the car pulled into the left there, and that McLaren looking so raggedy. It's that whole thing of fast is loose and loose is wild here in GT3 racing, and the McLaren going to have to think better of it on the entrance to the Parabolica here. But certainly that McLaren, the 996 Garage 991 McLaren, is looking very fast right now and looking good for a podium position as we near the halfway mark in the race.
Yeah, not too long, 25 minutes to go. Just having a look again. Look how quick the Nissan GTR is there. The McLaren does take over eventually after sitting in the slipstream for what seems like an eternity. He does pull out. He's got to be late on the brakes to make that move up. He's getting closer though. Oh my goodness, I thought that was going to be a potential move there. He does go slightly wide though. That little bit of movement coming back onto the racing line, that probably cost a little bit of braking performance there. You're transitioning your tyres and you're giving your tyres a bit more work to do. Can't really quite make a move there, and plus as well, you compromise the entry. You've got to try and get over to the exit, try and get back over to the racing line to then get back into the turn to not lose too much time. It cascaded quite there. It snowballs very quickly. So again, focus on where it actually matters, not necessarily trying to pull out and trying to upset Duterme and making him run wide, but instead getting the run down, staying with him, getting closer. You know, there's always that fine balance of when to make the move, when to pull out, and when to try and push put the other person off that's in front of you. It's all these different things you've always got to consistently review and constantly think about. There was no way that he was going to make a move in that position. Even pulling out there cost him time, especially on that main exit. And naturally, you can see here, look, he's 4 tenths down. He was 2 tenths that last lap. He's now 4 tenths. He's got to do it all over again. So you've always got to be constantly reviewing these different scenarios.
Yeah, and again, it's very close to flirting with danger there. Jonas van Druyten, that might be where he's able to exploit the extra speed of the McLaren, but my goodness me, he's starting to really push it here. Felix, oh my goodness me, it's off wide goes Jonas van Druyten. I wonder if his brakes are cooked. That's what it could be, because Jonas van Druyten seems unable to get that car slowed down. Meanwhile, while we've been watching that, Felix Repair loses another 2 places actually, because he was ahead of Alvarez, and he's now lost that place to the number 99 of Fabian Otten. He's went off track, lost 2 positions there, and Dominic Alvarez up into to 9th position. So it was looking bad, because Repair, the gap was about 0.3 of a second between Repair and Alvarez, but Alvarez gets the job done, almost gets it handed to him by Repair.
Well, exactly. Doesn't need to do much, does he? Dominic Alvarez just needs to keep running his laps. He's got a bit of a gap between himself and Otten now, who's just inside the top 10. So yeah, he just needs to keep running his laps, keep plugging away. Another 20-25 minutes or so before the next round of pit stops will be coming around. So at this moment in time, these guys need to just keep running the laps. Consistency as well as pace here. Jonas van Druyten, he is trying to catch back up. Do you know what I think he was actually doing? Look at the car. It seems to have composed itself a little bit. I think he may have just been pushing just that little bit too hard. And unfortunately, whether it is in combination of the tyres cooking or the tyres getting a bit too hot, or yeah, the brakes cooking just that little bit as well. I said combination possibly of several different factors. But what he needs to do now, if he can get back, which I'm sure he will, he's got the pace. He had the pace once. No reason why he can't do it again. if he's got the pace to get back onto the 333 Nissan, what I would personally do at this stage is just sit behind them, conserve the fuel. You might have an opportunity. We can actually make the jump back. The Nissan made the jump on that McLaren in the pit. Try and roll reversal it. There's no reason why it can't be done if you can save the fuel. Again, goes a little bit wide onto Parabolica. That's going to cost him a little bit more time there. Dropping down now to a second. I think it's possibly going to be dropping back a little bit further. No, pretty much identical. So, yep, Van Driessen just needs to keep the composure back, just reset, even back the pace off an extra 5%. Sounds a bit weird, sounds a bit odd of why you would, why I would be saying that. But it's amazing how dropping the pace back 5-10% is quicker than continuing to push and making making more and more mistakes. It's a much quicker way of doing it. So you just got to reset, build the pace up again.
That's actually a very, very well thought out strategy, actually, gaining over the long run rather than these marginal gains that you're getting per lap. We'll cut to a replay. I'll tell you what I was about to say in just a second. This is the number 71. This is what we were trying to figure out had happened to Felix Rupert. Lose it on the exit of the corner, hits the curb, gets back on, drives straight back into the racing line. That's a naughty, naughty boy for doing that, but that's exactly what happened to Felix Rupert there. Just a little bit of housekeeping. We've got another retirement. This was about 15 minutes ago. Andrea Benedetti in the 32 GTWR Racing team, along with Chris Hartveld and Thibaut Prost retiring from the race. We saw Chris in YouTube chat, obviously unhappy with that, but they have retired from the race. So they were looking very strong up in the top 10 at one point, but it's not to be. We've got another penalty coming in through the grapevine there. Cars 991 and 88 on lap 74. It's a drive-through penalty for the All-In Racing number 88 for avoidable contact. So that is Malik Mamad, Alexandre Runart and Evan Albertine that are affected by that one. Drive-through penalty for car number 88. They are currently outside of the top 26. They are away down in 30th position. Here's an update then to the team standings. Lara Sport Rosneft, the number 41 outfit, takes the lead of the championship from Odox Motorsport, your current championship leaders, with that 6-point gap. Yaz Heat down into third place, and then Virtual Drivers by TX3 up into fourth. And you saw Giesa, who were up into fifth place, are now relegated further back down because they don't actually have any points at the moment. So that is the live team standings. We'll get more updates as the race progresses, but this is Luke Whitehead as we watch the action unfolding against Niels Klinkmuller in the 14 Unicorns of Love BMW, and the Ferrari is going to wait right to the last moment. In fact, he thinks better of it completely into turn one. He might have overcooked the brakes there, but just pumps them a little bit to avoid them locking up. Really, really good to hold it in there, Dan, rather than trying to make into the move, but instead just kind of kept the position there and waiting his time. We call it up here biding your time up here in Scotland, but that's exactly what he was doing, just holding on. And the other benefit to that is that it keeps that psychological pressure on Klinkmuller up. That BMW is just constantly watching his mirrors, and when you're driving behind, you're going behind.
Exactly. Yeah, he pulls out Luke Whitehead. I think, to be fair, Klinkmuller got a little bit too aggressive on the curb. Whitehead not leaving anything to chance. Goes back to, he does go wide on the second Lesmo, so Klinkmuller went wide on the first Lesmo, and then Luke Whitehead went wide on the second Lesmo. So now going to go side by side down into the Ascari chicanes. What is going to happen here? One person's got to back out, unless they're going to try and go side by side. Whitehead on the brakes as late as he possibly can. Klinkmuller cannot defend that at all. Well, he tries to defend it as much as he could. Couldn't quite succeed, though. And that is a move for Luke Whitehead. Very, very good stuff indeed. While he was very opportunistic on that first movement, going through into the second Lesmo, just carried a bit too much speed and obviously roll reversal. But good stuff. Again, nicely composed as well. It's very, very easy to get off put and get put off balance, especially if you go wide, going through into on the exit of a corner. You've got dirt on the tyres. Everything's just a little bit colder. You've got to recompose yourself. And Luke Whitehead did just that. Good move indeed. It's an interesting point as well, you say, Dave. when you're talking about sitting behind the pressure, and exactly what happened there. Klinkmuller, he had Whitehead just directly behind him, rather than pulling out and then compromising, losing a bit of time. Whitehead was just on his back bumper, and look at that, carried a bit too much speed through the first Lesmo, and now we look, Whitehead made the move 2 corners later. So again, it shows how it pays off. You've got to, as you say, bide your time. It's always one of those things. Sometimes, especially with endurance racing, these moves have to be calculated, especially again with the grid and how close the competitive the field is. You've got to calculate when these moves happen. Even if you have to sit behind the person, observe for 5, 6, 7 laps to see where the move can happen, and then execute it.
Oh, what an action-packed shot we've got here for 7th and 8th place. That's Sebastian Dreyer and trying to catch with Janis Sherdakis here. And this is a cracking battle that we've got going on here. The Honda desperately trying to hold on ahead of that Lamborghini. We've also got another battle between Simon Duterme, Jonas van Droyten and Garcia up in front as well, all split by 2 seconds each. We'll come to that in just a second, because that is starting to squeeze up, and Garcia now is getting caught up, I believe, by I think that's Statsenko that's actually starting to catch him up as well. But this is back to the battle for 7th and 8th place right now, and Sebastian Dreyer, I think, has opened up a tiny little bit of a gap. He's got that breathing space that he needed from that Lamborghini behind him. The Lamborghini looking devastatingly fast right now, catches up to turn 1 on the braking into the rear end of that Honda there. But this is just awesome action, and that is got to be said. I mean, we're less than halfway into the race, and you said this right at the beginning of the race. This is a 6-hour dash for the cash. This is a 6-hour sprint race.
There is absolutely no way that, especially with a competitive field again this close, there's no way you can have you can't sacrifice pace for conservation. You either have to find both, or you have to sacrifice one. It's just that level of, if you can get a combination of fuel saving, tyre saving, ultimate pace, you will do well. There is absolutely no shadow of doubt with that. Or, like I said, if you do, you have to sacrifice one, whether it's fuel saving, whether it's tyre management. One of them you have to sacrifice to keep that pace up. That's the all-important thing. Especially someone like here, someone like Silverstone, Laguna Seca, places like that. Tracks obviously a lot shorter, not a lot of straights, or not a lot of sort of main straights. That's the majority of what Monza is. It's just 3 long straights as well. Drafting is so key here. You've got to be able to make sure that you stick on the back of someone. If you don't, you will lose time. So again, out and outright pace, even more crucial. Jadakis, he's dropped off a little bit though, a couple of tenths I think this lap. Again, but he makes the position, he does make that pace back up as they come through down into turn 1. He's very good on the brakes. The Honda just hasn't got the pace that we saw. It had that pace initially, and it started to drop off now. So it seems to be the way that the car is set up, and the way that this car is set up, it worked for that first half, and then as the fuel starts to burn off, it becomes just that little bit more tricky to then get the car to a position of actually being competitive.
Oh, now what has happened to Jonas van Droyten? Because he was in 4th place, he's now lost that to Garcia. Garcia in Audi away ahead, and I've got a funny feeling there was a whole lot of a mess at turn 1 of the polystyrene boards, and I think that possibly van Droyten has just went straight on. Again, we'll get possibly a replay later on of that one, but certainly van Droyten, who was challenging, let's remember that, 3rd place for that position over Simon Duterme in that 333 GTR, now going backwards at a rate of knots, and Garcia then picks up the reins and is now trying to catch down that GTR. But this is still the battle for 7th and 8th place. Sebastian Dreyer is seeing Jonas Sherdakis just closing in again very gently on the back of that Honda NSX, a beautiful underrepresented car here in virtual GT3 racing. I do love it. But Sherdakis in that Lambo looking very menacing as we have 3.25 hours left to go in this race. It's all about the entries and exits for this car, and Sherdakis looks like he's got a great exit in the Lamborghini. The closing speed on that Honda is absolutely absurd. They're side by side going down in towards the Parabolica, but I think the Lamborghini's left it a little bit too late, tucks in behind, and again just keeps things going round. And the Lamborghini is going to try and go around the outside. I think the Honda made a little bit of a mistake there, and look at this. is going to have to tuck in for the toe again. But this is a thrilling battle. It's still Ivan Shebatinsky up in the lead by 11 seconds from Mikhail Tonitsa in that 27 car, but they're side by side. This is a battle for 7th and 8th place. The Lamborghini tries to get it done. It makes it look so simple and straightforward. Beautiful move from Sherdakis in the Greek Souvlaki squad. Excellent stuff.
Really good stuff indeed. Yeah, you just saw as well, Sherdakis really did that well. We'll just come back on that in a minute. Here we go. We've got a replay here. This is the number 996 McLaren Van Royten. He goes you just see just a little bit too wide. Oh, big moment there. How did he manage to save that? That has got to be one of the saves of the race. That was a very close save indeed. Obviously, he has to naturally concede the position because he's not carrying the speed going down into turn 1. So yeah, very good save. Best of a bad situation there. Only lost 1 position, so that is where that position was lost to Van Droten. So yes, interesting. Hopefully he can get that position back and he can compose himself and get that pace off. Yeah, great move as well between Tadakis. You just saw as well as they go through, just whether it was intentional or not, it didn't look like it to me. He just carried a fair bit of speed through turn 1, but naturally the Honda tried to get the car back. The way that Tadakis parked the car and put the car on the apex didn't allow that to happen. So again, really well and really good placement of the car there as well going through turn 2. So cracking stuff indeed. Look at this here though. This is a battle for going through. You've got right at the very front of this train. This is Klinkmüller. You've got the number 14, and then you've got Burkle and King just behind. So very close indeed. Darren King is a man on the mission at the moment. He's got 2 tenths between himself and Burkle. So very close between these two guys. I think there's a Lexus that involved there. He's actually a lap down. I can't see him on the timing tower, so that is a lap down Lexus. But yeah, ultimately, very close between these guys, and it's going to get even closer the more that these guys battle.
Awesome stuff to watch here. It's really, we're being treated to a masterclass of endurance racing here at the SimGrid Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster. A car goes wide off into the background there, keeps going. That was Romagnoli that went off there. It keeps it back and tries to make the best of a bad situation here. You've got the 217 into the pits. That's the Desperate Measures machine. That was Nazar Karush. That's into that's plate fired up the inside. Keeps it on the brakes. Oh Dan, my heart was in my mouth there.
Oh dear, I was about to say Darren King is going to need a new pair of race. He's going to need some new race overalls after that. Wow, that was close. Just possibly where there's a misjudge of braking. I think as well, look at the Lexus and the Ferrari. They both checked up really quite early. I don't think, obviously, naturally, Burkle wasn't expecting it, but then the concertina effect. Then Darren King just thought, oh, hang on a minute. Decided that he needed to get on the brakes sooner rather than later. Manages to keep it all stopped. Again, that's the experience coming through for Darren King. Obviously realised as soon as he possibly and physically could that he was that everyone was checking up, and managed to, again, with the experience he's got with ACC, managed to maintain it. So very good stuff. Good car control from Darren King there. Like I said, I'm sure he's going to need a new race suit after. But again, he'll gain his composure quickly, and we'll see him straight back onto the back of Burkle in, I'm sure, a few moments' time. Felipe Miera, currently the 349 Lexus, another Lexus, one of the more popular cars that we've seen of the underdogs, I think we can say, in this Endurance Cup we have seen. Taking about 8 tenths off of, look at that, straight away, already is Darren King on the back of Burkle. He's getting tagged a little bit, Klinkmüller as well. Look as well, this is the battle, a 3-way battle now for P15. Are we going to see potentially Burkle go around the outside of Parabolica? Oh my goodness, look at the traction that he's got. But Darren King's going to now get involved, and he's going to try and possibly utilise Klinkmüller's... No, Klinkmüller goes into the pits. Okay, fair enough. Tries to get a bit. It's going to be side by side between Burkle and King. Aston versus Aston. Decides against it though, and Burkle just has the run going through. That would have been, while I'm loving a 2-way battle between these two, a 3-way battle would have been even better.
It certainly would have, but it's certainly not over by any stretch of the imagination. Darren King gets a better run out of turn 1 ahead of, behind Burkle, but Burkle really having to use every single ounce of tarmac right now is Timo Burkle to keep Darren King behind in the fellow Aston. Amazing scrap we've got as we keep going on towards the halfway mark of the race. You've also got a battle for P3 right now. because at the moment that is Simon Duterme currently fighting Alberto Garcia right now. So we've got action all around the track right now. This is Simon Duterme for the virtual drivers by TX3. We're looking at the Audi tucked into the slipstream now. It's going to be now or never for Andre Garcia in the 1-2-1 Odox Motorsport. This is your championship leader that is trying to catch back on too. They're going to go side by side. We've got a car coming out of the pits. That's the 14 Unicorns of Love machine back out onto the pits. Around the outside goes Audi. What a move! Absolutely amazing move from the 1-2-1 Alberto Garcia, and that now ties the championship as we come up to the halfway mark. Dan, wow.
I think that's all you can say, really. So good on the brakes there, but look at the GTR as well of Duterme. He's going to try and make the move back. He's going to get forced around the outside. No, he doesn't. Decides against it. He's going to try and sit behind, wait. If can stay with him coming down on the exit of Parabolica next time, he's going to have. We know that Audi, we know the Nissan is so quick in a straight line though, but he's dropped about probably 0.4 of a second already. So we need to stay with him to be able to catch back up to Garcia. Garcia, I mean, what a move. So late on the brakes, absolutely to perfection. And while that Nissan is quick in a straight line, it's got nothing on that Audi on the brakes. What a stellar move from Garcia. Timed it to perfection. I thought initially he'd pull out maybe a little bit too early and the Nissan would just pull back away. But, I mean, those brakes are so powerful on that Audi. Again, really good stuff. And I'm sure we're going to see possibly Duterme try and make that move stick, though. But he's possibly, I think he's a little bit too far away. Look at Garcia. He's just playing absolute lengths on him at the moment. I don't think there's any way that he's going to be able to catch up to that. Meanwhile, Van Druyten, look at that behind. He's possibly going to be catching as well to the Nissan. So I believe as well we're having, unfortunately, we're having some audio issues. So we do apologise about that. What we're going to quickly do is go for a very short ad break. We're going to sort out these issues and we're going to come back for this round. It's been incredible racing so far, and we are excited to continue with this after these very short ad breaks.
So a very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are rapidly approaching the halfway point of the race here. It's round 2 of the SimGrid Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster. 6 hours of Monza. David Christie here along with you, along with Dan Handover. Dan, it's been an amazing race so far. We've had action, thrills and spills galore. We're coming up to the 3rd round of pit stops, and really this is now where the strategy dice get rolled and we get to see the final throws of those dice.
We are indeed, yes, exactly. So coming through, we've got another round of pit stops. Are going to shake the field up a little bit more. So we're going to have to see, and I'm sure we're going to see some more pace for some cars. We're going to see a bit of a drop-off of pace potentially on others. One thing I am noticing, though, is Duterme is losing time to Garcia, and he's also being caught up by Van Druyten. So the gap is now 1 second, or just under 1 second, in fact. But also as well, looking a little bit further down, I'm just seeing that the Unicorns of Love BMW is actually being towed along a little bit by Van Druyten as well. Exactly what he wants. This is possibly going to put him in a very good position to make the undercut on King and Burkle as well. So Darren King has made the move on Burkle, which we assumed he would have done at some point. It was going to be a good battle, I'm sure, but ultimately Darren King is now ahead. He's just pulled a second. Yeah, if the Unicorns of Love BMW can get pulled along by Van Druyten, that's going to be a really, really key thing. And that could push him outside when Darren King does eventually pit. Obviously, when everyone starts to pit and then go through, then that is going to put the Unicorns Love BMW hopefully in a good position. So looking at the further up the field, yeah, it just seems Van Druyten, he has lost a little bit. It's stabilised a little bit. Now, actually, no, I'm going to tell a lie. No, the gap has come down. It's now 7/10 of a second, 7.5 of a second. So Van Druyten is a man on a mission at the moment. And I'm sure he is not going to be wasting any time to get past Duterme. I think all of the points of saving fuel and everything with the pace that he's got at the moment go out the window. This is just track position as soon as possible.
Yeah, it's an absolute battle that we've got going on. Here is an update of the live team standings, then confirmation that we are tied at the top between the number 41 Ladasport Rosnev team and Odox Motorsport. We see that is Simon Duterme into the pit lane there. Yazheat, the Ferraris, down into third place with that 70 points. Then Virtual Drivers by TX3, the 333 of the GTR, up into fourth place. Team Fordzilla Lexus taking that 50 points and up into fifth place. So confirmation there, Simon Duterme into pit lane. That number 14 Unicorns of Love machine is still there. Just having a look that Ladasport Rosneft, if you remember on the intro, Dan, I was saying that they've had a resurgence, they've had a complete transformation. We saw them through the previous seasons, right, getting involved in incidents and really just like they've got pace, but they weren't able to show it because they were getting penalties left, right, and centre. But they're also in the lead of the World Cup as well, so it is just an incredible change as we see Jonas van Druyten going very, very wide out the second Lesmo there, and he doesn't need to be pressured by this BMW, but it's going to happen. The 14 Unicorns of Love might actually be able to make this stick before they come into a scary corner there. That is Jonas van Druyten, maybe a little bit of the pressure there.
Well, possibly. I think possibly this is again. I think Van Druyten, like I said, these guys, they're not battling for position at the moment. Possibly as well, Van Druyten. Yeah, okay, just needs to let the position happen. Whatever will be, and now he needs to try and sit behind, gain his composure back, and then just sit on the back of. Obviously, you think as well, possibly some new tyres for the Unicorns of Love car. So just needs to sit behind, continue to try and pull the gap and sit behind that BMW, saving fuel, saving tyres to a certain degree as well. And any game that you can get like that is a good game. But anyone under as well, I've just had a look. Again, people are pitting before the hour. Now, pitting before the hour, I don't know how it's going to work. Are they going to have to do a splash and dash? People may very well have to. So talking about that fuel conservation, it might be a bit of a problem for some people. Again, we're not really going to know until that last stage of the race, the last final sort of 10-15 minutes, if we're going to see people come in for a splash and dash. So I'm not too sure how that works, but again, we'll see how that goes.
Just looking at the 404, that was Luke Whitehead. It's now Misano that's taken over the controls of that one. They've not run an hour stint yet. They've constantly pitted at about sort of 55, 56 minutes, so that is very unusual. And if anything, that is almost certainly means that they're going to have to take a splash and dash at the end there, Dan. So very unusual. Or just try and run some slower laps and manage the fuel, but very unusual strategy from them just now. Yeah,
like I said, there could be a combination of different things as to why that's the case. Again, possibly they've got a trick up their sleeve that we don't know about, or they're just trying to make as many positions as they can and just accepting the pit stop and accepting the extra pit stop, or possibly I think when you actually look at it in terms of fuel saving. Again, the competition is so high, your fuel saving needs to be small but consistent. Rather than trying to save big amounts of fuel on 2 or 3 of the laps, or for half of the stint, you just need to save just that little bit of fuel every single lap. Especially someone like here, Monza is actually a relatively one of the easier tracks to save fuel on. You know, a smaller lift going through, or a slightly earlier lift going through into turn 1, going through into Parabolica, places like that as well. It all just adds up. So you don't need to do a lot. It's those consistent small little fuel gains. If you can master that, again, you don't actually lose that much pace. So it's one thing that if drivers can really master that, then they're going to be rolling all the way to a very, very good position. But yes, here we are. So Michael Romagnoli, he goes through Parabolica again. I tell you what, David, Ferrari's at home here, isn't it? I don't know why. Well, I know why, but it just looks at home. I said I don't know why, but I'm not normally a Ferrari is one of the cars that I don't necessarily like the look of. And to be fair, I'd like to prefer the slightly wacky cars like the Lexus and look at that. But the Ferrari just suits Monza, obviously, for a natural perspective, and it's nice to see quite a few of them. And again, like I said, just talking about the spread of cars that we've got. There's so many different cars. We've got almost every single of the main GT3 cars in this series, which again is fantastic to see.
Sorry, Dan, I couldn't quite hear you over the herd of Italian fanboys that are now coming baying for your blood after that sort of a comment right now. Ferrari, I agree what you mean. I mean, look, the Ferrari is a GT3 staple, but I do find myself, I'm a Merc fanboy. I love the way that the Merc looks, and the Lexus and the Bentley, they bring something completely different to the table in terms of the stylings and in terms of the way they look. Not so much with the Aston Martin, but the wonderful thing about the balance of performance is the fact that you can pick a car based on how it looks, and you're still within the realms of contention. Not in the realms of contention, though, is the number 80. That is, of course, the GTR Masters HU Endurance team. Currently, Fennig Christoph behind the wheel of that, and the Stop Go 30. So I'm going to presume that's for speeding in the pit lane. That is a bit of a schoolboy error. We've seen, I think, only 2 so far this afternoon. But as we hit the second half of the race here, I mean, it's kind of all to play for here.
It is all to play for. Absolutely, it's very much all to play for. I think again that small little schoolboy error again, just making sure that we're such a small little gain through there. Just a small little gain. A small little gain of the fact that you carry a little bit more pace going through into the pits. Cost you 30 seconds, but not only the 30 seconds, but you've also got the additional pit stops. So it all just goes through. It's not ideal at all, and yes, something that again we've all done. This is one of the things that we've all done it at some point. I've done it again more times than I care to mention, and it's something that you should learn from. But then for some reason, and I've been in this position as well, I just find myself having done it a couple of times. You're trying to gain, and again, you look at it as well, the competition levels are so high, you try and find as much time as you possibly can anywhere. And it's something that people overlook as well. It's how much time you spend in the pit. It's a very, very, it can actually be an easy amount of time to gain if you can have a slightly shorter pit stop, even if it's just braking a bit later, accelerating a bit earlier on the exit. But again, you do it too much and it penalises you. Again, talk about risk versus reward. What is actually worth it? Michael Romagnoli, we've seen it a couple of times. He keeps going a bit wide onto the second Lesman. That's costing him probably a tenth or a couple of tenths every single time. Again, with competition levels of this close and this caliber, that could actually be the difference ultimately at the end of the race between a position. Fabian Otten, though, very, very close to Rupert, the number 71. Fitted Rupert. What is going to be, I reckon it's going to be a move going into turn 1. Porsche, we haven't seen too much of the onboard Porsche. I love the Flat 6. It's definitely one of my favourite cars of all time. One of my favourite engines of all time as well. Look at this. René Silvert as well with Massoud. He's still going to go side by side going through into the second chicane. The person behind as well, I can't see who that is. It is a McLaren. Although I think it's McLaren that's unfortunately actually going to be a lap down. Whoa, what? Potentially. Oh, I thought that was going to be a move. Whoa, that is a lap up. Whoa, no! Oh my goodness, what happened there? That was just Massoud. Again, misjudged the distance of where the car was. I think we're going to have to see a replay of that from a couple of different camera angles because that's a lot to unpack there. That is a lot to unpack there. The stewards are going to be having a bit of time looking at that one, I'm sure, because that's one of the ones you look at different camera angles, that will give you different answers almost all of the time.
Yeah, that's third place of Jonas van Droyten then that was caught up in that and gets himself going again, but he is going to be absolutely raging at that. That's almost certainly put Jonas van Droyten down several positions because he was only about 8 seconds ahead of 6th place Sebastian Dreyer there, so that is unreal. 5th position then for Jonas van Droyten. That means that Mikhail Statsenko in the 149 Yas Heat Ferrari jumps up into third, and Eunice van Druyten into the wall. A huge crash. The 996 out again. And that is potentially going to be an absolute ender for Eunice van Druyten, potentially damage that was already sustained for your former second, third place man. But oh my goodness me, Dan, we're going to have to get a replay of that one. Look at the damage on the front of that car, and yeah, that would almost be certainly a season-ending crash if that was to happen in real life. Hundreds of thousands of pounds in repair bills for sure on that one. Oh my goodness me, it all kicks off with just 3 hours left to go. Goodness me.
I mean, again, it's a shame. There's a lot of things to unpack there again. Whether that was from the damage, it did look like there was probably too much damage from that initial contact that was made going into the second chicane. Could just be, again, tyres were a little bit warmer as well. You've got a bit of, there's one thing, obviously, let me try that again. ACC simulates really well. Try and say that a few times in a row. The graining of the tyres, you can actually scrub the tyres quite heavily. And obviously, you can get quite an aggressive wheel wobble. So just be a bit of that. You have a bit of loss of traction. Some areas the tyres may have still been a little bit too hot. And yeah, all just goes completely wrong. But we'll see if we can get possibly a replay of that. Yes, that's not good. One good thing, though, about sim racing compared to real racing is the cost. And any instance like that don't cost you anything, apart from just a few interesting words there. Here we go. So this is going through. As they go in, it looked like it was a very, very late move. And do you know what? I don't think the 996 just turned in a bit too early. Again, the car can't disappear. It's on the outside. They've still got to make the corner, and it just doesn't. From that camera angle, it's a little bit difficult to tell. But it just looked to me that the 996 McLaren just pushed in just that little bit too early. Just was that obviously was that spin. So different camera angles may very well give that different opinions, and then. Here we go. Brilliant camera angle here. This is going to be the one. This is really going to give us the opportunity to see what actually happened here. So again, a very, very late lunge going through up the inside. And again, just go... Well, I don't know.
That changes it right there.
It does, doesn't it?
He's got the car fully ahead. But, I mean, it's a difficult one. I've got no doubt that that's likely going to be a penalty to the car that he put the overtake on. But... it's going to be a soft penalty for sure. This is what we want to see, though. This is going into Ascari, gets a bit of the corner there, gets another bit. Now, does he go over that? Oh, the car's gone already. Oh. Bang, straight into the wall. And that is a massive lift-off oversteer. That is going to be a season ender for sure if that was in real life. But my goodness me, that's how quickly things go from bad to worse. The car dropping out of the top 25, and it's very likely still in the pits. In fact, he's just come out into turn one ahead, would you believe it, ahead of the second place. It moves down into third place. That's Andre Garcia, who's just come out after his pit stop. But the 991 is going to be getting put a lap down. That is absolutely heartbreaking.
Yeah, not good, is it? Really good at all. But again, best of bad situation. You've got to try and make as many possible places back up, or make as much time as you can up. Anything can happen. Still got 2 hours and 48 minutes left. But would agree with you. Would agree with you there, David. That the second camera angle did change it completely there. So. Yeah, interesting. It's amazing, isn't it? I think that actually gives you a bit of a glimpse as to what, stewards, again, go through when they have to review all of these pieces of information, these pieces of data. So many different camera angles can give you so many different results. You've got to make sure that you review all of them, which is why sometimes, these incidents can happen after, and you see in real life as well, incidents are reviewed after the race. Again, just gives you even more of an insight into the stewards, the life of a steward, and the life of a steward can be a little bit tricky in some scenarios.
Wild stuff indeed. So again, if you're just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on this Saturday afternoon for round 2 of the SimGrids Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster. The 6 hours of Monza well and truly underway. We're into the business end of the race. It is the number 27 of Michael Stanica that was in the lead. That will likely change as the pit stops head their way around. You've got Dan King, who's yet to stop as well. You've got Yaroslav Shevritilov that is into the controls of the number 41. They will be jumping into the back into the lead of the number 41 just now. The gap though from 41 to 27 though down to what's that, about maybe 6 seconds. So a decent stop there from Stanica in that 27 machine just now. But again, I mean, it's a really, really good race that we've had so far. Lots and lots of drama, lots and lots of action, and I've got a feeling that there's going to be a lot of action that we're going to hear from race control in the next 10-15 minutes, Dan.
Absolutely, yeah. There's definitely going to be some. There's definitely some messages coming through. So we're going to be reading those off to you as and when they come through. Rene Sivet, he's taken obviously back over of the Unicorns of Love number 14 BMW. Only got 0.4 of a second between himself and Droyton. Obviously, who had the earlier incident a couple of laps ago. But we know the pace that Van Droyton has got. So P14, again, considering the incident that happened, considering how big the incident was, he is back out on track again. Fair play indeed, though real issues through there. Look at flashing Rene Sivet, flashing the light of the BMW as well, just for measure. Not entirely sure why, but he's flashed nevertheless. Again, it can change. It can change so quick, and it can also obviously benefit others, and obviously benefits one party, it's another. But at the moment, I think Sivet needs to really utilise this. As long as he's Van Droyton's got the pace, which I'm sure he has. This is a good opportunity for Sivet to, again, continue to get pulled along a little bit to try and make sure that he gets the jump. Not necessarily straight away, but can play the long game and get that jump in the next round of pit stops if he can save some fuel, as long as he can stay with Van Droyton. Doesn't need to be a lot of fuel saving, like I said, just a small amount here and there. But if he can, I mean, why would you not?
That is a brilliant point. Just to bring you up to speed, we were asked in chat about the treble 3 of Batifue in that Virtual Drivers by TX3 AAA esports machine. Was down in 12th place because of that very early pit stop, and a great move to do that, because already up into 4th place just now as we see Rene Sever on the back of Eunice Van Droyton into turn 1. And the Unicorns Love now in a huge fight. I've got a feeling that's Dan King that was behind the wheel in the treble 8 machine. We'll see if it is still just now. But Rene Sever taking that position in the treble 8 car, going down into 15th position there. Eunice Van Droyton gets to extend a little bit just now. But yeah, cracking stuff. And yeah, what a race we've had so far.
Indeed, we've got another 2 hours and 40 minutes left to go, and I'm sure this action is going to be non-stop. It's going to be coming thick and fast. Geometry in the 446 Lexus. He's got another Lexus about 7 seconds behind. He's got a Lamborghini in front of him, 1.8 seconds. But looking at it, Lamborghini, he's not too far away from, look at that. That is Contianis versus Holter as well. So Lamborghini versus Honda, and they're going to go through. You just saw them going out a shot there. How close they were. A couple of tenths is the gap between them. And Patrick Geometry goes into the pits there. So he is, moment, coming in for another pit stop. He's pitting he's either pitting very late or he's pitting very early. I'm not entirely sure which one he will be doing. So either this is going to be a very tactful move in the fact that he's able to go quite a ways on fuel, or he's going to have to make another sort of like splash and dash, or the fact he's making one more pit stop than everyone else. So I can't quite work out which at the moment. But like I said, we will see how that goes moving forward as well. Contagianis, we've just seen he's gone on the inside of Holter. Oh, there's been an accident actually. Instead, I'm going to correct myself off. There's been an incident. I'm not too sure what happened there as well, though, David.
He's sort of missed the corner. I'm not really sure what's happened there, but it's not the best for Contogiannis because he's now let Holter through, and that Honda has had a bit of a fortunate turn of luck there. He's also going to have to be careful. I think that might be the Audi. Is that or is that the Lexus that's just behind him? But the Honda gets a second breath of wind there, gets ahead of Contogiannis, and Contogiannis has to undo all of that work that he did getting past that Honda right now. So the Greek Souvlaki squad, that is an unfortunate turn of events for them, as we've got 2 3/4 hours left to go. It is still Yaroslav Shevritilov that is in the lead in the 41 Ladasport Rosnev team, ahead of Michael Tonitsa in that 27 Ferrari. It's then the 1-2-1 of Gerard Martinez and Mer that is in third place, but only just because. Look at Batifu in the attack for third place right now, hunting and trying to chase down that Audi, but no such luck just now. But you get a feeling, Dan, that it's going to be a matter of time.
Well, I think a matter of time. Again, I really don't know how
it's done.
Going to work. Look, I mean, as soon as I said it, I don't know what happened there with Martinez. It wasn't really offensive at all. The drive that Batifulia had on the exit going out of turn 2 was just second to none. Around Curva Grande, he just did what he needed to do. That was a very well thought out, very exclusive move, but it didn't look like he had to try all that much.
Yeah, great stuff. So Batifu gets it done. Martinez and Mer, I think that's the wise move. He would have lost a lot of time if he was going to do that. But we move just in a second to Porta and Misano. 194 side by side with the 404 of the Ferrari for H3 Racing. Oh, this is awesome stuff. 2 hours 40 left to go. The 404 is going to try and hold it right the outside. Misano into the corner here, thinks better of it. The Mercedes takes the position, but the Ferrari gets a better exit. Again, they're side by side on the exit. The Mercedes having to cover off, and Porta fighting this tooth and nail, and the 404 going to try and go right the outside. Are you kidding me? That's never ever going to work in a month of Sundays. Get yourself back into position, Missile. Calm yourself down and try that again. Is exactly what needed to happen there. But Missile not having anything of this right now. Thinks to the inside. Oh no, this is going to end in tears. Surely not. Hold your breath. Brace for impact. And to be fair, that was reasonably respectful. Wow, that was Porta had a lot of respect there. Let Missile get through, but that was I've got to be honest. I was bracing for impact there as we hit 2 hours 40, and the Mercedes is going to try and take that position back. But I think the 404 H3 Racing machine has got that done and dusted. So Dan Handover is going to take a very, very short break while he goes and does some housekeeping. So it's just myself. You're left with me for about a minute and a half. What can I possibly do to exploit that? I might actually call the race for a change. Might be a good start. But Alessandro Porta for Racing Line Motorsport on the entry to turn 1. He's trying his best to keep with that 404 Ferrari, but it's just not happening. I think the 404 is going to start stretching its legs and take a little bit of a gap on that. So we'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, you've got Sever trying to hold on from James Parker. We'll keep an eye on that one in just a second, because he's also trying to catch up Eunice van Droyten as well. So this is almost a three-way battle for 12th place right now, and I think that Alessandro Porta is not going to have anything right now. Here is Maxime Batifu for Virtual Drivers by TX3 trying to catch on to the back. Now that looks like, surely that must be a lapped car. It is, because there's nobody that is within the grasp of Batifu, but Martinez Amer isn't dropping off at anywhere near the way that we thought he was in terms of pace, but the Mercedes in front of him is not going to make him too happy. Right, this is the battle then 4th, 12th and 13th and 14th place as well. You'd never guess that this is a 6-hour race. You'd think that this was a 1-hour sprint right now as the BMW for Unicorns of Love trying to catch on to the back of Jonas van Droyten, but instead it's James Parker who gets the run out of the Parabolica. What on earth was that all about? The Aston Martin has got such a run, and this could be 2 places in the space of a lap here for James Parker, because look at the run that Sever has got on the McLaren of Jonas van Droyten onto turn 1 here, and they're going to have to regroup and think better of it. But that McLaren is really struggling after that huge incident not half an hour ago for Jonas van Droyten in that 996 machine. Has now got Sever, René Sever for Unicorns of Love all over the back of him as well, who then has James Parker over the back of him as well. So I mean, this is just absolute madness to see this level of fighting going on just over the halfway mark into the race. Awesome stuff. As always, ladies and gentlemen, if you do like what you're seeing here on stream, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. You will keep up to date with all the amazing races that we do here at SimGrid. And look at René Sever. He's being hustled to within an inch of that life of the BMW by James Parker, and that's allowing Jonas van Droyten in that 996 McLaren just to edge out very slightly indeed. But my goodness me, it's still up at the top. It's still Ladasport Rosneft team of Yaroslav Shevratilov that is in the lead of the race, ahead of the 27 outfits of the Ferrari of Jasa Racing, who is, 14 seconds behind, and it's all starting to kick off as well because Jonas van Droyten gets a poor run out of Ascari, and it's down to the Parabolica then. The Unicorns of Love, again, this is where it all turns round. The Aston Martin gets a great run out the corner, but look at the grunt of the 14 now. It'd be awesome if we could go on board with that BMW. You can see the acceleration difference for that BMW, and it's going to be a move surely for the BMW. Jinx one way, then the other forces Jonas van Droyten to go defensive early on. There's going to be side-by-side action. The Aston and the 888 is going to try and get back in there as well. And oh my goodness me, welcome back Dan Handover. You've come back at the best possible time, buddy, because the McLaren of Jonas van Droyten is fighting off with René Sever and James Parker in the Aston for a 3-way scrap, and this is for 12th place.
I know, I was about to say, good stuff indeed. Thank you. So apologies about the issues there. Thank you very much, David, for covering for me there as well. But yeah, what a time to come back in. Look at that, Van Droyten. He's actually pulled a bit of a gap now, to a couple of tenths of a second, or a car length, maybe a couple. So yeah, Parker from the 888 Aston Martin is going to be, he's very close indeed to the back of Zavet. Look at that up the inside of the second. Let's know, is it going to be a done move? It could very well be. No, it's not indeed. Zavet just manages to keep the throttle on and just get just enough of a drive to pull that little bit more on Parker. Great battle between these guys. This is really good stuff indeed. And yeah, David, I've come in at exactly the right moment, and I'm very grateful for it. I'm glad I didn't miss this.
And the great thing is that the Aston really has the advantage during the corners, but the BMW just absolutely streaks away when it comes to the straights here. The Aston can get a bit of a tow. It's just not got any of a run. But watch the Aston round the inside of the Parabolica. Are you kidding me? What a move from James Parker. Severe slid at the exit of the corner, but the BMW is going to absolutely have him on the start for the straight. This is madness.
It's madness indeed, but look at that carbon copper. The BM is so fast in the straight line. Look at the difference, just pulls ahead of him. He's got ballast as well, but look at the Aston late on the brakes, as late as they did. James Parker parks it on the apex. Yep, done and dusted. Look at that, René Sever just cannot do anything at all. Wow, what a bit of a battle in between these two. That was so good to watch. That was amazing. Fair play to everyone for making sure that they were giving each other enough room. So yeah, really good stuff indeed. Crucial as well has actually got a bit of a gap between himself and Miato at the moment. So it's about a second, 1.1 second between himself and the Ferrari just up ahead, who's got a McLaren bearing down behind him. So I'm sure what he's wanting to do is for the move to be made and then he's going to be able to catch up. Not by doing that, he won't. He goes a little bit wide, does the number 217 Bentley. Again, just a little bit wide there as well on the curb on the exit of the second Lesmo. Again, all these little things as well, they just cost a little bit of time here and there. So, well, again, keeping that consistency up. There's a yellow flag somewhere. Can't quite do a yellow flag for a brief moment, but then clears again. We've just been told it was Ascari. P10 had a small excursion, but they are all back up and running, hence why that yellow flag was only there for a brief few moments. Looking at... Oh, sorry, David, go for it.
Sorry, Dan, I was just about to say, just to give a little bit of context here, that McLaren that is in front of Krush there is JVD, is Eunice Van Druyten. We've got a yellow flag. Again, that's the 991 that brings out the yellow flag there at the exits of that was turn 2. Got going again there, but that was Paul Jouffret who brings out the yellow flag. The virtual drivers by TX3, that 991 team, they've really struggled this afternoon. I mean, no word of a lie. They were caught up in that. I believe, weren't they the ones that got the penalty for causing the incident that caught up their teammate as well in the treble 3 GTR earlier on in the race?
I believe they were. Yeah, you are correct. So again, their race not making any improvements at this moment in time. We'll have to see again. 2 hours 31 minutes left to go. They've got enough time to compose themselves. Meanwhile, Rene Sever, he has dropped about 0.6 of a second between himself and Parker in the AAA Aston Martin. Oh, gets a little bit sideways through there as well on the exit of the second chicane. And the BM looking quite loose at the moment. Obviously, tyres are starting to go off a little bit. Fuel is going. We've seen this constantly as well. Whether it's just the understeer, the fact that the BMs are get a bigger chassis, whether it's got a bit more understeer built up in the car or something. But we've seen it a couple of times. We saw it at Parabolica a couple of laps ago, and we see it consistently through that right-hander, the first Lesmo. The car just washes out a little bit too wide. And I don't know if it's almost like the pace doesn't look too bad going in. Pace looks absolutely fine going in. It's just that BM, it's just got that little bit of front-end wash, which you wouldn't necessarily get. You don't get it from the Aston, interestingly enough, because it's a mid, even though it's a front-engine car. Similarly with the Bentley, so it just seems to be something with that setup. It just gives it a bit of front-end push. At the moment, though, manages to hold his own. He has dropped a little bit more time, unfortunately, though. But ultimately, I think we'd have to keep an eye. Is he being caught by Misano in the 404 Ferrari? That's one of the ones. That's the next one to watch out for. And that's the next one that Sever needs to watch out for as well.
Yeah, the BMW is such a frustrating experience to drive because the front end is just so lethargic. You point it to the corner and it's like a lazy Labrador. It just sort of thinks about it and goes, meh. It just decides, no, I don't want to go into the corner. And you usually, as you say, end up washing out wide. But again, in a straight line, it almost makes up for it because it's got such pull, it's got such grunt. But that 888 machine of James Parker stretching off into the distance now, 2 seconds ahead of Rene Sever for the Unicorns of Love in that 14 machine. Again, what we're seeing throughout the field now is the field starting to spread out. The little battles that we were seeing throughout the early stages of the race kind of opening up. We can see here Yaroslav Shevritilov for Lada Sport Rosneft. Again, another cracking performance from the 41 team. Again, I've got a bit of a personal vested interest in this team purely because I feel like I, more than anyone, gave them such a hard time for the performances. I could see the pace that they would have during the race, and they would always get themselves into these stupid accidents, stupid incidents that didn't need to happen. And now we're seeing this where they're keeping their nose clean, Dan, and they've got the pace that is just absurd. I mean, averaging a 49.4 pace through the race is just incredible, and we're now starting to see this in the results of that team.
Well, exactly. Like I said, you can be the fastest team in the world, you can be the fastest person in the world. Unfortunately, without the consistency, doesn't mean a whole lot. So yeah, really good to see that these guys are really coming up in the world in terms of their consistency, and they're keeping out of trouble. Great camera shot here as well, as we see the cars going through into the first left of the Ascari chicanes. Great stuff indeed. Good. Look at the rotation, how much curve these guys are taking, and also how much the car is then pitching up. It actually gives you a real sort of good sense of how long they're actually on two wheels for. It looks like a fraction of a second when you see them from like a TV cam. And as soon as you jump onto a camera such as that going down into the curb, you really get a sense of how long they're on two wheels for. Very, very cool indeed. But yes, look at that. Lada Sport Rosneft just plugging away with a 16.2 second lead, nearly getting down into the last third of this race. It's gone very, very quickly. I don't know about yourself, David, but coming down already, or not too far away, into the last third of this race. And this is going to be, the last third is going to be probably the most action-packed in terms of what people are going to be doing. We're going to see drivers starting to push a little bit harder in that last third as well, because then it really becomes a sprint race. This is where you can start taking a few more risks as long as you've got the confidence to.
4 H3 racing machine, just 1.1 seconds behind there. But just back onto the consistency from the 41 here. 149.4 is what they're doing at the moment, and I mean that is like that's half a second ahead of the fastest of anybody else. And to keep that pace up for 6 hours. To keep that pace up for 6 hours for the number 41 is just absolutely incredible stuff that he's got there. 114 laps in, they've got an average pace of, or an average lap time of 149.4. It's just fantastic to see. And I mean, Dan, it really to keep that pace up for 6 hours is just amazing stuff.
It's relentless. I'll tell you, that's what it is. It is absolutely relentless. And again, it shows a real good all-round package. If you can do those laps for that long, you've got a good team underneath. You've got a good setup. You've got a controllable setup. This is also the thing as well. Setup is a big thing. We haven't talked about it all that much. Is having a car that's, while it has to be stable, it's got to be fast as well. And generally as well, normally faster cars tend to have a bit more rotation. They tend to want to spin a little bit more. The back end wants to always come around. If you can manage that and you can maintain a really good balance and get a car that's drivable and fast, again, it also makes the consistency a lot easier as well. So that's also something just to take into consideration. If these guys have got a really controlled setup underneath them, then the consistency will be easier to manage. I tell you, speaking of people that have really been sort of making moves at the moment, are continuing to do so and are just ploughing along. Again, it's Virtual Driver by TX3, the number 333 Nissan GTR, currently driven by Maxime Batafoulier. Really making some insane, as we see a spectator camera there. Great stuff. Interesting. Again, I'm loving these different camera angles. Really, really good stuff as well. Provides, again, a different aspect, different perspective. It's almost like being there, isn't it? And hopefully, with this year, coming to the midway point, we're hopefully going to be allowed to go to these racing events again. It started opening up back in the UK, and there was some British GT had some spectators at the last round and more events, which is really cool to see. I think that's something that we're all going to miss. As much as we love sim racing, it still can't quite match the real thing, I don't think, David, in terms of like sound and.
It really can't. So I had my first experience this season racing and in a paddock this year, and it completely changed my outlook on how things have been. So over the past 18 months, obviously, we've been through numerous lockdowns here in the UK, as we have been worldwide, and I was quite enjoying not actually speaking to anyone, not actually seeing anyone in real life. And as soon as we got to the paddock, that all changed. It was wonderful to be around people and watching British GT, seeing everyone trackside. It was a beautiful weekend, and they were all out in their deck chairs and their little tents and stuff like that. It just gives you some hope, makes you feel like we're slowly turning the corner, getting things back to normal here, and it's great that we can enjoy real life racing again, as well as this wonderful action here online. Maxime Batafoulier, as you pointed out, doing a stunning job of catching up to second place right now. That gap is now 3.8 seconds, and he is catching up around about 0.3 to 0.4 per lap on Mikhail Tanitsa for that 27 Yesa team outfit just now, so we'll keep an eye on that. And that's also bringing Gerard Martinez and Mayer into the battle. And what is amazing is just having a look at second to fifth place, split by just 14 seconds. And again, 2 hours 25 seconds left to go. 2 hours 25 minutes left to go. It's unheard of to have such a tight race, given that we've got first to 20th position split by just under 2 minutes.
It is indeed, and it's possibly could get even closer depending on what happens as well. You would naturally think that the drivers and the teams we put in their quickest drivers in these last stages of the race is to try and give as best possible option to try and make some more moves as well. Just currently on your screen now is Loureiro, a name that I haven't recognised before. He's in the Kings of Asphalt Maxon Oil Ferrari number 35, and he's actually currently hunting down Ufela in the 934 McLaren, a personal favourite of my choice in the McLaren. So that's my car of choice. So nice to see it being represented in this series as well. And yeah, he is beat. Well, I say that he's being caught up. He dropped a couple of tenths on that particular one. I am keeping an eye on the positions that we've got and the gap that we have got between Batifulier and Tonitza, because the gap is around 4 seconds now, and I'm sure it's going to be coming down. It's actually a little bit less than that. But the rate that we're catching, I mean, this could potentially be. We might see Batifulier catch up to Tonitza before the next round of pit stops, so that's going to be an interesting thing as well to keep an eye out for. But at the moment, again, Loureiro is just losing a little bit of time now to Ufela in that McLaren. So you can see possibly car not quite working. Temperatures are going down as well now. So are we going to see possibly throughout this stage of the race, are we going to see now a bit of more of a drop-off? Whoa, big moment there for Thierry. He knows he's on camera. He's showing off a little bit here. Not what he wants to do in terms of getting a quick lap time, but definitely getting some style points there on the exit of the second Lesmo. Yeah, that was very well held there. Yeah, I wonder if people's tyres and stuff, we've seen a bit of a drop-off for some drivers. Could this be, again, because of tyres? Are they now running a little bit too hot? And obviously, drivers now, they can't make any adjustments when they're in the car. They can only make them in the pit stop. So I wonder if we're seeing a little bit of that coming into effect as well. And could Loureiro be one of those possible issues? Again, it's very hard to tell.
Well, I wonder, because obviously with the track temperature cooling, it means that the tyre pressures are going to start eventually coming down as well. I'm just watching this battle for second place and third place. Tonitza has had a bit of a woeful lap right now, because that last lap he lost half a second to Maxime Batifulier, and again I think it's going to be at least a second on this lap alone. Batifulier goes across. It's 0.8 of a second that Batifulier is taken out of second place right now, and that gap now is about 2.5 seconds. So Tonitza is, I mean, he's under real pressure. He's going into turn one just now, and Batifulier is on his tail. That gap now down to about 1.5 seconds, because he's got the, I think that's number 55 that he's got in front of him. I'll confirm that in just a second, but I mean, he's really struggling just now. It's Diego Loureiro that's in front of him, and the 934 stuck in pit lane. So that is the 934 of Johan Ufela. It's a disconnect issue. So that we saw that earlier on with one of the other cars. But oh my goodness me, this is all starting to kick off now, and Tonitza is going to have to start watching his rear view mirrors, because Maxime Batifulier is all over him.
Well, about 2.3 seconds. It's coming down. Another battle that's really starting to kick off is between James Parker and Van Droyten. This is really starting to heat up now. The gap is about a couple of tenths of a second. We've got James Parker. He's got some pace in this car at the moment at this stage of the race, Van Droyten can't actually manage. And at the rate that he was catching up, again, it might not be a question of if, more so a question of when. And these stages of the race here, if you know that you're not as quick, especially look at the gap behind as well. So you've got Severt that's only about 1.8 seconds behind. James Parker, if he's going to make the move, he needs to make it sooner rather than later, and also they needs to make it clean, and essentially there needs to be no dilly-dally. He needs to get by. It could very well be here, going through into the second Lesbo, has a look, decides against it. Again, something like that does possibly can cost you a little bit of time, because you're having to go from online to offline, back to online again. So your tyres are being used up. You've got to, again, take it nice and always got to be conservative. You've always got to make that decision of when to be able to push that a little bit harder, when to try and sort of come out and to put the other person off that's in front of you. Parker, though, is quick through the Ascari chicanes. He's very quick through the Ascari chicanes. Same last lap. He was on the back bumper of Van Druyten, and this is exactly the same. Is they're going to be moved down into Van Druyten's not making that easy for him at all. He's going to pull out on the last minute to try and force Van Druyten to stick on the inside. Is he going to be a cutback? I think it might very well be, as long as he's got the run. Look at that, Van Druyten perfectly placed there by James Parker, and it's now going to be a drag race down into turn one, neck and neck. Who is going to have the pace going through into turn one? I'm not entirely sure. It looks to me the McLaren's got the pace at the moment. Look at that. The McLaren's pulling almost a car length through. He's going to come across. He's allowed to make that one move. James Parker then darts back to the outside. Late on the brakes for both of them. But Parker, look at that. Late on the... Oh, bit of contact there. Van Druyten just tapped the curb, pushed the car out wide a little bit. So, unfortunately, James Parker was the instant party in that, and I believe, Van Druyten backed off through there as well. So, fair play, good sportsmanship from Van Druyten. He did back off. He realised that was a mistake on his part and let the move happen. So, James Parker, good stuff indeed. But look at Servet now. Servet's right on the back of this train. Exactly what I said might have actually happened.
Yeah, Rene Sever is licking his lips and rubbing his hands together because he could be making hay while the sun shines here at Monza. Jonas Van Druyten there, a little bit overly defensive, hit the curb and then clattered into the side of James Parker, of course. That may not have been enough to satisfy race control. Race control may still take a decision on that. We'll have to wait and to see there. Just looking up at the battle for second and third place, that's still 2.6, 2.7 seconds. This is Marcus Eichhorn for Leopard Esports trying to hunt down Alessandro Porta in the 194 machine, and just watching them coming down the back straight here towards Ascari as well. Eichhorn really throwing that Aston Martin about. It's looking very, very solid, very, very planted, and we've got about 15 minutes left to go before we come up to our fourth round of pit stops here. But what a race, Dan, we've had. I mean, we've literally had everything that we could think of as Eichhorn takes the dive up the inside. That's never going to work, and has to try and pull that car in. But I tell you what, it wasn't a bad effort there. He's got a lot of momentum going round. He might have actually done the slingshot there.
Yeah, possibly. It's an interesting one. I don't think I'd ever, unless it's the last lap of the last corner, or the last lap going through a Parabolica, you'd never try and make a move there. You always try and make it going through into turn one. You think as well, you got the Bentley in front, but what's going to happen here? It's going to be late on the brakes. Whoa, Porter's going to come through. I thought he was going to be getting a little bit too close for comfort there. Tries to park it on the outside, but Eichhorn decides that he's going to hang it around the inside as well. They're going to drag race down into the second, turns 3 and turns 4. Naturally, you would think Porter would get the run because he's traveling the shorter distance, and he does. So Eichhorn, he's going to have to pull in for a slipstream for a brief moment. Is he going to dart back out to the inside? No, because Porter covers it. He's going to make Eichhorn go round the long way round. Unfortunately for Eichhorn, Porter very, very good on the brakes. That Mercedes gets stopped nice and controlled, nice and early. Yeah, Marcus, for that Leopard Esports car, it's got a good amount of traction as well. I was looking at it last lap as it went through the Ascari chicanes over that curb. Especially the last one on the left that we saw had a few instances. It was very, very planted. We can see that in the car. You can see it in the balance. It's very stable, which again, something like here is exactly what you need. Interestingly enough, though, look at the 911 of Becker, Florian Becker, just behind. The gap was 1.8 seconds. It's now 1.3. This is exactly what he wants. So really, Marcus Eichhorn needs to make the position, and he needs to make it sooner rather than later. Otherwise, Florian Becker is going to be having a piece of this action at the moment. So you have to see how that develops as well. But Rene Servet, only half a second now from Van Druyten. So he's still moving down the order. Look at James Parker. He's pulled about a second and a half, maybe 2 seconds on Servet since we last looked at him a couple of laps ago. So yeah, James Parker is a man on a mission at the moment. He's hunting down. He's got 15 seconds between himself and Catula. I mean, at the rate he's going, that's not going to be far off.
It certainly isn't. Marcus Eichhorn, though, has a second look here on the 194 of Alessandro Porta on the run down to turn 1. Then this is going to be the battle of late breakers. The Merc has the gap though just now, and look at Florian Becker, absolutely out of nowhere, gets that car coming in, and it's now a 3-car battle for 15th position, 15th, 16th and 17th. Meanwhile, second and third place, that's all kicking off as well. That's now 1.7 seconds for Maxime Batifui, who's catching on the back of Mikhail Tanitsa. That last lap was a 150.1 for Tanitsa. It was a 149.4 for Batifui. So that gap is coming down massively as well. And they've now got a couple of cars in between them. And it's the run down T1 for second and third place. So we'll keep an eye on that. That's going to be coming to a head very, very shortly as we have a car in the middle there. I think that's the number 50 that's involved. But look at this icon all over the back of that Mercedes and bringing Florian Becker, as you pointed out there, Dan, in that 911 Porsche into the mix as well. This has got bad news written all over it.
I tell you what, it's not going to be bad news for Florian Becker. He's going to slip up the inside. If these guys battle too much, he's going to take them, either coming down into Parabolica or potentially coming them down. He's going to get the move going into turn 1. But I have a feeling that these two are going to battle hard enough that Florian Becker is just going to be sailing up the inside. He's going to take that move. It's going to come to him. It's also going to sit in his lap. Look at that side by side again. Could this be exactly what I was going to talk about? Is Florian Becker going to get a possible cutback as well? Not this time around, I don't think. He's not quite close enough. He's closer than he was. This is the closest he's been for a while. Again, Icon does drop a little bit too much. Again, he's just battling just a little bit too hard. But look at Florian Becker. He's got the run. Is it going to be enough? The Porsche is good on the brakes. The Porsche is so fast as well. Look at that. He's going to be possibly boxed in as well between the Mercedes and the Aston. Icon just darts back onto the racing line, so no positions there that time around. This is exactly what Porter wants. We've just been told as well, P2's had a big spin, massive crash as well. We've just been told the number 27, whoa, my goodness, that was an unsafe rejoin, and I think Honzik is going to be having a few moments there. That's a code brand if I ever saw one. Fair play for Honzik to keep it there, and I'm sure his team are also going to be. They're all going to need new race suits, and they weren't even the ones driving. That was very, very, very close indeed. Tanitsa, I mean, he's dropped down to P4. Not ideal what he wanted to, and not what he wanted to do at all. That's going to be massively helpful for Batifoulier. He doesn't even need to battle him. He just inherits the P2. But I imagine as well for someone like Honzik, that was big moments to Savet. I thought he was going to be making. I thought he was going to have a big moment there, possibly a carbon copy of what Tanitsa just had to there. So Tanitsa back down into 8th place. I don't know for yourself, David. To me, it looked like the Honzik had to just take to the outside, take to the grass, and hope for the best.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed at that. But to be fair, I mean, Tanitsa, we've all done it. We've all done it where we've spun the car trying to rejoin. It's frustrating, but he didn't hold on the brakes. That's the key thing. He rolled that car across, and Honzik just, Honzik had to take avoiding action there. He spun it when he was trying to get back on the throttle, and the car rolled across, and the car spun round. But that car rolled from left to right across the track. That's after the spin. And that's what I think race control are not going to be happy about at all, because that didn't need to happen. And you've got to ask, should he have waited before trying to rejoin when trying to get the foot back in the throttle? That's what, the questions are going to have to be answered. But it doesn't matter for Batifui. He's going to be absolutely delighted with that one. Into second place, job done. Yeah.
Well, exactly. I mean, like I said, job done. He didn't even need to battle. He was handed the position, as well as everyone between himself and the top 8. Well, they've all just been handed an additional position. They've had to go back to the pits. The number has Tanitsa, so obviously they've got some damage that they're nursing. They're back out on track now, though. So only to look to be only some days. They might actually be okay, depending on where they're going to come out. If they can save enough fuel, they were quite good on the fuel in the halfway point of this race. So they may still be okay. They might not have to do a splash and dash. Look at Rene Severa as well. Again, just drops it over the curb, and the car's very, very unstable as it comes onto the exit of these Yukari chicanes. It's just going over that curb on the left. It just upsets the balance of the car. Interestingly enough, though, because I thought normally the BMs are a relatively stable car, and it seems that normally the front always wants to push more than the rear, except for there, in which the rear wants to overtake the front. The rear gets a bit overexcited. But this battle, I mean, it's a two-way battle at the moment. Sever and Van Droyten, they're only a couple of tenths off, but look at just behind at Misano. The 404 Ferrari is there or thereabouts. It's about 8 tenths off at this moment in time, and as soon as Droyten and Sever start to battle, and that's going to put Misano all onto the back of it. He's actually closing up on his own accord anyway. So any battle that's going to happen in front is also going to help that match. It's going to allow him to catch up even quicker. But this seems like the inevitable at the moment.
So we've just having a look as well. Jean-Luc Gantz in the 71 Audi in 8th place there is having a cracking battle there with Lefil in that 66 Lexus just ahead. You can see here. I mean, this is as close as you could possibly want with less than halfway to go. 2 hours and 7 minutes left to go in this race. Jean-Luc Gantz for the XL Racing by Renvelten. On the back of Lefil in that 66, that is the Team Fordzilla Lexus. Jeremy Lefil having to do a fairly decent job and a fairly sizable job as well, holding on to that Audi just now. We had yellow flags very, very briefly for the number 53. That was the Liper Esports machine of Icon that brought that one out, but they've been cleared almost immediately. The 934 is into the pits. That is the virtual drivers by TX3 AAA Esports of Boris Spree, Axel Petit and Johan Ufele, who are into the pits as well. But I mean, yeah, what a race we've had so far. I mean, looking even back to 30th position, you've got Daniel Flores, who is in the middle of all sorts of chaos right now, because you've got Niels van de Kekkel trying to catch up with them, and that's way down in 30th position, as you've got Jean-Luc Gantz having a little bit of an optimistic look there, a little bit of dust kicked up, which means somebody has had a little bit of a moment there. But here we go with the replay here. This is Javier. All right, let's enjoy this one. Let's take this one in as we see the car rolling across from right to left there. Didn't hold on to the brakes. Look at his face. That's a scary moment there for Jardier. He looks so cool. That annoys me so much. He always just takes it in his stride. He's like,
well, to be fair, he looks. I think, to be fair, you could see at what point the soul left his body at that point, couldn't you?
Oh, there we go. There's the hand over the face.
That's the realization.
Holy moly, did that just happen? That's amazing. Dear. Do you know what? And this is what I mean. I love that. That's where we have such big personalities like Jardier. It's so entertaining to watch. Wears his heart on his sleeve, and that was a squeaky bum moment there for Jaroslav Honzig there. But back to this battle with Jean-Luc Gantz trying to catch on to the back of Lefil in that 66 Lexus. It's not really happening. That Audi just can't get the break of the toe for the Lexus right now, and with 4 minutes left to go to the top of the hour, now we're going to start seeing some more pit stops in the next 10 minutes.
We are indeed, although I have seen a lot of people some people are pitting early, some people are pitting on the dot of the 2 hours, some people are pitting quite a lot after the hour mark. So again, it's actually very, very interesting. It's very, very difficult to see what is going on. Meanwhile, we've got a battle here between. Actually, this isn't a battle between. So you've got this is Bertin and I thought Flores. No, he's actually a little bit further ahead.
Tom Rayer that's involved in that one.
Yeah, so Tom Rayer getting, getting involved. He is obviously pulling ahead. But at the moment, 1.1 second is the gap between himself. Between Emmanuel Bertin and Flores. The 193 Mercedes just up ahead there, as you can see it just going out of shot. And then the 192 of Van der Kekelt. So this is actually a battle. This is a battle for P28. Now, I know the battle and the gaps are a little bit extended now. They're between a second and 8/10 of a second. But again, anything like this can change. A bit of traffic, a small little mistake, and it bunches everything up. So that is one to definitely watch out for. Meanwhile, we've got another... This is a battle that's really this is Patrick Girometti versus Moreira. So Lexus versus Lexus again. Good to see some inter-manufacturer battles as well. And at the moment, the gap is about 0.2 of a second. So only 0.2 of a second. That's not a lot. It's actually extended to about 0.6 of a second this time around, though. Still, Girometti, he's very, very good on the brakes. It's nice to see as well, and you'll probably agree with me as well on this, David, the different setups that drivers and teams are running. You can see where some drivers, they take different lines as well based on their setups, based on their different driving styles. It's nice to see it when they're actually against the same car, because you can really see the differences even more.
You certainly can, and the setups are such a huge part of pace and the car control in these competitive competitions. It really, they may only make a difference between 2-3 of a second, but we've seen what difference that makes, Dan. That's literally the difference between first and 15th place on the grids here for the qualifying session. And the one thing that you could always do if you're looking to improve your setup game is head over to Coach Dave Academy. See what I did there?
Nice.
And head over to get yourself some professionally developed esports ready, competition ready setups for yourself at coachdaveacademy.com, or you can get some fantastic one-to-one driver coaching as well. So again, it's so important, and this is something that I've only recently realised from some of the discussions come around the sim racing community, is that setups are only as good as your ability to use them and to understand them. As Girometti goes side by side, it's the battle of the Lexuses. I'll tell you what, that's very, very smart from Girometti to back out, potentially get a better exit, although he's kind of bodged the exit a little bit and undone all that hard work trying to catch up to the 349 VRM racing of Felipe Moreira. That's not going to happen. That gap now back down to about 0.3 of a second. But to the point I was making about the setups, the setups are only as useful as your ability to understand and use them and use them to their fullest extent. So if you don't know that the car's oversteering, or you don't understand why the car's oversteering, then it's not really going to help you out. Team standings live and updated for you. Lada Sport Rosneft head to head tied at the top with Odox Motorsport. Odox won the last lap. You've got 99 has brought out yellow flags again. Felix Deepers brings out yellow flags at Ascari, second time for them. Yaz Heat is in third position in championship as it stands, with the Ferrari taking third place, 74 points. Virtual drivers by TX3, Nissan GTR, they would absolutely snap your hand off for that championship position. Fourth place in championship with 52 points. So yeah, decent job. 72 points. There we go. Thank you very much, Mike Yao. And Team Portillo Lexus sneaking in top 5 there. The number 66 with 54 points. 5 different manufacturers in the top 5, and here comes Marcus Icon around the outside for Leipart Esports. Makes it look so good, but Aston can't get it done.
He goes too wide going through into turn 1. I like the idea of what he was trying to do. We've seen it countless times before, but look at that again. It's going to be Florian Becker that's going to get the rundown. So yeah, he tried to pin the car on the outside of turn 1 to get the inside of turn 2. Carried a bit too much speed into turn 1. Car washed out, and then Porter was just like, thank you very much, and he resumed his normal racing line. But look at that. Marcus Icon, he's lost a position to Florian Becker. Not too sure if he was caught napping there, but Becker had a really good run out of the exit of turn 2. Again, from the compromise that Icon had, and he just carried that momentum all the way around Curva Grande down into turn 3 and turn 4. Great move there for Florian Becker, and no real defensive driving there from Marcus Eishorn. So he probably just accepted the fact that it was going to happen, needs to try and recompose himself, and then off he goes again. He's got no one behind him really to worry about at this moment in time. He's actually got 18 seconds to Moreira in P15 that he's got to worry about. So, and he's actually battling with Girometti as well. So they're not really going to have to worry about that. Maybe he's actually also allowing Becker to have a go at Porter, see if he can get by him and slow them up. And then he can do a bit of a role reversal and try and make the move again on both at the same time. Someone went very wide. That was a 192 Porsche. By the looks, he stopped. Whoa! He stopped onto the apex. Onto the exit curb. I think, to be fair, that's a tricky one. He technically did the right thing and sat where he needed to, allowed everyone to go around him. Good avoidance for everyone else there. So, yeah, Nils van der Kekel, while it wasn't the optimal position, he did the right thing and just sat on the brakes and let everyone try to go around him, which they luckily did.
Poor Nils van der Kekel. It's like a clickbait advert, isn't it? Race directors hate him for these 3 weird tips Yeah, so not been the best day at the races for the 192 Racing Line Motorsport outfit of Marco Macri, Niels van de Kekkel and Galim Dimov. Of course, they find themselves in that lap one melee and caught up and basically hitting about 15 different cars because they got nudged into to turn one there, but it is what it is, and they'll dust themselves down for the next race. But we head to the top of the hour, ladies and gentlemen. If you have just joined us, where on earth have you been? 2 hours left to go. We head into the final third of the race here. It's the Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster Season 3, Round 2. It's the 6 hours of Monza. David Christie along with Daniel Handover bringing you all of the coverage live and direct here on the SimGrid YouTube channel. As always, hit that subscribe button and you won't miss a thing. A huge thank you to our title sponsor Thrustmaster, as well as our brand new sponsors this season, ExpressVPN. If you value your safety and privacy online, head over to expressvpn.com/thesimgrid and get yourself a cheeky little 3 months free when you take out one of their 12-month packages. That's expressvpn.com/thesimgrid, as well as to Simsock, simsock.com, where you can get yourself up to speed on one of the most overlooked aspects of sim racing equipment. That is your own clothing. You won't think twice about going and spending a couple of £100 on a brand new wheel or some new sim racing gloves. But what we don't do is look after our footwear as well. As we see the 192, wow, that was around and around and around the corner, and that is a scary, scary moment coming out of Ascari. Oh my goodness me, Dan, that is that's a Code Brown moment if ever I saw one.
I mean, it's one way to liven up the racing, is it, and liven up your evening? Yeah, I mean, again, he did exactly the right thing. He just held the brakes, and to be fair, again, at that point, you just hope for the best. You would naturally think as well, when you look at it, you naturally think you want to try and get off the racing line as quickly as possible. The problem is, though, as soon as you do that, you're moving. It's a movable object, and it takes longer for the people that are around you to react to that. So, again, absolutely perfect what he did. That's a very, very good example of what you need to do in an instant like that. Granted, it could have gone 50-50. One of those cards could have tapped in, that would have been the end, game over. But ultimately, it was he did exactly what he needed to do. So, yeah, that's a prime example of what you need to do. Look at that, Robin Pagani. He is currently in P21. He's not too far away, though. He's got a McLaren there or thereabouts around him. Actually, I'm getting possibly a little bit confused. I'm just trying to think where everyone else is. He's got someone, that's the number 71 car, so that is going through Rupert, I think, that's going to be overtaking him. Yep, that's a lap down, so he then goes another lap down on the number 71 Audi. Yes, he's got McLaren just behind him, just so there, yep, just goes in shot through that. Is the person behind, 2.2 seconds. He's got 7/10 of a gap though to the next Porsche, which is Raya up ahead. Only, I mean, that's not too far away though, and to be fair, the number 71 Audi will obviously be going past Raya as well, the 72, so that's going to slow him up as well. So that gap will most probably come down. It's 1.1 seconds at the moment, but again, it will even itself out as they go.
Pit stops are underway, Dan, and I just want to point out that it's the big bad number 41, Igor Ogorodnikov, behind the wheel to take things potentially home for the final 2 hours.
Yes, you are indeed correct. So, yep, we've got, just having a look, yes, the Aston Martin, he is currently in number 41. We've just been told as well that he can actually he's already done 2 stints. He can only do 1 more, and then they're going to have to do another driver swap. So interestingly enough, now Igor Ogorodnikov is making his final stint at this moment in time, and then one of his teammates will be taken over to bring the car home. But we know the pace that Igor Ogorodnikov has, so he just needs to make sure that he can hit those marks and do what he needs to do to try and extend that gap as well. That was very, very
That was a bit
close.
scary.
What on? I'm not too sure. Again, it's looking at them with the Bentley. I can't quite see the number of which that Bentley is, but either way, that was very, very close indeed. I'm sure Robin Bugatti is going to be a little bit cautious, possibly next time they go through Parabolica, and he might have to concede the position if there are blue flags being waved. I can't see blue flags being waved though from the marshals. So I think this is, well, it's not, oh no, there is blue flags being waved from the marshals, yes. So there we are, that would be a again, another position that they're trying to get back. Another lap down that he will go on the Bentley there.
Just watching the GTRC endurance team, I do love the livery on that car for two reasons. One, on the front of it, it's got the words "happy little accidents," which is possibly some foreshadowing right there. And then on the rear of it, they've got Shocked Pikachu, which is something that apparently nobody had ever heard of here at SimGrid before about 3 weeks ago. So I'm presuming that's because I dropped that one live on stream. But Shocked Pikachu is such an iconic thing, and it's such an appropriate gesture for some of the moves that you see on some of the different championships here. But great to see that Porsche bringing it to life on the livery here. But less than 2 hours left to go, Dan, and now we're starting to see the dice starting to fall into place. And we're starting to see Igor Ogoronikov, how much he can potentially stretch out that gap, given that almost into the 148s.
I mean, the 148s are definitely possible. They are absolutely possible, and if it's one person that's going to do it, it is definitely going to be Igor Ogoronikov. The 149.008 was the last lap. He hasn't got too far to go, and then we'll be back in the 48s. You know what, looking through here as well, we're looking on the back of Daniel De Oliveira's car, number 35, Ferrari. Onto the back of that is Flores, the 193 Mercedes. 0.4 of a second. It's extended a little bit now, probably to about half a second to 0.6. But that battle, this battle is really starting to heat up. We're going to have to see how this develops and how this goes through in the next couple of laps. Yeah, it just seems to be, as soon as we jumped on board, Flores just dropped that little bit of time. A little bit of dust kick up, though, for Oliveira, though. So he's pushing the car as hard as he possibly can to try and keep ahead from Flores. So he knows that Flores has got some good pace because he's pushing just that little bit harder. And he's from the Kings of Asphalt, Maxim Oil Ferrari. Again, there's some really good liveries, actually. I love looking at these liveries. That's what I absolutely love. Part of the commentary as well is just seeing the liveries and the designs that people come up with. Some of them are so complex that I absolutely love as well. And then others, again, quite simplistic, but at the same time, provide such a good platinum. And it's just a really nice looking... just the variety of the liveries that we have here is incredible. And I really, really like seeing all of these ones and the different design styles that people do. And some certain design styles work really well with certain cars. It's nice to see, teams really utilise the strengths of the lines of the cars.
Just watching the cars heading through here, and again the 41 of Igor Ogoronikov, he's going to be making his way back up to the top of the time screens once we see the pit stops starting to filter through here. And this is where we could see some real master strokes when it comes to strategy as well. Ogoronikov, though, very, very quick. I mean, like, bolting out of the gates, 149.1 again this last lap round. You've got to have a feeling, though, that all this is going to do is just bolster the lead. It's just going to improve on the gap that he's already got, given that nobody else was anywhere near him coming into that that third and fourth stint. I mean, this puts him in a really, really strong position.
Well, it does indeed. I think that there's going to be no opportunity that Igor's actually going to be pulling that pace back. He's going to be wanting to extend that gap as much as he possibly can. He's wanting to be, doing as many laps, and we're not going to see a drop off in times. I don't think personally, not through choice anyway. So we're going to be having to see how that sort of like plays and how that really starts to go. Naturally, as the fuel sort of burns off, you would think also the tyres and the times will start to get quicker. So again, that's one thing to also watch out for. But this is some stellar driving from Igor Ogoronikov here at the moment. Meanwhile, looking down a little bit further down the field, this is Kopstov in the Bentley versus Yersin in the 99 Porsche. So about half a second separates both of these two drivers as it stands here. And the Porsche is looking very, very racy indeed. Bentley's also looking pretty quick as well. But I think at this stage of the race, it could very well be the Porsche. It's just got a very, very slight edge looking at the current time. We're just looking at the previous times as well. It just seems that the Porsche has got a slight bit of edge on the Bentley at the moment, but it can all change though. Again, you may see a transition as the tyres start to wear off, as the fuel starts to get burnt off. You may see that transition between the two cars, and the pace might actually swap. Again, we'll have to see as they go. But at the moment, Uressen has got the toe and has got the slipstream. We know that Porsche is very, very quick in a straight line, especially when you give it a toe. So what is going to happen? Look at the closing speed. He might even try and make a move going through. No, he doesn't, because Kopsov covers up the inside, tries to gently brush it out to the left. Got to be a little bit careful there. He was about on the limit of where he could really make two moves. And he goes through, but again, the gap's even closer. So Uressen wants to make that move sooner rather than later.
And we'll have to keep an eye on how that goes. But again, that just shows the level of determination and fighting going on when this is a battle for 29th position, 4 hours into a 6-hour race, and this is exactly what's at stake here. We've still got, 10 cars within 90 seconds. In fact, we've got still 14 cars on the lead lap, which is awesome to see. An hour and 50 minutes left to go into the race. It's currently Gerard Martinez Amer who is in the lead of the race, but that is we're in mid pit stop cycle. Igor Okorodnikov is about maybe 2 laps away from taking his rightful place back at the top of the timing screens here. James Parker still needs to jump into the pits, I believe, in the 888, so that may leave Florian Bonjour in the GTR, in the 333 GTR, to take the lead. This is side by side Sami Ketchula for the number 11 Grip Packs engineering machine, trying to fight it out with Florian Peffet in that 66 Lexus. They are absolutely giving it yeehaw on the way round into turn 1. Brilliant stuff for Team Fordzilla Lexus. Trying to hold on to that place is Fabien Peffet. I mean, again, an hour and 45 minutes left to go. This has been the story of the race. Everybody's just knocking lumps out of each other.
Well, I think as well, you see these sort of gaggle of cars that come together. There's a bit of a battle, and then they extend, and there's another gaggle of cars that come together. You've almost got, I think, everyone's race with probably at least 2 or 3 different people. Oh, bit of a wiggle there for Piffet. Apologies, I was saying it's Piffet before. It's actually Piffet, so I do apologise about that. Going through a bit of a wiggle there for the number 66 Lexus. That has cost him not really too much time. He composed himself ready for the second Lesmo. So if that was coming down here, if it was on the outside, on the exit of the second Lesmo, would have been a different story. But ultimately, though, Catula is still very, very close. Look at how late he is on the brakes, catching up a bit more time there. Goes through just about a maximum amount of curve that he wants. No much. We're seeing a lot of these drivers now as well. They're taking a lot of curve. They're taking a lot of liberties on the exit as well. Obviously, they have got a bit of pace drop off. They've got a bit of front aero wash, especially when they're right behind another car. So that's obviously another possible reason why they're just pushing out a little bit too wide and catching that gravel on the outside. But again, let's have a look. We know the Lexus is it's monstrous in a straight line. But is it going to be enough to pull away from Catula with a draft? I don't think it will be. So it depends. Which way is Biffet going to force Catula around? It's probably going to be the outside. But is that going to be a bad thing? If he can keep it around the outside into turn 1, going onto the helicam? No, potentially a cutback, though. He goes a little bit wide. Is he going to try and cut off the inside? That was a very, very good run. Textbook positioning there from Catula. He's going to have to go the long way round, though, of Grande Curve. Turn 3, going through very, very fast right-hand. Again, it almost feels like it goes on forever. And again, you're travelling around the outside. So you're travelling a very, very... look at that. Textbook just got on the brakes. That was just, I had to find my words then for a set. The fact that was just so clean, so elegant. No effort there at all. That looks so effort. It probably wasn't, let's be honest. But Sami Catula, that was just effortless in terms of an overtake. That's why I had to find my words then, because it just sort of happened, really. I don't know how it happened, David, but it just sort of did.
But that's something that you've mentioned numerous times, Dan, is that whole thing of that 1000 IQ thinking of, like, you could maybe make a move now, or you can hold back and make the move later on and keep things going on just now. We're going to have a look in a second at number 73. That is going to be Klein. Just got the move done And what a fantastic move that was on Girometti. Look at that. So the Honda up into P number 8, and Girometti going backwards now in that 446 Lexus, but still reasonable effort for them to get up into the top 10 after what's been a very, very difficult 6 hours so far. I'm just having a look at James Parker now. If that is right, James Parker up into to second place. I was going to say, I'm just being told in my ear that's not the actual place, because he does need to pit. I was going to say, because he was up for maybe P5 or P6, so to be P2 is one hell of an effort that we've just not seen there. But yeah, so the Bonjour is going to be up into to third place there, so the Astons do need to pit. But what we'll do is, with an hour and 3/4 left to go, we're going to take a very short commercial break. We'll go for a little immersion break, and we'll be right back. Well, a very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Live coverage of round 2 of the SimGrid Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster, and what a race we've had so far. I've got to be honest, I'm a little bit lost for words because we're joined by sim racing royalty. Jardier, aka Jaroslav Hondig, joins us in the box, hands over the controls to Eamon Murphy for Yazzie Richard Mail. But Jaroslav, I mean, that was a scary, scary moment where you almost got collected and sent into the nether realm.
Oh yeah, that was, I think that was a very scary moment. I mean, I saw the car from far distance, I saw him driving on the right, so I was like, well, this is gonna be easy, you know, he's off the track. And then suddenly he lost it and he went all the way to the left, and yeah, I'm very happy I reacted as I reacted. It was very scary, very scary. But nothing happened to us, so I can't be complaining, yeah.
Yeah, you just told me off air that it's only the t-shirt that you've got to change. You're a nervier driver than me.
Yeah, exactly. Luckily only t-shirt.
An hour and a half left to go. Now this is arguably where it's going to get really, really exciting because you've left your big gun until last. You've left the man, the myth, the legend that is Mikhail Statsenko in for that last shot. And arguably the Nissan GTR ahead of you, the 333 of Yesa and the 121, the current championship leaders, are going to be with their arguably their slower drivers. That's again a relative term with the level of competition here, but you guys must be feeling fairly confident.
Well, yeah, obviously, like, we lost a bit of a time when Misha was in the car because we completely failed with the pressures on the strategy. We made a big mistake in the setup and nobody of us noticed. So Misha was driving on very bad pressures and we lost about, I don't know, 6 seconds overall on a whole stint. And now we were kind of hoping for different strategy in terms of the other drivers because we actually didn't expect Garcia to be driving again. I was kind of hoping that his teammates will be driving, but he's like using the whole stint time he has left to stay in the car because obviously he's the fastest. And I have a little hopes that the Nissan last driver will be the one who was like 2 stints ago, who was like a bit slower. So I think it might be very interesting finish for the race, for the fight for the P2, because we will have a Misha in the car who's very, very fast, and I think it might be very nice fight with the Audi and with the Nissan in the end.
And obviously we watch your stream and we see how charismatic you are, Jaroslav. I mean, every time we cut to you, you're always smiling, you're always happy, and you're always having a good time. In fact, I've just seen your latest videos where you're exploring a platform that I've not been on for absolute ages. Like so much fun. But I mean, what is it that keeps you so happy all the time?
I don't know, like I'm playing a game and I love the game and we are having epic race. The BOP is like, I was shocked about the amazing qualification today, like how crazy close the field was, and we didn't get involved in any incidents, so there's no reason to be pissed, you know, having great time here, enjoying every single lap.
Yeah, absolutely loving it. So, as we said, an hour and a half, you're in 4th place at the moment. You're obviously hoping to take the Nissan and the Audi. At what point, right, do you start thinking, right, we need to think about the championship? Is there going to be a point where you have the conversation over TeamSpeak or through Discord and say, look guys, we just need to keep on to the position, or are you just going to be leaving Mikhail to do his own thing?
We will obviously see how it's gonna look. Like at the beginning of the race, I was already really careful at the beginning because there was some hot moments happening and some people are fighting really, really hard. So I rather was keeping my gap, you know, because as you said, basically thinking about the championship already and about the possible podiums and so on. And we started P16. Currently, we are P4, fighting for almost P2 or podium. So I think so far we are trying to stay away from the trouble since the beginning of the race, and it's working very well. So I think that's how we need to continue the championship, you know.
I want to get your immediate reaction to this because Eamon Murphy has now just set purple lap on the race with an hour and a half left to go, just on a 1:48.807, and he's only about 0.8 of a second behind Alberto Garcia. Make that, sorry, just over 1 second. I mean, he is absolutely on fire right now.
Yeah, he's flying, absolutely flying. The track is getting colder, so the paces are getting up and up. So yeah, super happy right now.
Excellent stuff. Well, Jardier, thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck for Yazid Richard Mill for the rest of the session, and looking forward to watching your stream back, my friend.
Thank you so much, guys.
There we go then. That is Jardier, aka Jaroslav Honzig, joining us in the comms with Dan. He's just, his happiness is almost infectious, isn't it?
It's almost like the Danny Rick of the sim world. He's just always happy.
He really is. It just, you can't help watching it and listening to him and then start smiling yourself. I know that sounds so daft, but yeah, positivity breeds positivity, and certainly one of the better role models I think that we've got here in sim racing. So fantastic to have him on for a chat. But I mean, we'll keep an eye on that, because Garcia is really getting caught down very, very quickly from Eamon Murphy there. 1.3, the gap just going up a tiny little bit. So again, we'll keep an eye on that. But Marco Bischoff here having a fight off Darren King in that 888 machine, and again starting to eke out a little bit of a gap. But yellow flag, the 217 brings out the yellow flags. That's at the parabolic. It gets going again. But the 217 is that is Alex Koptov for the Bentley that gets going again. But I mean, now we're starting to see some real moves for the leads. And I mean, I'm looking at Felix Bonjour in that 333 GTR, 20 seconds behind your race leader. There's not really all that much can be done to catch Yigar Ogorodnikov right now.
No, I don't think there is realistically. All they need to do is the Nissan just needs to, again, just plug laps. You've got to think of the long game here. Is it worth trying to, worry about the pace that Garcia is doing behind, or is it worrying about trying to catch up and increase your pace to catch up to Igor Ogorodnikov? I think, to be honest, I'd be focusing more on Garcia and keeping ahead of and making sure that you're matching the pace or bettering the pace ever so slightly to Garcia, as opposed to trying to catch up to P1. And then you'll push the car too hard, and you'll end up making more mistakes, and ultimately that's why you'll have some instance, and you'll possibly or potentially throw away a really good finishing position. At the end of the day, I always talk about it, and I will talk about it more and more, play the long game. Meanwhile, they look at Marco Bischoff versus Darren King. Is he going to make him go? Yeah, it's going to make him go the long way round. We've seen that countless times again, although it doesn't work a lot of the time. Darren very late on the brakes. He's hugging it around the outside. Bit of contact there, I think. Again, tricky to see what happened with that camera angle, but looked like Darren King was just about around the outside. Whether Bischoff just took a bit too much speed through turn one and the car washed wide a little bit, not too sure. But that's actually allowed Kisser. Look at that. So Kisser's going to run the outside. He's got a really good run on Darren King. I don't think he's going to be able to defend too much. Or he's going to try and hang around the outside, possibly. Look at how late Darren King was on the brakes. Oh my goodness, side by side, still just pushes him wide. They just give each other about enough room as they need to. That was some great racing there. Really Kisser capitalised on that as quick as he could. Darren King, though, again, a master on the braking in this Aston Martin, just about managed to keep ahead. But this has allowed Marco Bischoff to just sort of sail away in the distance.
Yeah, and that's also allowing Hamada Erkizi in that 404 machine to catch up onto the back of Luca Kaser. But we've got a penalty coming in, and for the first time in 2 hours, the car's 193 and 217 on lap 141. It's a penalty, drive-through penalty for 217 for avoidable contact. That's a desperate measures machine currently being driven by Alex Koptov. So that's not the best to see that, but it is what it is. So they're going to be coming into pit lane very shortly. That gap between third and fourth place now, just 1 second, just under 1 second actually. So we'll keep an eye on that. But this is Bastian Lindner for Good Time Racing onto the back of the 111 DC Sim Racing NL of Menno van der Meulen. Round turn one, that was brilliant, absolutely nowhere. What a move. And that is how you do it. And I tell you what, for 23rd and 24th to still be scrapping like that with 90 minutes left to go in the race, again, just a testament to how hard everyone's fighting right now.
Absolutely can't complain. But look at Bastian Lindner, he's going to have to defend as well. The Good Time Racing Audi defends ever so slightly, but Van der Molen does back out of that potential move going through into turn 3 and turn 4. Yeah, really well set up from Basti. Linda just kept it around the outside. It's amazing, isn't it? Like, you can push the car onto the exit of... Oh, you push the car going through to turn 1, you push them on the outside, although I'd almost be wanting to try and push people on the inside because you want to try and keep that inside positioning going through turn 2. It seems to be the better option. Overtakes happen quite consistently through there, even if the person that's overtaken is stuck around the outside. They just hug on the inside for turn 2. They can get a good drive. So, yeah, it's, again, very, very well positioned down there, as you say, down some battle all the way for P23 and P24. Really good to see. Hamada Christie, he is currently trying to get past, has a bit of a look though on the inside of the number 14 BMW as they go through a Scar chicane. Doesn't quite make any... Again, I as much as it's good, look at the BM. He's already pulling away.
Just gone, isn't he?
How
He's
fast
just
is that
absolutely
BM?
away.
That's insane. He hasn't even got a toe either. That's the thing the Ferrari has. So it almost... The BM's got an amazing sort of mid-range up until about 120, 130. Even without a toe, it's just almost one of the fastest cars out on track. And then afterwards, as the drag coefficient increases, then it starts to obviously, pull away. But look again, the Ferrari, he's not catching up at all. As soon as once you get almost past the pit exit, that's when the Ferrari starts, and that's when a car in draft starts to take on that BM. But by that point, it's almost too late.
For sure, and that's the one thing we're going to have to keep our eyes on as they exit out of turn 1. I'm keeping an eye on that battle for P3 and P4 between Alberto Garcia and Eamon Murphy. The gap opening up to about, 1.7 seconds, I think that is. But Garcia and Eamon Murphy now starting to catch up very slowly on Florian Bonjour as well. That gap is now 6.2 seconds, I want to say. 6.5 now between 3rd, 4th and 5th place just now. Hamada Arkizi though still on the back of Luca Kisser in that number 14 Unicorns of Love. They've done a decent job of trying to hold on to that performance. But the custom BOP has been an absolute revelation through this race today, and Luca Kisser in that BMW now being pushed to within an inch of his life in that BMW, and Lars has really been made to work for his supper tonight, because that Ferrari really all over the back of him. But again, Dan, this is what happens. Look, he comes out of Ascari here, and that BMW just absolutely goes.
Well, exactly. I mean, to be fair, looking at this time around, I think Akwesi, he's actually got a bit of a better run. As soon as he pulls out the slipstream, he just can't get by. That darts to the inside, but Kisser covers that off nice and quickly. Probably doesn't need to cover it off as much as he thinks, because he can just drive past. Even if the move was made going through into Parabolica, all he needs to do is just keep his foot planted, and he'll breeze past him on the start-finish line. Okay, look at that. Christie, he's not close enough. He needs to be on the back bumper of that BMW to even attempt to make a move going through into turn 1. At this point here, look at that. All of that main straight, and he's just not close enough. As I say that was so close on the brakes. He went a little bit too deep into there then. He, again, composed it really, really well, but I'm sure he had a bit of a moment there of thinking, am I going to stop in time? Because that looked very close on that TV camera. And you see he just missed the apex on the inside of turn 1 by about half a car's width. So, yeah, he's pushing this car hard. He is pushing this car hard. So is Kisser, to be fair. We see the car's very, very loose on the rear now, which is interesting. Again, earlier on, we saw the car pushing quite heavily at the front. We've seen it a couple of times where the rear's starting to rotate around now. So, interesting to see the balance change of this BMW and the way that it develops throughout the race as the weight starts to come off. I'm guessing the fuel tank will be in the back, so it would make sense as the weight comes off of the fuel tank, the rear becomes a bit lighter, naturally can be a little bit less stable. So again, credit to ACC for getting the actual balance and the way that it goes, the way that it changes. Let's have a look. Is it going to be a Christie? He's going to try to make a move going through again. Darts to the outside, just trying to get the run as best he can through the Ascari chicanes. But again, look at that. He's too far back and he won't make the move again.
Yeah, Kisser just absolutely launched it over the curbs. You saw there, took all 3 curbs underneath that BMW, and to be honest, Arkeezy's absolutely stranded right now. He can't do anything to get that going again. Watching the battle for third and fourth. Garcia 6 seconds behind second place, but Eamon Murphy now back to 1.2 seconds. That gap had went up to 1.6, 1.7. So Eamon Murphy doing a cracking job of catching up. But look at this, Lars Kisser really under attack here from Hamada Arkeezy. Goes to the outside in that Ferrari. That's never going to work. The BMW is going to try and put the throttle through. Hamada Arkeezy though around the outside. The BMW just lights up the tyres, gets it going, and that is done and dusted. Out drags it. Good night. See you later.
That is just, I mean, to be fair, if Christie wasn't fit, he must have felt, and to be fair, that was such a good attempt to go up the inside out of turn 2, and again, perfectly placed car. But if that doesn't put you in a position of like, you know, what else can you do at that point? That BM is so fast in a straight line. It just suits Monza. It absolutely suits Monza. There's a reason why all the F1 cars, they run low drag, and when you go around here, the cars are so much faster. And again, everyone tries to run low wing. It's just because speed is key through here, and the BM has definitely got plentiful of that. I'm sure Christie at this point is just becoming increasingly frustrated. Again, do you know what? If I were him at this point, why try and make the move actually out on track? Because all that's going to happen is the move is just going to happen, and then it will happen straight back again. At this point, I'd sit behind, save the fuel. There's nothing that you're really going to gain from battling. You're only going to slow each other down, and you're also going to be costing more tyres, costing ultimately more fuel, if you've got an opportunity to be at the same pace with the BM in front, regardless if you're quicker in the corners or not. Why would you not try and get the overcut, possibly even the overcut or the undercut in the pits? That would be that's my option there.
For sure. Arkeezy does have a good run out of that final corner. I don't think he's close enough, because look at the BMW. It can just absolutely roll away. Tries to get it onto the brakes, thinks better of it. And again, that Ferrari's going to try and sneak round the outside. Surely not. Oh my goodness me, runs very wide, but Arkeezy, I'm absolutely gobsmacked at that, for all of the effort, all of the fighting, all of the power that the BMW has. Hamada Arkeezy makes it look so easy. Are you kidding me? Or is that BMW around the outside? No way! He's done it on the inside. He's got the inside line to that corner, and it's going to force the Ferrari wide. But the Ferrari takes it again. Arkeezy! That is sensational stuff from Hamada Arkeezy for the 404 H3 Racing. I have never seen anything like that. That is absolute determination, and that is the move done, because the BMW, while it's got great straight line speeds, that was something else. That single-handedly is the move of the race. I will happily eat my words then. Wow, what a move by Hamada Arkeezy. That was fantastic. Great placement there. Yeah, I mean, again, the BM is so fast in a straight line. I thought realistically that was going to be moved done and dusted. The BM was going to come back around. We know it is good. It is still pretty good on the brakes. But, I mean, even Kisser will be in a position where he's going to be like, fair enough. At this stage of the race, if a move like that happens, you've got to work for it. And Hamada Arkeezy worked for that. That was a cracking move. I would agree with you there, David. 100%. That is the move of the race. Credit to both drivers, though. Again, this is the racing that we like to see. Both having given each other enough room, as much room as you possibly can, and at this moment in time as well, knowing your strengths and weaknesses of the car and driving to that. And I think both drivers did that absolutely perfectly. That was absolutely awesome. Absolutely awesome stuff. And if Kisser can keep within contention, might not be over yet, might not be the last battle that we see the BMW in. Meanwhile, an update for fourth place. Garcia in the Audi, the 121 Audi, just 5.5 seconds behind Bonjour in that GTR. Eamon Murphy now within a second of Garcia in the Yaz Heat Richard Mille 149 Ferrari. So this is starting to get very, very exciting indeed. We come across the line and start another lap. Garcia now just 5.2 seconds behind, and Murphy now just 0.9 seconds behind. Oh my goodness me, this one is brewing up very, very nicely as we hit almost 16 minutes left to go in this penultimate stage of the race. We're going to have driver changes in the next 20 minutes and it will all be settled on track. Oh, Dan, this has just been everything you could possibly want in a race right now.
Oh, it 100% has. It is indeed. No, it has indeed. And we've got an hour and a quarter left, so it's going to be even more action to go through. And yeah, once what you'll do is you'll probably see now you'll see a driver switch. You'll see a mentality switch. Now, when we've got a yellow flag somewhere, that's someone going through.
That's Tom Ricard. Yeah, that's Tom Ricard in the Porsche, the 72 that's brought in the yellow flags again. So he's trying to get the car going again. Oh, we've got cars going off left, right and centre here. Thankfully, it doesn't look to be too much damage there, but that could have been so much worse, Dan.
Yeah, it could have been indeed. I think, to be fair, that car has definitely looked battered and bruised, but luckily he does get it going again. I wonder if he's going to have to jump back to the pits. We'll have to see. But looking further up the field, though, Eamon Murphy, the 149, he's catching up again a little bit more. The gap is now 0.7 of a second. He's got him in his sights. He's catching him up lap by lap by lap. It's not too much, but it's enough. That's the main thing. What we're talking about there is the mentality is going to switch. As soon as the last pit stops have taken place, it's going to become a full out-and-out right sprint. You'll see drivers taking more liberties. They'll take more risks. They'll try and drive the cars harder. It's going to work for some people. It won't work for others. But that is the risk that, especially in this scenario as well, and with this level of competition, sometimes you need to take.
For sure. Just to recap then, we are an hour and 50 minutes left to go in the 6-hour Monza Spectacular here, round number 2 of the SimGrid Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster. We've got yellow flags at Lesmo 2. That is the number 17 that's caught up in that. That's Jeffrey Milutinovic that is caught up in that one for the Team Forcilla APM outfit. And they've had a bit of a horrible afternoon as well. They're currently down in P25, but they get going again. However, we caught our attention to Eamon Murphy for Yazhi. Richard Mill trying to catch onto the back of the 1-2-1. That is, of course, Alberto Garcia. Let's have a look here. This is going to be the yellow flags that were brought out. The 72, too much curb into the wall, and that car is stranded. Now, how does he do this? How does he approach it? He's going to reverse, isn't he? Yep, he reverses. To be fair, that was a clear part of the track. He tries to get going again. Okay, so that was obviously just a case of, was it a bad camera angle? Yeah, it was. It was a difficult camera angle that made it look a lot worse than it was. None of the cars were anywhere near him. So yeah, good driver awareness there from Tom Ricard in the XL Racing by Grenfell and Red. And quite honestly, Dan, that's how you do a rejoin.
Well, exactly. Yep. So that was probably his team. I imagine were helping him as well. They were giving him some updates on where cars were in terms of positioning. So they were probably telling him, I'd imagine, to wait. As much as you've got a lot of information going on, lots of things happen, especially when you spin, you try and sort of collate yourself, and there's so much stuff going on. So having a spotter there, having the other teammates to tell you where these cars are and to tell you when to wait, when to go, well, that really does help. It takes a lot of pressure off of your shoulders. So again, good teamwork there, I'm sure, as we've got a great camera shot of Alberto Garcia from the Odots Motorsport Thrustmaster Audi R8. Look at that though, Eamon Murphy. Look how much he catches up in the brakes. You can see as well, looks like he's taking even more braking going into turn 1 as well. He's driving the car into the corner. Does lose out a little bit as well. The Audi's got some, Garcia's got some really good traction on the exit, which at the moment, Eamon Murphy can't quite match. And he just drops that little bit of time. But again, going into the braking zone, look at the gap. Then continue up again. There we are. Eamon Murphy really gets back onto the brakes. He's catching him up. It's about a 10th a lap. It's not too much at all. Again, this is how close it is. A 10th a lap, and these guys are both driving absolutely flat out. Interesting enough, though, I mean, catching up is one thing. Getting past, that's a very different story. I'm not really too sure when or where Eamon Murphy is going to try and make that move. If anything, I reckon it's probably going to be, again, a classic turn 1, turn 2.
Here's a little bit of context for you. Alberto Garcia 149.3 that last lap. We've got Eamon Murphy 149.1 that last lap. So Eamon Murphy catching up by 0.2 of a second. The pair of them are catching up. Felix Bonjour the treble 3 car, Florian Bonjour, by half a second a lap, and he is about 4.5 seconds up the road. So this is going to very quickly, within 6 or 7 laps, going to become a 3-car battle for second place, which means that Eamon Murphy could unleash Mikhail Statsenko and they can leapfrog both second and third place. So Jardier called it, and it could very well be coming into fruition in the next 15 minutes here, Dan.
Well, I think, to be fair, that is very, very true. Although, what Yaroslav did say, though, we've just been told that Eamon Murphy is the fastest car out on track at the moment. Engine, camera there, look at that screaming V10. A screaming V10 with a third wall. Lexus getting caught up in between both of those cars. I think, to be fair, that was a bit of a tricky one. Unfortunately, that's cost Eamon Murphy probably about, I don't know, maybe 6 or 7 laps. He needs to back out of it. Lexus has got to back out at some point. He can't keep the position on. He's forcing the Ferrari to go around the outside. He's got to back out, especially in this sort of position here. Again, I mean, yes, while he needs to actually, he doesn't need to yield. He can't push the car off. He can't push the car off. He can't push the car wide. End of the day, he doesn't need to yield. No, this is very true. We've just been told that. But he doesn't need to yield, but he can't defend, which the rule book does state he didn't actually do. So that was clean. But I'm sure Eamon Murphy won't necessarily be thinking that at this moment in time. But he's done it once. Gap has now extended to 0.8 of a second. There is no reason why he can't do it again.
Well, there you go. And look, at the end of the day, it's again, having experience on the racetrack, blue flag doesn't mean it's not like it's an F1. It's not like the car has to literally move over and pull off the accelerator. It's literally, you cannot block the car in front. You have no right to the... you've got no right to the racing line if you've got a blue flag, from what I understand. And the thing is that, you know... Again, the one thing that we have to remember is that every single person on this grid, every single one of these 40 cars, every single one of the 35 that are remaining has earned their place on the grid and has more than earned their place in qualifying. They were all within 1 second of the leader. They all, pace-wise, are entitled to be there. It's how the race has panned out for these drivers over the past 5 hours that there's a reason why they're where they are. So... yeah, difficult one, but nothing left to do. More penalties coming in, which is unusual because we've been so quiet this afternoon. Incident between cars 35 and 80 on lap 152. It is a penalty for the GTR Masters HU Endurance team for avoidable contact. That's the one between them and Kings of Asphalt Maxon Oil. So there we go. Alberto Garcia drops back a little bit to Florian Bonjour. You've got Eamon Murphy, who has again dropped back to about a second there. But look at this Darren King on the back of Marco Bischoff, hunting, waiting like a predator, just ready to pounce on his prey. But it's not going to happen because Marco Bischoff thinks better of it, pulls the car into T1. But that Aston Martin, Dan, is looking very, very menacing indeed right now.
Yep, Aston Martin is quick. Darren King is currently in that 888. A very quick driver indeed. So I'm sure this battle is going to be raging on. No, Bischoff is not going to want to give up the position too easily. And obviously Darren's going to want to make it sooner rather than later. He hasn't got to worry about anyone behind him though. Christie is about 5.5 seconds behind. So he wants to make sure that he doesn't... 5.6 seconds as the timing tower has just ticked over. He's got no one really to worry about behind him. And there's a 15-second gap ahead. Can that be made up in an hour? Interesting. I think it's possible if the lap times that the 888 car has is a good half a second, 6 tenths of a lap quicker. I'm not intelligent enough to do the maths as I'm talking, but I have to admit they would probably be after going a fair old pace to be able to catch up that 15 seconds in the next hour and 7 minutes. So possibly a P9 for these guys. Well, they're going to want to make that... Whoa, no! What happened there? That was contact definitely going through. You see Marco Bischoff just turn into the corner. Darren King just getting a bit late onto the brakes. That camera angle, again, I'm sure tell a very, very different story. It'd be a lot clearer, possibly with a different camera angle. So I'm sure that'll be one for review there, almost guaranteed.
Well, Well, that was an interesting end to that little battle there. But we cut back to Bastian Lindner, who is trying to catch down the number 52, who is just ahead of him. That is Rasmus Christiansen in the Aston Martin that is just ahead of the Audi right now. And again, it's the wonderful thing about this this balance of performance, Dan, is the fact that there's no real OP car. We've seen it in different championships where you'll see like Ferrari dominate, or you'll see McLaren dominate, or you'll see Mercedes dominate. But that is literally, 8 different manufacturers in the top 10. Make that maybe 9 manufacturers in the top 10.
Yeah, I think as well, it also good because you have the opportunity to drive a car that you're comfortable with as opposed to driving the car that's the quickest. I think that's the thing as well is you get to a stage where sometimes as well with certain championships and series or whatever it may be, you're sometimes forced into driving a car that you don't necessarily find comfortable because it doesn't suit your driving style. It's the other thing. And having that balance of performance as we have here, I think at 1.7 out of the 10 cars were different manufacturers within the top 10, which is absolutely insane. Obviously, we've had that continuously throughout qualifying and the race. You have the opportunity to drive whatever car you're most comfortable with. As we've got a replay going through here. This is the one with Darren. Actually, do you know what? No, there was no contact. There was no contact, so I'm not too sure.
Like anything there.
No, I'm not too sure. That was a very, very interesting. Possibly, I wonder, the only thing that I could actually think of is, did the McLaren have a small moment where it's very difficult to judge at that point? Do you reckon the car actually had a moment going through and it almost looked like it was going to rotate, and it felt like it was going to rotate in the car? And then as there was a bit of correction put on, that's when the car all of a sudden gripped up. It looked like the car all of a sudden darted over to the right. I don't think it wasn't because Darren looked like he was going to cut the inside. There was no way that was the case. Interesting to see what happened there. Again, we've got another onboard camera shot. Is there actually contact? Could it be even on the front splitter? You can see as it coming down to the brake zone, it didn't look like it.
Do you know what that looks like from me? And I'm not sure if we actually get this on a Settle Corsa competition, but good old netcode, where there's a difference. But I wonder, because obviously what netcode is where there's a difference between what the client thinks and what the server thinks, and just looking at it, it's almost as if the server thought he was maybe 10 meters or 5 meters ahead of where he actually was. So very, very strange. But the way that the car in front reacted, Dan, it did look like it thought there was a definite shunt there.
Possibly. Yep, possibly. Might have another replay. Oh yeah. See,
actually, yeah.
That's again, all these different camera angles paint different pictures. Again, it looked like from that side there was a bit of rotation that was tried to, obviously they tried to catch, and then it just gripped up as they go. I mean, a couple of people said it in the chat as well, that said it could have been some slight netcode. I think Veers from Voodoo said that as well. Again, we've been told it's a possibility. We saw it a bit earlier. We were told at the very start of this race, or near the start of this race. A lot of different things, I think. Again, we may not actually know until we possibly speak to or until we find out after the race. There's a lot of, again, several theories that could have happened through there. Let us know in the comments. What do you think that was actually? Was it a loss of rotation, loss of traction, or do you think it was netcode? Let us know in the live chat. It'd be interesting to hear your comments. But as they go through, this was between Bastian Lindner and this is Christensen. Aston versus Audi. Oof, that was close indeed. They're still side by side as well. Bastian Lindner, though, manages to make the move on Christensen, the Audi number 52. Great move indeed. Very well placed. Really, really good stuff indeed. We've just been told as well that different strategies as well. Obviously, people are going to be doing splash and dashes. People won't have to do splash and dashes. No one in the top 15 will be having to do a splash and dash. And everyone's got one more stop to do, and they will be at the end. So after the last pit stops, the top 15, it's a sprint to the end.
So it all essentially rests on the next 10 minutes. That's yes. What we're going to be saying here. It looks like Tom Reyer in the 72 is the first one to blink. Then he goes into pit lane. He's going to hand over that 72 XL Racing by Renvelt in red machine over to another driver potentially. Maybe he's going to stay in for another stint. We'll keep an eye on that one. But it is all about your race leader right now, Igor Ogorodnikov, who is, I mean, he's looking so good up in the front, but he's going to hand things over to his teammate as well in the 41. That's going to be Yaroslav Shevritilov, or it's going to be Ivan Shermatinsky, who takes over from Yeager as well. Then Florian Bonjour is in the 333 Nissan GTR. Again, it'll be very interesting to see what the virtual drivers by TX3 AAA esports driver does. He'll be coming in very, very shortly, but he's also ratcheted up the pace as well, 149.2 ahead of Alberto Garcia in the 149.4 for his 121. But Odox Motorsport, I mean, this is an important drive that they've done. They were looking, you know, like a really disappointing performance for them. When we saw their qualifying, they were something like 16th position or 14th, and they've managed to get themselves all the way up into a potential podium position. But they're going to have to watch out, because Yazheat, Eamon Murphy is desperate to get past, and they've still got Mikhail Statsenko. But we're back to this battle between Bischoff and King right now, and Bischoff looking to make his way past that Aston Martin. And again, the pace that the McLaren has got right now, it's looking very, very feisty. And
it's looking very quick indeed. Yeah, just again under the braking, it really catches up on the braking. McLaren's always been relatively good on the braking, but as well, Bischoff is remember as well, the pit stops are coming through, so they're not too far away. And then once the driver swaps come in, we could see potentially a completely different change of pace in between some of these teams. This is really going to possibly throw a spanner in the works for also what we can perceive to be the pace of some of these teams at the moment. This, I say, could completely change. We may see a role reversal for a few of these people. So this will be interesting to see. Although Darren King has got around about 20 minutes left that we're being told of this stint. And Bischoff has less than that. He's coming to the end of his stint currently. Dropped a little bit of time off there as well, though. So possibly knows that at this moment in time, he's not going to be too far before he comes into the pits. So he may be coming in sooner rather than later. Katula, number 11, the Mercedes, is in the pits. We're being told as well, though, looking at the top left of your timing tower, you can see Eamon Murphy is only half a second off of Garcia and the 121 Audis. He's brought that time. It was a second. It went up to a second with the as they was trying to get past the Lectors. We've been told as well, P14 as well, Ascari chicanes. We've got yellow flags there. I think there's no region at the moment. You can see on the track map. Just got through there as well. The cars, that was Petrozziello, the 53 Aston Martin. Not good indeed. The Leopard Esports car. That's a bit of a shame. That's a bit of a shame there, David.
Oh dear, and you get a feeling that it's going to be absolute melee into the final corner. He tries to turn the car back in. The 194 tries to send up the inside. That's Alessandro Porta in the Mercedes. You've then got the Lexus, Marco Ferrari. Oh my goodness me, this is just awesome action as we head into the final hour then here of the SimGrid Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster. You can ask for anything better, because we've got 15th, 16th and 17th all duking it out on the braking zone into turn 1. Aston going to try and go around the outside. It's going to be the Mercedes with the Lexus trying to fire it up the inside as well. This is crazy action going on right now, and the 446 is trying desperately. The SFR Italia, Mirko Ferrari and the Aston Martin being left for dead right now. Mirko Ferrari, what can he do on the run down to the chicane here? I think he's got this move done. The Lexus is going to try and fire it up the inside, but it's late, and the Aston somehow holds on. Whoa. No idea how he's managed to do that. Amazing stuff done. This is awesome. And look at that. That's a lapped car that is going to be making his way around as well, trying to get past the ball.
Yeah, that's the 333. That's the 333 Nissan. That's P3. So P3's got to try and get by these two as they're battling. So that is Petrozziello versus obviously Ferrari. And I mean, yeah, great racing. Just about enough room given to those guys. I mean, that was fantastic stuff. Really good positioning from both of those guys as they were going through, especially that second again. I thought it did look like Petrozziello did have enough on the braking through there, but again, just rolled off, carried a bit more mid-corner speed you saw from the Mercedes. So really good racing from both of those guys. From the Aston Martin, apologies, not from the Mercedes, but yeah, great stuff indeed. Really good some stuff. You just saw Eamon Murphy there losing a little bit of pace going through the Ascari chicanes, whether it's a bit of a drop now of aero. Now he's a little bit closer to Garcia in front, so possibly as well that's just something to keep an eye out. Look at that, 333 Nissan goes into the pits. So he is now, Mirko Ferrari has actually been released once again, and now he's got to try and catch back up all the way to Petroziello yet again. But Porter, who was under pressure at one point from these two, has now pulled a 1.6 second gap on the number 53 Aston Martin and subsequently a 1.1 second gap on the Lexus.
Ogorondikov, your race leader, into the pits, out at turn 1, hands the controls over for that number 41 Lada Sport Rosneft to Yaroslav Shevritilov is behind the wheel back on that one then, so be interested to see what the recovery is going to be like for that team. But great stop there, but it does mean that on track just momentarily, Alberto Garcia and Eamon Murphy just ahead of that number 41, so very interesting to see how that one's all going to pan out. But this is it, this is where it is all make or break now about these pit stops, because you can see Florian Bonjour into the pits there for the 333 JESA Racing GTR team. And you're going to see the timing screens with some strange names up in places that you've never seen them before. But again, this is while we go through this cycle of pit stops, and 55 minutes left to go in the race. It is still too close to call in terms of second and thirds on the podium. I think the 41 team looking very comfortable in the lead right now, but we'll wait before we count our chicken.
Well, indeed, that's the thing. 55 minutes left to go. Like I said, this is where the mentality switches now. We're going to see some drivers really start to put the pressure on. They are going to take some more liberties. They're going to try and lean on the car just that little bit more to try and extract as much as they possibly can. Is that going to be possibly? No, I thought it was, but no. Garcia still doesn't go into the pits just yet. Murphy's going to have a very, very good run going down. Is it going to be enough? It might very well be. Actually, no, thinking I'm going to take that back. It's not enough. He's just that little bit too far back. Only a couple of car lengths. Audi's got some good pace. So these guys are pretty neck and neck when it comes to pace as they go through turns 1, turns 2. Absolutely perfect from both of them. Almost copying identical lines, identical everything going through there as they go into the as they go. Just been told as well, a bit of lift and coasting from Eamon Murphy as well. So he's possibly, whether he's just trying to stabilise the car, actually trying to make sure he's finding his braking point as well with that small lift, because he is carrying a chunk of overspeed as well. Either that, or again, maybe he's not actually going to try and make the move. Maybe he's actually possibly with go. We've just been told because he's lifting off, he's able to brake later. Naturally, the gap decreases. So again, some interesting tactics there from Eamon Murphy. So I mean, it's working through at the moment. He's got the gap down to under half a second as he go through. Oh, that's Garcia run a little bit wide. That's going to cost him half a tenth. Doesn't sound like a lot, but that makes so much of a difference when you are this close to the guy behind.
Just watching, this could be the final lap for Murphy because he is reaching the end of a stint, but Alberto Garcia could be staying out for another couple of minutes because he's still got about 5 to up to 10 minutes left on his stint. So again, this could be some 3000 IQ plays going on here for the 121 Odox Motorsport machine. Also keep an eye on the 41 then of Yaroslav Shevritilov in that 41 Lada Sport Rosneft machine. And Yuris Droyton hit with a drive-through penalty in the 996. So a bad day going from bad towards track limits, and that is absolute heartbreak. Eamon Murphy then for Yazheat, Richard Mill into pit lane, and this is a proper gaggle of cars that we've got here. That's Jarno Kausch ahead of Christiansen, and then you've got the number 111 of Menno van der Meulen ahead of 194 of Blotto as well. So 50 minutes left to go in this race, Dan, and I just don't have a clue what's going to happen.
No, well, I said I don't think anyone does that. They realistically, it's so close battle. The four-way battle here, though. Is it going to be Christensen has a bit of a look on Kausch? No, he decides against it, going through Parabolica. It's an interesting move to be made, but that's actually allowed. Look at that up the inside. Who was actually, that was a lap car. So I'm going to I'm interrupting myself there. The fact there was a lap car. Oh, and there we go. Christensen dives into the pits. Number 52, Aston Martin decides that he has had enough, and he's going to jump into the pits for his final pit stop. Again, as you say, David, anything is going to happen here, there's going to be a lot of different changes, like I said, we're going to see, especially with these different driving standards, especially with these different driving abilities of different teams now and different drivers that are actually in the car. Also as well, final pit stops, the track is getting even cooler, so they've got to make sure they get the tyre pressures right. What is happening through... Oh, that was close. Well avoided there with the 446. I mean, unfortunately, that has lost him a good 5 or 6 seconds, but the 446 Lexus, I mean, fair play indeed, manages to keep it out of trouble. But I'm sure both parties there will be a little bit nervous at that little incident there.
What a fantastic pit stop there from Eamon Murphy to hand things over to his teammate, because it's come right out behind Florian Bonjour in that 333 Nissan GTR.
Wow.
On track. That gap was about 6 seconds. It's now down to what looks like about a second, maybe a second and a half between the two of them. And given if that is the 149, and that's going to be Mikhail Stasenko that's in the car, oh my goodness me, that is scary, scary pace that is going to be going on with that one. So that means that 121 Alberto Garcia will be coming into the pit in the next 5 minutes or so. But I tell you what, that is a scary, scary move from Eamon Murphy to hand over that car to Mikhail Stasenko, as we see the 111 of Menno van der Meulen firing it up the inside of Jarno Kausch there on the Parabolica. Great move, so simple and so straightforward. Can the Porsche do anything in return here on the McLaren? I think not. It might be tucked into the slipstream here, but it's going to have to be one heck of a move with all the bravery from the Porsche driver, right?
Well, I think the Porsche does have some very, very good brakes, but the McLaren is quick in a straight line, though. Look at how close it was on the brakes. Unfortunately, though, while he does catch up, it's not going to be enough. So a move we haven't really seen too much at Parabolica, a move that's actually stuck going down into turn 1. But Van der Molen, fair play indeed. A good move from the 111 McLaren. Yeah, I mean, great pit stop there, as you say, from the 149 from Eamon Murphy. Really, really good. Must have been absolutely perfect in terms of positioning, what they needed to do. They head down, they did it, and obviously they gained a lot of the time. So realistically now, all eyes are on Garcia. Can he match that pit stop? Because if he can't, that's going to be a position lost, almost a guarantee. Unless he does almost the exact same pit stop, he will lose some time. So he needs to make sure, and the team needs to make sure they get it absolutely spot on. Otherwise, they're going to be throwing away a position there. This is great stuff. Again, this is where we're going to start to see, like I said, everything's started to change now. Now that everyone's coming out, we're going to know probably within the next 10 minutes or so what the pace is of everyone, if they're catching, if they're not. And if so, we might be able to start working out when they're going to be catching up people. So we can start to then predict in these final stages when these races are really going to start occurring, and when the races are really going to start hotting up.
Well, just a little update and a huge thank you to everyone in the YouTube chat pointing this one out. It was due to be Mikhail Statsenko in for the final stint, but because of connection issues, Jardy has actually had to jump back into the car just now. So Jaroslav Honzik in the car for the final stint here, as we see Menno van der Meulen into the pit lane for the final time. Jan-Luca Gant in 10th place, and that's 71. I mean, the XL Racing by Renville, it's been a great effort for them. They could easily pick up 1 or 2 more places here. Mirko Ferrari maybe out of reach in the 8th place there, but certainly they've got Piffet in the 66 Lexus just up the road from them just now, and I'm just having a look at the timing screens to see who's doing what as they come over the line just now. I think that Jaroslav Honzik actually catching up to the back there with that time there, but I've got to say a huge thank you to our team behind the scenes of Michael Hamlet, who's done all the awesome stats and info in our ears. They were slightly offset in the stint, so there might be a little difference because of that track temperature coming down, but on Honzik's recent stint, he was on average 0.1 seconds slower than Florian Bonjour. Could that be enough here on this stint here? But I would argue back, saying that already we're seeing Jaroslav just at 1/10 faster in the first couple of laps there. So it'll be very, very interesting. We'll keep an eye on the gap. At the moment, it is 2.1 seconds. If we get into the 2 second gap for Jaroslav Honzik. In fact, there you go, that's now up to 2.4 seconds. So the gap just starting to eke out very, very slightly, but some lap traffic coming into play. In fact, we've got a 4-car battle that Florian Bonjour is going to have to come across very, very shortly, Dan. So could that potentially cause a bit of an upset?
Well, I think, to be fair, how you negotiate it could be a variety of different things. I mean, yeah, you just got to get stuck in, you've got to get involved and try and lose as little time as possible. There's going to be some particular areas in which you can make sure you make the overtaking. Bonjour's actually just done a personal best that we've just been told as well, so he is a man that is absolutely flying with a 49.0. Very, very close. Not quite into the 48s, but near as makes no difference. That's a very, very quick lap time indeed. So yes, Bonjour is on a flight at the moment, so I wonder if he can keep that pace up. That would be the interesting thing. He's pulled a 10th actually as well, looking on Jaroslav Honzik. He has pulled a 10th. His last lap, well, Jaroslav Honzik last lap was a 49.242 compared to the 49.011. So is that pace going to be kept up? Garcia, though, still hasn't come into the pit. That's the interesting thing as well. I'm just trying to see whereabouts he is out on track, and he's coming through the he's actually going down into turn 1 now, turns 1 and turn 2, so he's probably not got too far left. I'm guessing it will be either this lap or within the next at least the next 3 laps. I can't see him going too much longer than that, looking with how far that he's able to travel and how far he's been traveling on his previous stints. Yeah, I mean, Garcia, he's really taken his car right to the very end, so fair enough indeed. I mean, he's been averaging around 33 laps, so possibly 33, possibly even 34 laps. You may see him come through this lap or the next one. I doubt he'll be able to get the 35th lap in. There he is, the man on your screen at the moment from Odox Motorsport Thrustmaster. He is keeping his composure. He's doing what he needs to do, no more, no less. He's hitting his marks, and that's all he needs to do. But the crucial thing is, where is he going to come back with himself and Honzik? But yes, he's going to have to come into the pits. Just been given that confirmation as well within the next 2 laps. Where he's going to come from compared to Jaroslav Honzik, that's going to be the key thing. He needs to get, as we said, David, a better than perfect pit stop. Otherwise, he's going to lose that position. So we're just being told as well, if he got the same pit stop time as Jaroslav Honzik, he would then slot back in on the pit exit half a second behind Jaroslav Honzik. Now, if that is you cannot get pretty much any closer than that, I think, realistically, and he's going to need to make it. Here he goes. This is it. Here he goes. What is going to happen here? Now, I think, to be fair, the person we really want to watch out for is Jaroslav Honzik. Again, perfect as they go in picture. This is going to be a very, very good and very interesting battle here. While it's not a battle on track, it's still going to be as tense as I think any battle we've actually seen out on track, David.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely wild. And Jaroslav Honzik then out of that corner, try to catch up to the back of the 333 of Florian Bonjour. Florian, importantly, has a car in front of him. And now, 2.2 seconds up the road, has several cars in front of him. So done a great job of getting that car out of the way. He's got the number 53 in front of him. So doing a cracking job of getting that cleared right now. But wow. So let's have a look then. Garcia is out of the pits, hands over to Nicolas Albadejo Camins on the limiter. This is so tense then, because here comes Jaroslav Honzik out of the final corner, boots it away, and he's released. It's going to be side by side, but I think Jaroslav Honzik is going to have the pace on the run down to the top 1. Oh, and into turn 1, he's done it. He's dropped them all. Garcia into second place. Are you absolutely kidding me? What a move. Incredible stuff. Gets the move done over Florian Bonjour in that. So Nicolas Albadejo Camins for Odox Motorsport pulls the undercut of the century and into P2. This is not over yet, but my goodness me, what
This is what happens, David. This is exactly the thing. I know I always bang on about it, and everyone gets, I'm sure people get fed up with me talking about it all the time. This is what happens when you fuel save. This is what happens when you fuel save. They got an absolutely perfect pit stop as well, which naturally helped. But the fuel save that they did as well, they're able to just go through more laps than anyone else. It's only a lap. It's a lap here and a lap there, but they've taken less fuel. They've taken less fuel in the pit stop. They're going to have a lighter car now going forward as well. So they are in such a good position in terms of no, have they been the fastest in terms of pace? At most stages, no, they have not. But they've got the strategy absolutely perfect. And now they're in P2. Not by a lot, but they're in P2 nevertheless. A great piece of driving, and a very, it's actually also, you can see this as well when you actually start breaking it all down. This is the long game. This is what we're talking about, the long game. It happened. They probably had this tactic going forward right at the very start of the race. But the Nissan has to actually get past ahead. You think Nissan's got warm tyres, Garcia has not. So Bonjour needs to make it almost in this position. This is the make or break time. If he doesn't get it through here, he might not be able to have another chance. So I mean, this is going to be so much of a set. I don't think he's got it though. No, to be honest, I think as long as he tries to take it around the outside of turn 2. No, he can't. Look at the drive as well. I mean, that was the 121 Audi. The drive that he had, I can't compete. The Nissan can't compete with that.
It certainly can't, but the GTR is going to try and fight it around the outside. He might very well do it on the run down towards the chicane, but the Audi is going to give it everything he can, and the GTR makes it absolutely stick. So Florian Bonjour for virtual drivers by TX3 into third place there. Again, it's going to be proverbially into second place because because Dan King's still got to pit a final time. But my goodness me, that is exactly what you wanted to see. And here comes the fifth place of Jaroslav Honzik, who's going to try and make it past the car. That's a lap down there, gets it done, and now back onto the tail end of Albadejo Camins for that Audi here. And this could be a final podium position for Jaroslav Honzik. So amazing battle, but again the Audi just getting absolutely dropped by that GTR.
Yeah, the GTR is so fast in a straight line. There we go. So Jaroslav Honzik is in. Like I said, this will now be when Darren King drops down. He will be up into P4. Oh my goodness, how close is this? I just can't comprehend how close this is going to be for the next 40 minutes. This is going to be 40 minutes worth of racing, constant, non-stop. I see the Aston Martin on the outside is going to have to, I thought he was going to have a bit of a look then, but does decide against it. Again, a wise move through there. This is a good battle going through. The Nissan, though, isn't dropping as much pace. What you may see as well, though, it has taken probably a couple of laps. I imagine the Audi is now fully up to pressure, so he needs to try and, ideally, get back up to the back of the Nissan and then to sit behind, try and make the move. Whether it's later into the race, I don't know. This is the actual key thing, is when do you make the move? Because it seems that the Nissan is so fast in a straight line. When is the move actually, when should it be made? That's another question in itself that can be explored into so much detail. It can take up the rest of the race.
The answer to that question is send it. Send it now. That is always what you want to do. Send it at the first available opportunity and just see what happens. But cutting back to Hamada Arkizi then in the 404 H3 Racing Ferrari. It's Ferrari on Ferrari action here at Italy. Their spiritual and ancestral home here. And it's the 27 of Jaisa. They've just been absolutely wiped out. They were doing so well up in the top 5, now down into 11th position is the 27 outfit. They've really not done too well out of that final pit stop there. It's all gone wrong for them, and Arkizi looking to try and make a little bit of light out of this and try and get past. I tell you what, Florian Bonjour, if I'm not mistaken, is caught back up by Albadejo Camins at 0.4 of a second from the GTR to the Audi. It's now 0.2 of a second, so that GTR gap is now completely evaporated, and we've now got a 3-car battle for second place. And said this numerous times, are we absolutely sure Dan King has to pit again? Because if not, I'm just slightly confused as to how he's left it so late. But he's approaching the end. I've been reliably informed that he's pitting this lap, but that could have been a nice little undercut there. But Florian Bonjour is under all sorts of pressure right now from the Audi, and in turn from Jaroslav Honzik in that Ferrari. I've got to be honest, I'm really scared with Timo Burkle in that Aston Martin, number 53, who's a lap down. He just looks a little bit too fighty behind Jaroslav Honzik.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be sensible in what he needs to do, but going through Hamada Christie, he is still currently, he's actually made the move on Deerland. So he is now up into P11. Yeah, good move going through. So that's another position for him. One thing that I have actually noticed is looking at the pit stop strategies is the 888 car of Darren King currently driving. They've managed, this is why they've pitted so late, it's because they've managed 34 laps every single stint. Every single stint, they've managed 34 laps. So they're going to be taking quite a lot less fuel on board. They only need to roughly do about 36 minutes left of fuel, probably 37 minutes left of fuel. So that's why they've pitted so late. So really good fuel saver strategy from these guys, and it's paid off because, like I said, I know they are going to be dropping down the field, but I reckon that's put them possibly into maybe 8th. Again, I'm not 100% sure. We're going to see where they come out, but naturally a top 10 definitely when they come out of the pits, possibly even 8th, maybe even 7th. We'll have to see what happens when they come out of the pits. But yeah, Jaroslav Honzik, you can see just dropping off the back of Cummins a little bit here. Look how close Nicholas Cummins at the moment, the number 121 Audi, so close to the 333 Nissan, currently driven by Bonjour. I mean, this is where we have seen, this is the lighter car coming into play now. The temperature, the pressure are fully up now. This is it. This is where we have to see Cummins really push now. He tries to dart to the inside, has a bit of a look, decides against it. There's no move happening there. It's only just trying to upset Bonjour to try and get him to drive a little bit wide. He is, I mean, look at Bonjour. He is taking about as much of the track as he possibly can, and no more than that. These guys are driving the wheels off of their car, and it's so good to see. And they've got 34 minutes of this. Great for us. Might not be necessarily great for them.
Yeah, 34.5 minutes left to go in round 2 here. This is the SimGrid Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster Season 3, and what an absolute stormer of a race here. We said that this was what we could expect, and this is exactly what we can see, because look at Nicholas Albadejo Cummins for Odox Motorsport Thrustmaster. These came into the weekend as the championship leaders, and it all gets turned on its head because, of course, you've got Shevritilov up in the lead of the race just now, and I believe that means that they take the lead of the championship. But it all rests on this GTR train right now, because it is Florian Bonjour with Albadejo Cummins behind, and Jaroslav Honzik, who now just creeps back into this little battle. And I tell you what, this GTR does not like being hustled. It runs its tyres very, very hot when you push it like this. And yeah, this is something that's going to happen in the next 10 minutes, and Albadejo Cummins is going to try and push it up the inside of turn 1. Never going to happen. Clatters the curb, and that means that Jaroslav Honzik can take advantage of side by side. It's Ferrari on Audi, and that is going to mean that Jaroslav Honzik going to try and take around the outside, has to tuck back in. But oh my goodness me, that could have been so much worse for Albadejo Cummins there. And here comes Jaroslav Honzik. We've got a yellow flag. We've got number 28 brings out the yellow flag, gets going again. But I mean, it's all about Jaroslav here. He gets a good run through the corner. Oh my goodness me, this is all going to start kicking off very, very.
Well, it's going to be kicking off, yeah, and it started kicking off already, isn't it? I think realistically, is it worth at this point as well, Jaroslav? I know he's going to try and hustle the back of Cummins. He wants to make that move if he can, but at the same time, though, again, what's more important? Is it worth trying to catch up back to P2? As soon as these two start battling, the position is actually going to the position's going to drop, and the time is going to absolutely disappear from Bonjour. So is it one of those ones where Jaroslav is going to potentially say, okay, it's a bit of sparks kicked up there from Cummins. Is it going to be sort of, am I going to battle with P3? Am I going to battle with the Audi? And am I going to allow P2 to sail off into the distance, which is most probably what will happen? I put money on that. Or is he going to almost allow Cummins to try and they're going to both work together to try and catch up back to Bonjour, and they're going to have a three-way battle? That's, I think, one of the things that Yaroslav has the opportunity to make here. He's got a decision to make, so he's probably in the best position. Cummins, at the moment, is in the worst position. He's trying to catch up, but he's also trying to defend. Really don't know what's going to happen here. Just been told as well, Gans has actually made a move on Piffet, so number 71, P7 for P6. Whoa, Yaroslav getting so late on the brakes there. Takes a little bit too much speed going through into turn 1. That was insane. Wow, that was very, very late. We've just been P17, though, the Lexus has just put in a PB.
I just saw that. Mirko Ferrari, purple lap, 148.666 for Mirko Ferrari down in 17th position. Jaroslav Honzik all onto the back of Nicholas Albaladejo. I have to apologise to Nicholas because I didn't even see the L in his middle name, so it's Albaladejo Cummins in third place, but he's got Jaroslav Honzik all over the back of him, and I tell you what, Florian Bonjour isn't able to break away anywhere near as much as we think, because it's only 6/10 of a second. It was just over 7/10 of a second, but wow, this is just awesome stuff. Final half an hour of this race left to go, and Jaroslav Honzik all over the back of Cummins' rear view mirror like an absolute rush, making it look so straightforward. And Florian Bonjour, that gap now has extended though. It has gone up to 1.1 second, but again it looks like it's just come back down straight away. So there we go, that is back marker trying to look very, very, oh my goodness me, I did say earlier on that was Timo Burkel that is making a bit of a nuisance of himself. And yes, we've had the conversation about if you're faster you can get past, but I don't like this. I just get the feeling that Burkel is going to make a nuisance of himself and get himself into a position he doesn't need to be in right.
Well, I think as well you've got to look at it in terms of like positioning and where that car is. So that is Jonathan Seville. So he's around. I mean, he's not too far away from what we can see between himself and the 111. So again, this is a tricky situation. It's a very tricky situation. I think these guys need to battle. I think that's realistically what they need to do. But in a way that isn't necessarily going to be hurting. But we'll have to see how it goes. I'm actually might be getting a little bit confused. Apologies. So Thissens as well. He's got a 0.4 of a second gap between himself and Seville, just behind in the number 52 Aston Martin. So this is, again, the battles that are happening all across the board. It's not just at the top of the field as well. Look at the Lexus of 446 Ferrari, 7/10 behind Burkel as well, that we can see a few cars ahead. So this battle's all the way up and down the field. Kisser as well, he's very, very close to Derlin as well. But this is Piffet. He is really on the back. He's actually 0.3 now off of Gans, the number 71 Audi. He is pulling some very, very quick lap times indeed. I mean, he's actually pulling some stonker lap times in. And that is, so Gianluca Gans, he is just having a quick look at the last times. So the Lexus... apologies. So it seems to be that Piffet has actually lost the position to Gans. Looking at it, last lap that we're talking about it. So yes, Piffet actually lost the position to Gianluca Gans. So that will be why those timings have changed, and we can already see as well the gaps are starting to increase there. So Gans, number 71 Audi, has got some good pace at the moment. Meanwhile, again, looking back to the front runners, Yaroslav Honzik, only just under 0.3 of a second off of Cummins still, and the gap between Cummins and Bonjour is still around about 7/10. This could be enough. This could be enough that Bonjour has got. If he keeps this positioning, then, I mean, I don't really see what Cummins is going to have to be able to do. Yaroslav potentially going to go up the inside going into the second chicane, decides against it. This is, okay, so Yaroslav Honzik has decided that he wants P3. He's not too fussed about P2. He's going to let Bonjour run off into the distance now because the gap's now extended to a second. Not good for Cummins, but Yaroslav has made the decision that P3 is what he wants to be rather than wait for P2.
Bring it on, bring it on. Right, a little bit of an update because I'm very, very confused and scratching my head at this. Darren King in the 888 machine has set the purple lap of the race, which is exactly the same as the purple lap for the 446. They've set a 148.666. So 2 laps within 3 minutes of each other at exactly the same time. I've seen it happen in qualifying. I don't think I've ever seen it happen during the race as well. This is, though, watching Fabien Piffet for the Team Fordzilla Lexus trying to catch back onto the tail of that Audi of Jean-Luc Gantz. I don't think it's going to happen, but we'll keep an eye, especially not when you both go as wide as that, boys. Let's keep it on the track. 26 and a half minutes left to go, and I'm watching that gap. Do you know what? Cummins isn't breaking away from Honda as much as he likes, because he's back onto Florian Bonjour there, 0.8 of a second, so that gap down by 0.3 of a second. I'll tell you what, I think that GTR is struggling to hold on to its pace right now. It's got great straight line speed, but it really does struggle. So 26 minutes left to go. I think this is still way too close to call.
Yeah, I think you're right. The Nissan can't quite keep the pace up. How long he's going to be really sort of pushing through, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, the gap is again extended to about 9, just under a second. The Yaroslav Honda as well. The gap always again varies between half a second down to 0.3 of a second, back up to half a second. So these guys are so neck and neck. Again, 3 different cars we're batting. That's the other thing to see from the cap. We've got Nissan versus Audi versus Ferrari. All of these cars have different driving styles, and they're quicker and slower in different areas of the track. As we've got some more team standings live, again it goes back to Lada Sport Rosneft and Odos Motorsport. As well, looking at that, as we've got, so Lada Rosneft and Odos Motorsport joint position in 86 with 86 points, and then Yassi P3 with 74, Virtual Drivers by TX3 in 72, and then Team Fordzilla Lexus with 54. So while that is a bit of a jump between P4 and P5, that's not to say that the top 5 or Team Fordzilla Lexus are in any position where they're out of the standings.
And that's it, given how early we are in the season, with, just to remind you, another 3 races to go after this in just, that'll be about 2 weeks' time. We head to America, we head to the 3 hours of Laguna Seca, where we head to the corkscrew, which will be the demise of many a GT3 driver. And then we head to the 9 hours of Paul Ricard, and then the 3 hours of Misano. And what a season we've still got in store for you. But we head to the tail end of this race here. 25 minutes left to go in round 2 of season 3 of the Sim Grids Endurance Cup by Thrustmaster. David Christie and Daniel Handover have been here with you for the past nearly 6.5 hours, bringing you all of the action and the qualifying. And I'll tell you what, I cannot think of a better way that I would spend my Saturday, Dan, than commentator on this. It's been so much fun and so enjoyable. Yeah, indeed, absolutely. It's going to be a very, very interesting last 25 minutes of the race. Looking as well, the gap is, it's not coming down between the Nissan, between the 333 and the 121. It's not coming down. The one that is coming down, and that's the one to watch out for, is Honda versus Cummins, because occasionally you just see it. Great onboard shot as well. Occasionally, just in the rearview mirror or in the side mirror, you just see Yaroslav's car just poking its nose, trying to make that sort of position, trying to upset Cummins there. But at the moment, actually, I'm saying that the gap's come down from Cummins to Bonjour, and it's now 0.6 of a second. So it's all coming up and it's coming down. Meanwhile, Darren Keane is being closed in by Peltonen. Gap is 0.4 of a second. Whether this could be as well, tyres not quite up to pressure just yet, or the tyres not 100% up there where they need to be for Darren King. He did lose a little bit of time there, though. That's unfortunately the only thing. He's done, currently on this set, he's done 5 laps. So the tyres should be there or thereabouts. But look at this now. Yaroslav Honda, this is the closest he's ever been. He's going to try up the inside. So it's going to be Cummins forcing him up to the inside. Is he going to try and make the move stick? Going on the exit. Turn 2, there's a bit of contact between the two. And I wonder if Yaroslav's going to go too wide going into turn 1. A little bit of door-to-door bumper, but ultimately Yaroslav Honda does make the move. I mean,
again, placement was very, very good in terms of positioning and where the car was and how much he carried through turn one. A little bit interesting though there. I think there was, again, that contact. Again, no intentional contact there. He just drifted out wide naturally as you would. But I think the contact that was actually had was a little bit more exaggerated than it should have been.
Yeah, for sure. It's just on brake, and the car just moves out to the outside, and yeah, look, it is what it is. I think both cars successfully managed to get their way around the corners. Fabian Piffet tries to go around the outside of the corner, and that is never, ever going to work for Team Fordzilla. Lexus has to regroup, think better of it. This is for P10 and P11. Hamada Arkizi for the last spot in the top 10. Ferrari versus Mercedes, tries to outbrake him round it, gets it done, beautifully done for Hamada Arkizi. Here comes Mirko Ferrari on the Timo Burkle, but well, that is unfortunate to see. Timo Burkle still trying to fire it through, but Mirko Ferrari. Oh, but here we go. Griphack's engineering trying to go around the outside of the Ferrari. Hamada Arkizi, we're seeing two separate battles going on. Mercedes going to try and pump it into the brakes, but again, you've got to avoid that ABS kicking in. But get it going again. What a move from Peltonen. Well, goodness, Dan, my heart is like going 10 to the dozen right now.
I think, to be fair, mine as well. Yeah, Christie just took a little bit too much pace going through. I mean, naturally, his line was slightly off. I think he just tried to carry a bit too much speed to make sure that Peltonen didn't actually get that run back on him. So by carrying too much, big bottom right hand side. Look at that. I was too busy focused on what was happening in top left, didn't focus on what was happening in bottom right. Mirko Ferrari has had contact with Burkle as well. Did wait for him, but stewards will be reviewing that as well. Yeah, interesting enough. So Christie lost that momentum and he lost the position. I'm guessing he went a little bit too wide on the exit going through out of turn 4 to try and carry that more speed through the midsection of the corner. But he's trying to make the move straight back. He is not hanging about at all. He wants this position. It's going to be possibly a carbon copy of what he has done again. But look at this here. There's a bit of traffic. All of a sudden, the top 3, what on earth has gone on here? It seems that we've got whoa! What has happened? Oh my goodness.
That was traffic. Florian Bonjour, he couldn't get past the traffic. He was boxed in because of Jardy on the right hand side, and he thought the better move would be to keep his foot in rather than actually trying to do the intelligent thing and back off. That is an absurd way to lose second place. But look at that, Jaroslav Honzik into second place, and that means Nicolas Albaladejo Kamins into third place as well, and Bonjour has been left for dead away back into fourth place there. So a huge topsy-turvy moment for the race there with 20 minutes left to go. I just did not see that one coming, and that is such a schoolboy error for Florian Bonjour.
I was having, if you were to break that down quite heavily, you might see again a possible replay of that. But yeah, it looked like the Florian Bonjour, he was trying to flash his lights, but at the same time, the car on the outside had nowhere to go at this point. He was actually off of the racing line to a certain, he wasn't necessarily off the racing line, but he was in a position where he couldn't come across the right-hand side because there were other cars around. Very tactful, though, from Yaroslav and Kamins. They actually worked together a little bit there because they both boxed him in. It wasn't one person they tried to go 3 wide. It was very much a tactful move to box Bonjour in, so utilising a back marker to their advantage. Naturally not going to be good for Bonjour, and I'm sure he's going to be kicking himself with that. But I mean, yeah, that talk about 1,000 IQ. That was 1,000 IQ and a bit more in terms of tactful moves there from both Honzik and Kamins. So now the battle for P2 rages on between, I'm sure Bonjour will catch up. If he can catch up, this is going to be good. Let's have a look at the replay here. So as they go through, again, just gets boxed out. To be fair, it almost happened way before onto the exit. And look at this here. Again, just that little bit. I don't think it really even boxed him in to a certain degree. I just think there was a bit of maybe Florian Bonjour wasn't 100% sure on where the cars were. It can be a little bit tricky to determine where the cars are if they're around you. But yeah, just a bit of miscalculation, and that's cost him 2 positions.
You hate to see it, but 17 and a half minutes left to go then, and all eyes are on the number 41 car in the lead of Yaroslav Shevritilov, who is just been commanding in the lead of this race. 31-second lead over the man in second here. You can see Yaroslav Honzig, aka the man, the myth, the legend, Giardier. Let's go back for this is going to be a replay into the first chicane then. So the car up in front then rejoins, and we can see the GTR in front of Florian trying to make his way through the corner here. It does it not too bad, and I see the car in front gets in front at the worst possible time here. And who is that in front actually? That is the 194. That's the Racing Line Motorworks of Matteo Blotto. Yeah,
he backs out.
That's I don't understand that at all. That is very strange, very, very strange.
That was an interesting moment because you just saw there. I mean, you had Yaroslav. Honzik was flat out, and you saw that was actually a really good. Again, talking about different camera angles, portraying different things. Or as we got Cummins taking a little bit too much exit curve on the second Lesmo. The Mercedes that was being lapped backed out of it. I mean, that's a very, very strange thing to happen. Again, at that point, you may as well just keep your foot in it. Because that possibly did more damage, did more harm than good. But I mean, and now Bonjour, look at that, 2.5 seconds. He dropped about 0.6 of a second now. He hasn't got any damage from that. I can't imagine. If he has, it's probably minimal. But yeah, he's now riding on Cummins and Yaroslav battling.
Just thinking back to that, I mean, again, just looking for different things here. Obviously, with the 194 not being involved in that battle, is it possible that he was seeing the blue flags and thought, right, I'll back off, not realising there was another two behind Florian there, and maybe wasn't aware of the situation? Probably, maybe just tried to get out of the battle and ended up getting into the battle by accident.
Yeah, like I said, there's lots of different ways that can come through. A lot of information trying to be processed. George Villa just put in the chat as well, probably panicked. I mean, that could also be another explanation. There's lots of different ways you can approach it, but I mean, yeah, unfortunately, it is what it is. Both drivers, they all need to just, again, push on for these final 15 minutes as it's just ticked over, in fact. So a quarter of an hour left, and this is going to be probably some of the most exciting that we've got here. This is now, everyone is going to go and put that 110% in. There's going to be there's absolutely nothing left in terms of what these guys are going to be going through. They're going to be putting 110% in. Pifé tries to go around the outside. Gans actually sticks him on the inside. Oof, that was close. That was very, very close. Both drivers just giving each other enough room. No more, no less. And Pifé doesn't quite make the move stick on Gans this time around, but he is wanting that move sooner rather than later. Yeah, ideally, Cummins wants Honzik to battle. Bonjour wants Cummins and Honzik to battle. The gap is 0.6 of a second. It was 0.8, so it is coming down. It depends if Cummins can hold it together, can keep the momentum and keep the pressure up. He's got a lighter car, bear in mind. He's got a lighter car. He's got fresher tyres. So, you know, there's lots of things to, in terms of like positives for Cummins then. He's got overall what should be a better car. Depends though, has he got the right pressures? Has he got the right setup on that car at this stage and at these closing stages of the race? Such a key thing. We'll have to see how it goes for the remaining few minutes. But meanwhile, look at that Pifé. You're going to try and go. This is a brave move indeed. He's going to try and go around the outside, going into the Escargot chicanes. Is it going to be something that they're going to do? They're going to go side by side. Oh my goodness, he actually might very well do it. They're still side by side into the remaining stages. Oh, wow. What a battle from those two there. So Pifé, for a brief moment, was ahead. You just see in the timing tower for about 100th of a second. Oh, that was great stuff there, David. Mega from those two.
Awesome stuff, and it's still not finished yet. They're still absolutely knocking lumps out each other. Fabien Pifé for Team Fordzilla Lexus tries to get the cutback around Parabolica, and do you know what? He might have just done it, because they're side by side coming down the start-finish straight. They've got two cars in front of them as well, but it's Fabien Pifé and Gianluca Gans on the run down to turn one. Epic stuff. 12 minutes left of a 6-hour race. It's going to be Fabien Pifé late onto the brakes. Gets it done. Beautiful. And I think there was a little bit of contact there between the two of them. And, well, the pair of them live to fight another day, but yeah, when you get down to 15 minutes left, it's now every man for himself. I'm looking at the battle between Jaroslav Hontig and Albaladejo Kamens. 6/10 of a second that gap down to now as well, so we'll cut back to them in just a couple of minutes time. But this battle now, Fabien Pefet gets a great run out of that chicane. He's going to have the inside line here. Is he going to do it? Nope, he doesn't. He thinks better of it, and again, that is discretion being the better part of valor here. Has to duck out of it. I wonder if Jean-Luc Gantz is really struggling with this car right now, because Fabien Pefet is all over him, and yeah, awesome stuff. And Georges Villard saying that I almost pronounced Nicolas Albaladejo Kamens' name correctly, so we'll get there in the end.
Indeed, well, I thought we just had there. Pefet just tried to make a carbon copy of what he tried to do last lap, but again, has to back out of it a little bit earlier this time, to be fair. Doing it once, that's a very, very brave move. Doing it twice, it might be a little bit more tricky, because the person in front is knowing what to expect as they go through. I thought there potentially would be a move going through. No, there is not. So now what Pefet needs to do, utilise that power of the Lexus to try and get through. Last lap, he went a little bit too deep into turn one. Seemed like he overcorrected to make sure there was no contact, and he didn't push off Gans going into turn two. That's why he looked like he really sort of threw the car over to the right to make sure there was no possible way that he was going to make contact within there. So fair play, tried to avoid it as best he could, even though there was a bit of contact. But some damage limitation there was good. Is it going to be a potential double cutback here on the outside? Look at that. Can he get the run now? He's got a very, very good drive. Audi's got a good drive also as well. But let's see, utilise the Lexus, the power that it's got, riding now on board with Fabien Pefet. Can't seem to make it. There we go. Now the Lexus starts to take over on the pace. Who is going to be the last of the late breakers? Going to make him go around the outside. I don't think there's going to be a move. It's going to be too close through here. But I think Gans, he's going defensive, and he's having to go defensive. I think he might be even trying to drive a bit too defensively at this point. Sounds again a little bit strange. He might be costing himself too much time, and if Fabien Pefet can actually interpret when he's going to go defensive, he might be able to utilise that to his advantage and then push him essentially offline to try and get the run going through. As they both go wide, Pefet more so than Gans, and there's going to be no chance of going side by side down into the Ascari chicanes this time around.
10 minutes left to go then in round number 2 of the third season here for the SimGrid Endurance Cup, and what a season we have had, what a race we have been spoiled by today here at Monza for 6 hours. We've got 2 battles going on. We've got Fabien Pefet still fighting it out with Jean-Luc Gantz. We've got the 446 of Mirko Ferrari going around the inside of Maximilian Walmuth like he didn't even exist in that Lexus. Great move there, and gets that done absolutely fantastically. But the Porsche trying to cut back on the inside has got one heck of a run and makes that look so easy on the Lexus. But the Lexus is going to have the inside line for the chicane. He's going to have to watch out, because Timo Burkel looking very dangerous as well there. On the inside though, you can see Fabien Pefet still trying to fight it out with Jean-Luc Gantz. So we've got 2 different fights. Contact on the top left, you can see there, and contact on the inside line as well. Jean-Luc Gantz still fighting it out, nuking each other. These two are absolutely battering each other with pugil sticks and everything you can think of. Jean-Luc Gantz though trying to defend from Fabien Pefet, but I think Jean-Luc Gantz might just have done enough to hold this off for the final 8.5 minutes.
Well, I mean, to be fair, the gap's only 0.2 of a second. I think at the moment, Pefet's going to have to do something different at this point. He keeps trying to do the same moves, and it's just not working. So whether he's going to try and dummy him going through into a corner, try and sort of like dart to the inside at the very last minute, not too sure. Meanwhile, bottom right corner of your screen, just switch to the main one. Burkel versus Walmuth. So again, they're going to go side by side. Oh, that's a cutback and a half from the number 53 of Burkel. Is it going to be a drag race down 2-1? It is indeed. Who is going to be? This is going to be close. This can't end well, chat. That's it. Slot back into a single file just for a few moments. Then Burkel's going to dart to the outside. Again, battle, the picture in picture here. 2 battles. Take your pick. Which one do you want to be looking out for? I think, to be fair, the one to look out for is this one here. Look at that, Burkle up the inside. Good stuff indeed. What's the Lexus going to do? Of Ferrari as well, the number 446. Could be, no, he doesn't quite make it stick, although he's got the power though. He has got the pace normally on the Porsche. It's very, very quick in the straight line, this Lexus. We know that. We've had 6 hours of it just driving away from people. Is it going to be the same this time around? No, it is not. And we have Allmerth takes a slightly defensive line just to try and cut off any particular moves from Ferrari. Wow, Burkle, fair play. Really, really good move. We've seen it countless times. We've seen it time and time again. What's going to happen here now? Switching back to Pife versus Gianluca Gans. Again, just taps the curb on the inside, unfortunately, probably a little bit too much. May have cost himself a fraction of a time, which could be all the difference. You can see that the gap's just increased a little bit. We know the Audi's got good drive. Lexus does struggle a little bit sometimes. Again, as they go down, I mean, David, this is just, how on earth? I mean, this is just, there's battles absolutely everywhere. There's back markers everywhere as well. There's side-by-side action between Ferrari and Woolworth. Oh, that was contact there again. Not ideal. Luckily, though, both drivers still continue to go.
Piffet's around the outside of Gianluca Gans, gets the move done. We were... Oh, but look at Gianluca Gans back on the inside as well. Oh my goodness me, this is awesome stuff. The two of them fighting it out. Let's imagine, right? It's blooming 5 hours, 50 minutes in a 6-hour race, and you're still just knocking lumps out of each other with the guy that you're fighting for 7th place with. This is epic, epic stuff going on right now. And Piffet tries to fire it up the inside. Oh my goodness me, but Gianluca Gans gets the place back. There's a little bit of a wiggle there, and Dan Handover almost has a heart attack in my ears. Dan, are you okay? Do I need to send medical assistance?
So I have made, we've also got Michael Hamlet in our ears as well, making squeaking noises every now and again that we can just hear as well. I mean, it's just, honestly, this is just so intense. It's just, we're all just being distracted by the fact there's just so much racing. Everyone's making squeaking noises, and it's so we just can't contain our excitement. But at the moment, though,
can I add another incident into the mix here? Is the fact that Albaladejo Cummins is catching up to Jaroslav Honzik. That gap now 4/10 of a second. But Piffet and Gianluca Gans side by side, and Gianluca Gans contact. No! Oh my days! And
look at
Dan King is going to be happy with that.
Darren King, look at that. He's just gained 2 free positions. He's 2 free positions.
I was just about to say the gap to second and third now, just 0.2 of a second between Jaroslav Honzik and Albaladeo Cummins. Oh my goodness me. So we've gone from having a big battle between Gianluca Gans and Florian Piffet. We've got this battle going on between Timo Burkle and Maximilian Vermuth. In fact, that's Dylan that's caught up in that one as well. So where does Burkle come from? He is just destroying everyone in his path with that Aston Martin. Goodness me. Right, back to the Audi in third place. Can he catch up to Jaroslav Honzik in this final 4.5 minutes? Dan, what do you think?
I mean, I don't know, to be fair. It was 0.2 of a second at one point. It's now back up to 0.6 of a second. I don't know. I think he's going to have to be so very close indeed. I don't reckon he'll be able to do it, to be fair. And if he's going to do it, it's going to have to be on the last lap, probably on the last corner as well. The fact that it's close, it's now just dropped down to 0.4 of a second. Look at that, the back marker that they just had and they just went through, that caused a little bit of time loss for Jaroslav. But look at that there. Cummins get a little bit too aggressive on the curb on the exit of turn 4, so now he's lost a bit of time. It's just back and forth. It's like a yo-yo between these two guys. They're pushing the car so hard. I remember saying this going through as well. We've got a yellow flag as well. That's the number 146. Can't quite see who that is at the moment.
It's the 446. That's Marco Ferrari.
We've just been told he's stuck at the end of turn 1, and unfortunately we're not 100% sure why. Could he be beached on one of the curbs? I reckon that could be actually one of the things. He's on the road as well, possibly stopped. Again, hardware failure possibly. I doubt he's run out of fuel. That definitely should... Well, actually, to be fair, I wonder if he's run out of fuel. Could he have run out of fuel? Look at the positioning of the car.
Could possibly be, but that is not the ideal position. Yeah, that car is absolutely stationary, and he cannot get going at all. And he's returned to garage there, so that is not the best. But my goodness me, 3 minutes left to go. I tell you what, you want a 6-hour race with drama, ladies and gentlemen, you have certainly got it here this afternoon. What an absolutely crazy race that we've had today, and it's still not over. Still got 3 minutes left to go, and we still haven't got a clue what is going to happen here. More penalties coming through. The instance between cars 333 and the 194 on lap 182 is a drive-through penalty to car 194 for unpredictable driving. So that is the back marker that cost Florian Bonjour that second place. They get a drive-through penalty. Incident between cars 193 and 17 on lap 181. That is a drive-through penalty to car 17 for avoidable contact, which has already been served. We've got another yellow flag. That's the 17 that brings out the yellow flag there, and that is on the exit. That's a very strange place to bring out a yellow flag there, but it is what it is. Oh my goodness me, that is not what you want to see, and that's the car that gets a drive-through penalty. Oh my days, hold my hand, because I am very, very scared.
Oh, that's going to come on track nice and easy. That's it. Yeah, that car's definitely seen better days. That might even be a return to garage. Not too sure yet. They've got to stay. They've got to stay off of the racing. Need to stay off the racing line, which they do indeed. But look at that. No, they've got Yaroslav coming through. Yeah, he backs out of it again. Just pulls the car into the apex. Got to pull off the racing line though, because he's getting closer to that apex point. At the moment, the number 17 has to back off at some point, right? So he's finally in a position where he's got some time, and yeah, there he goes. Pulls off of the racing line. Yeah, the bonnet's never seen better days. Big air scoop as well, though. At least he's cooling the car down a little bit more than usual. But 1 minute and 15 seconds left to go. I don't think Cummins is going to do it. He's 8/10 off. That's just not enough time. He's got possibly a better car. He's got a lighter car. He's got better tyres. I don't think he's got the position to do it. He's 8/10 back. He's got to make up 8/10 in 2 laps. That's not enough.
One lap, because this is the final lap. Yep, so Dan, we are on our final lap. Yaroslav Shevritilov just a handful of corners away from a legendary win here for the number 41 Ladasport Rosneft team here. And this is just a brilliant performance from that entire team, not only from Yaroslav, but from Ivan Chermatinsky and from Igor Ogorodnikov as well. An exhibition demonstration from the 41. They made it look so easy, but they are making their way round towards Variante Ascari then, down for the final time. It's then just 2 corners between them and an epic race victory. Through that corner, not a problem whatsoever. It's going to be pretty much as you were for the entire top 10, unless Dan King can come under pressure from Jean-Luc Gans. I think that's done and dusted, but here we go. Peltonen has just left, gone from bad to worse. I think the Mercedes might be out of fuel. It doesn't matter, because around the Parabolica for the final time, it's going to be an epic race win for Yaroslav Shevritilov for Ladasport Rosneft. Absolutely hammering it. Oh my goodness me! Oh, he hits the number 11 Peltonen across the line. Oh, that is not the best thing I think I've ever seen. And I've got a horrible feeling that might be seen as, yeah, I don't even want to know what that was. I've seen celebrations, but maybe a little bit too wild, Dan.
Well, considering that Peltonen didn't actually finish the race, he hasn't actually finished yet technically, because he passed him. He did have a lap to go. So that's going to be an interesting one to explain to the stewards. But meanwhile, again, so battling. So we had P2. Yaroslav Honzik comes through in second, and then 30 minutes. But I reckon the number 31, I mean, you've got to make sure that you finish your in-lap. You've got to make sure that you take it nice and easy going down. You've got to make sure you keep the professionalism. I have a feeling that there's going to be a bit more than a slap on the wrist. But we've got here Jonathan Seville versus Ruoff Audi versus Aston Martin for this final lap. This is the battle for the top 20. They're going to go side by side down into the Ascari chicanes. I said, oh, bit of contact there. Unfortunately, 2 cars don't go into one space. I really don't think there was anything really to do then from either party. They just sort of like drifted both into the same space, and they've almost, I think, to be fair, Seville was ahead before that contact was made. So realistically, I think the position that they're in is not going to be a problem, but it's going to be at the last corner. Is it going to be a cutback from Ruoff? Is he going to try and make the undercut to go through onto the parabolic for the final time? I don't think he's going to make it. No, he's not. So unless Seville runs out of fuel, which I don't think he's going to, that's Seville in P20, Ruoff in P21.
Yeah, a brilliant race. I'm going to be completely honest. Fabian Piffet runs out of fuel. I've got to be honest. That little instant at the end for Yaroslav Shevritilov, that completely leaves a very bitter taste in my mouth. After that, and again, personal opinion right here, which is the great thing that us commentators get to do. That was absolutely garbage. I'm sorry, but it's completely disrespectful, right? It's one thing if you ruin your car going across the line, right? Who cares if you've been the car, right? You'll get into trouble from race control. But the fact that you've just collided with the number 11 car, who is not going to finish the race anyway, and I mean, come on, that is just absolutely outrageous, and I really hope that it isn't the case. But they then leave themselves, right? Remember the whole thing I said to you, Dan, about earlier on, about how I was completely feeling bad about constantly railing in on the 41 team for finding themselves at the through incidents that other people have caused, and that's exactly what they've done. There was no need for that. There was absolutely no need for that, and if race control don't decide to do anything on it, well, fair enough. But I mean, come on, it is bad sportsmanship, and it looks really tacky at the end.
Yeah, I think as well. Oh, there we see the replay of the Unicorns of Love BMW becoming an airplane. Just over the curve there on turn one. Again, I don't want to be the stewards at this point, to be perfectly honest. I feel that they do need to enforce something on that. We've seen a couple of people as well in the chat as well that have shown their also sort of disagreement with that. At the same time, you want to celebrate, absolutely, and I can completely understand that. Again, it's an amazing feeling when you come through, but potentially throwing it all away on the last moments of that race, when the race is technically finished for you as well. Not ideal. I'm trying to keep I am trying to keep an open mind to a certain degree, obviously being a commentator, but at the same time, having raced for long enough, I know that what's right and what's wrong, and that is emphatically wrong. So we'll have to see what happens through there, whether they're going to make a decision right here, right now, possibly, and we do have the stewards available. I'm sure they'll be reviewing that as they go through as we speak. So we may have to wait a little bit of time before we hear the results. I think we can all share. We can. We've actually been told for the 446 engine broke. Oh dear.
Oh, that is not what you want to happen into the race. Mirko Ferrari, the engine braking. So yeah, that's not the best. Right. Okay. We've got some interviews. We'll have a chat with Nicholas Albaladejo Kamins for our for our third place, because obviously a cracking effort towards the end. So we'll bring Nicholas in just now. That was a bit of a wild race for you guys.
Yeah, it was actually, we start P14 after a bad lap in qualifying, and with strategy and good drivers, of course, and clean racing, we went to P3.
Talk us through that race, because obviously it was a heck of an effort. You came into the race as the championship leaders after a great first race, but obviously for Odox Motorsport you shared the car with Alberto Garcia and Gerard Martinez Amer. I mean, what was the start like for you watching?
I was a little bit scared because Monza turn 1 P14 looks a bit scary, but everything went well, so happy to be here.
Hang on a second, Nicholas. Are you trying to say that Monza has a reputation here at turn 1 for GT3 racing?
Yeah, we all know that the first chicane is one of the funniest turns in the game because of the crashes there.
I mean, joking aside, though, I mean, an amazing performance. Obviously, you came in with a lot of ballast, and I mean, it was a very, very solid performance from all of the team. Was there any voice chat between the three of you in terms of strategy, or?
Yeah, we were dealing with a strategy that, in that way, we did the last stint. I did the last stint, and it was shorter with less fuel and newer tires. But the thing is, it was supposed to be 2 hours every diver, to drive 2 hours every diver. But the thing is that just 1 or 2 hours ago, my Oculus Rift had broken, and I had trained with my Oculus, and I had to train with the monitor only 1 hour before my stint. So this is why I only did less than an hour, and my teammates did Garcia 3 hours and Gerard Martinez 2 only. But at the end of the day, it was okay. At least I had the pace to keep the podium.
Well, a brilliant effort nonetheless, and obviously huge championship implications for Odox Motorsport. Congratulations, Nicholas, and congratulations to the rest of the team.
Thank you so much, guys.
So there we go. Right, Nicholas Albaladejo Kamins finishing in third place for Odox Motorsport. Right, let us go and bring a little bit of positivity. Let's bring a little bit of happiness into the commentary booth, because we've got none other than Yaz Heat Richard Mille in, which is, of course, none other than Mikhail Statsenko, who had a bit of an issue, it's safe to say, in his stint. Jaroslav Honzik and Eamon Murphy will bring them into the room just now. But congratulations, Yaz Heat, provisionally, until we find out what on earth happened there. It's second place for you guys. We'll come to you first, Jaroslav, because obviously an unexpected final stint for you. What happened with Mikhail?
So Misha was having issues before the race. His computer died like twice, and he was trying to figure out what's wrong, and he was trying to cool down his SSD drive because his Windows kept crashing, and literally 2 laps before he was supposed to drive, his computer crashed again. So we basically said, no way he's driving. And M1 was a little bit tired, so I jumped into the car and tried to not screw up too much.
And a very, very decent job you did towards the end there. We'll come back to that final stint, but we'll talk about your first stint there. Obviously, it was a recovery drive from yourselves, because the qualifying position, you were trying to get your way back up into the top 10. Talk us through that first couple of hours of the race.
Well, obviously, yeah, so the qualification was incredibly close. It was like unbelievable, and M1 decided that I should start a race for the stream and so on. So I took the honors, and I said that I was expecting to be very, very slow and very, very careful, but I think for the first hour of the race, I took it like, be careful, be like aware of the drivers. I wasn't like pushing free wide or anything like that. So in the end, it worked very well, because we gained a lot of positions, because people are making mistakes, and that was what we needed.
And then, Eamon, coming to yourself, obviously, you take over for your stint in the car. And compared to what Yaroslav had with his couple of scary moments, yours was just about almost kicking ass and taking names.
Yeah, especially the second of my stints. I knew if I just stayed close to the Audi in front, there's a fair possibility we could have took them in the last stint. Yeah, the last stint I did was just like quali runs every single lap. It was the most I could have got out of that car.
Joking aside, I mean, literally you couldn't have. You were firing that Ferrari to within an inch of its life. But obviously with the third stint coming up, you must have heard about Michael and his problems. What was going through your head at that point?
Yeah, so it was like 2 laps before I was supposed to box, and yeah, Misha said that his computer crashed, but yeah, I could have kept going, but I could already feel a couple of mistakes creeping in, and I just thought someone fresh in the car just would have been better. There's no point in double stinting in case I made a mistake. Because 2 hours, like, it doesn't seem like much, but at Monza, when you've got the exit of a Sciari that tries to kill you every single lap, 2 hours back to back, it's a bit tricky.
And finally, back to yourself, Jaroslav. You took in that third stint. The next stint after that. That incident with the 333, the GTR in front of you. You must have been absolutely over the moon with that.
Yeah, obviously, like, it was absolutely unfortunate for the Nissan guys because they were having absolutely fantastic race, and I was saying that. Obviously the field was super close, so we haven't met many backmarkers, but some of the backmarkers were kind of in the way, and that's basically what happened for the Nissan. I mean, I was super happy to get the position, but on the other hand, it was very, very unfortunate for them because, yeah, it was just, bad luck there. I think the AMG driver, the backmarker, kind of panicked and he released the throttle for some reason, and obviously the Nissan couldn't do anything to avoid him. And luckily nothing happened to us, but yeah, I was happy to get in position, but also got it, for the Nissan team.
And we have to very briefly speak to you, Misha. Obviously, frustration because we couldn't get you in for that final stint. Is it an easy fix technical wise, or some new equipment required?
Yeah, I think I just need a new SSD because from overheating, like for 2 years of overheating, it just got worse and worse. Yeah, I need to fix my problems. And for my stints, for my stint as well, I had some problems with tires and overheating of the tires. So yeah, it was not the best race for me.
Misha was overheating all day, really.
Yeah.
I was going to say the pace was so hot that literally you've blown Misha's computer up.
Yeah.
But well done, guys. At the moment, it's P2. We'll wait. We'll keep you updated to see if anything changes. But congratulations, brilliant win. A brilliant second place and a great 6 hours of Monza here.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, guys.
So there we go. That is the 149 Yaz Heat team, and let's go and have a chat then with the number 41 Ladder Sport Rosnev team, who provisionally take the race win. Obviously, we'll keep an ear out to see if anything changes. But congratulations to Igor Ogorodnikov, to Ivan Sherbetinsky, and to Yaroslav Shevritsilov. On paper, guys, it's a race win. Obviously, we'll see if anything changes there. But Igor, we'll come to yourself first. We'll keep it brief because I know how much you love speaking to me. But I mean, you guys had incredible pace in that car today.
Yeah. Thank you. Hello. Let me speak from my heart. My English not well. I ask my teammate translate for me. Okay.
Absolutely, buddy.
Yeah. Что сказать? В чем вопрос был?
Рассказал про гонку, впечатления.
Ну да, мы не ожидали такого результата на Астон Мартине, на Монце, но наш темп говорит о том, что система балластов работает, и за что очень большое спасибо Сингриду за то, что уравновесили наши шансы. Вот.
Going into the race, we definitely didn't expect anything like that, but we'd like to thank Singrid for the amazing opportunity provided to us with the BOP system, because this is the only reason that why we finished here with Aston Martin. And yeah.
Ivan, we'll come to yourself and obviously we'll come to Yaroslav in just a couple of seconds. But Ivan, I mean, a strong performance all round. What was the? I mean, obviously you said the win wasn't the expectation here, but what realistically was the expectation?
It's hard. It's quite hard to say. I mean, going into the race, I think yesterday evening, we were planning to qualify around P10, 15. And originally the main goal was the race pace, obviously, because we felt like we have an advantage over Ferraris, over Audis in the terms of race pace, because we can save the tires more, and then the difference between race and quali is less if we compare Ferrari and Aston Martin. But Igor managed to perform an incredible lap last one in the quali, which put us to the P3. So after the quali, our expectations grew up gradually and significantly. And going into the race itself, after the quali, we were definitely aiming for the P1, which we in the end managed to get. So yeah, we can't really complain.
And obviously sailed to the race, and Yaroslav, you got to bring it home there. Talk us through your final stint.
Он пропал, я не понял его.
Расскажи свои впечатления о последнем стинте.
I don't know what to say. I just have to finish and bring car to home. To be honest, I think that I drove very slow today. My pace was not enough. I don't know what to say more.
That's okay. Ivan, I've got an awkward one for you to translate on this one, because we have to talk about that incident on the final lap around the final corner. I mean, obviously colliding with the number 11. Is Yaroslav concerned that race control might be taking action on that?
I thought that he finished, and I just starting to celebrate my win. He didn't want to drive one lap more, and wanted to let me by, but I starting to go right and left, and I starting to be slower. I already said,
because obviously from what we saw on the actual live stream, you'd start to celebrate on as you exited the Parabolica, and he was about 400 yards up of the roads. Do you worry that race control might look negatively and potentially give you a post-race penalty for that?
Of course, I understand it, but I didn't want to hit him. I thought that he had already finished the race, and just celebrate.
Yeah, it's our mistake. We understood it.
The most important.
We already apologized in
him.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Obviously, we don't get to hear about. So it's great to hear that you guys made amends for that. But I mean, looking past that, again, it puts you in a very strong position for the championship. Ivan, unfortunately, you've got to take the load with this one. But obviously, we move on. Next round is going to be at Laguna Seca. Are the three of you looking forward to that?
Yeah, I think we do. Well, obviously, we can't really say anything for now. We need to look in the BOP when it will be provided, because it is the main deciding factor. There is just no point in discussing anything right now. But, I mean, entering the third round of the championship, sharing P1 with the other team, and having quite a gap from everybody starting from P4 and below, well, we just feel good about it. And I think we have what we need to continue like that in the future rounds and hopefully claim the title.
Well, looking forward to the rest of the season. Igor Ogorodnikov, Ivan Shevetinsky and Yaroslav Shevritilov for Lada Sport Rosneft. Have a fantastic evening and thank you for a brilliant race.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys.
So, Dan, wow, that is, yeah, what do we say to that one?
We lost Dan.
Oh, I think Dan has, Dan's had enough. He's decided to oh, there we go. Hello, Dan.
sorry, I had my mic muted. Sorry. Yeah, I think to be fair, I think you've got to look at this from a diplomatic perspective. You know, they've apologised. It still needs to be reviewed, I think, 100%. And whether there is a incident, whether the incident is actually made or if there's a penalty that's been enforced now. If there isn't, maybe a penalty possibly or something enforced for the next race. Again, we've got to look at this from an open perspective, and look at it from all different aspects, which I'm sure the stewards will be doing, absolutely. But I mean, again, they've got some amazing pace. All of the top three had some great pace there, some amazing racing. That was just one of the most intense last half hours I've ever done on a race, and it was great fun.
Certainly was. We've just got time to say a huge thank you to our affiliates, our brand new affiliates for this season over at ExpressVPN. If you value your safety, security and privacy online, then why not take advantage of our special offer in conjunction with ExpressVPN. Get 3 months free on a 12-month package if you head over to that link, expressvpn.com/thesimgrid. That's expressvpn.com/thesimgrid. It's also in the description below. A huge thank you to SimSock, simsok.com. You spend hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pounds on sim racing gear, and yet I bet you're still racing in a pair of socks that you got from your local supermarket. Get the advantage, get the upper edge, get socks with grips on them to keep your feet on the pedals when it matters the most. Simsock.com. As well as Coach Dave Academy, to Thrustmaster as well for being the title sponsors of the championship. And also, if you want to get involved, head over to the SimGrid. Get yourself involved there. You can see Coach Dave Academy, who offer professionally developed esports ready sim racing setups, and Thrustmaster as well. I go on all about them all the time because I've got my lovely little T300 RS and my TLCM pedals as well. But as mentioned, head over to thesimgrid.com. We've got loads coming up over the next coming weeks as well. We've got more into the next month. We've got the next round of the SimGrid VCO World Cup. We've got more female racers by Thrustmaster Rockets that heads to Kyalami. We've got the Kyalami series next Thursday as well. So get over to thesimgrid.com for that. Huge thank you to Daniel Handover. Just very briefly, Dan, I mean, you couldn't ask any more in a 6-hour race there.
No, you couldn't. Absolutely not. It was fantastic racing from start to finish. It had a bit of everything. It was amazing stuff. Good to commentate alongside yourself as well, David. And again, a big thank you to the SimGrid as well for having me on board. I'm very, very excited for the next one. It was great fun.
Yeah, and a huge thank you to all of you watching at home on YouTube. A huge thank you to our production team behind the scenes of Michael Hamlet and to our broadcast director, Mike Yao. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. We will see you next time. Take care.